The future isn't coming, it's here. Welcome to AIFest, where the boldest minds gather to shape what's next. This is your invitation to imagine bigger.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to AIFest 2026.
The future.
The future isn't coming, it's here. Welcome to AI Fest, where the boldest minds gather to shape what's next. This is your invitation to imagine bigger.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2026 Artificial Intelligence Fest with this year's theme, Building an AI-Ready Future Together. As we gather for this exciting celebration of innovation, collaboration, and technological advancement, the organizing committee would first like to share a few important reminders regarding our emergency safety protocols. These guidelines are designed to help ensure the safety, security, and well-being of every participant throughout the event. We kindly ask for your full attention over the next few minutes as we go through the emergency procedures, evacuation routes, and other essential safety information. Your awareness and cooperation are vital in helping us maintain a safe and successful conference for everyone. Thank you, and let us begin our emergency safety briefing.
What to do in case of fire.
Evacuate immediately. Stay calm. Do not stop to collect belongings. If smoke is present, crawl low to stay below toxic fumes. Trigger alarm. Yell, "Fire! Fire!" Pull fire alarm if seen during evacuation. Next, check doors. Before opening, feel the door with the back of your hand. If it is hot, do not open it. Use an alternative escape route. Do not use elevators. Always use the stairs to evacuate. Elevators can fail or open to the fire floor. In the chaotic first moments, you might consider the elevator, but look closer. Power loss, smoke infiltration, fire creeping along the ceiling. These conditions can result in a catastrophic mechanical failure, leaving you trapped with no way out. The elevator is unpredictable, and it is a trap. Head immediately for the staircase. Locate the closest marked exit stairwell. Stay low to avoid smoke and descend calmly. The stairs are your safe path. Close doors behind you to contain the fire. As you exit, firmly close all doors behind you. This starves the fire of oxygen, blocks toxic smoke from filling hallway escape routes, and slows the spread of flames. Stop, drop, and roll. If your clothes catch fire, do not run. Running feeds the flames. Stop immediately, drop to the ground, cover your face with your hands, and roll back and forth until the fire is completely extinguished. Upon reaching the designated evacuation assembly area and ensuring your immediate safety, notify venue staff or safety marshals to confirm your arrival for headcounts. Inform personnel right away if you suspect anyone is missing or injured, or if you noticed critical fire locations during evacuation. If venue staff have not already dispatched emergency responders, or if you are in an unstaffed area, call local emergency services, for example 911, immediately. Be prepared to provide your precise location, describe the fire conditions, and report any immediate medical or rescue needs. Essential safety reminders during an earthquake. No one can predict an earthquake, so it's important to be prepared. When an earthquake strikes, immediately execute duck, cover, and hold. Get down on your hands and knees to avoid being knocked down. If there is a sturdy table or desk nearby, seek cover under it. Hold on to your shelter until the shaking stops and move with it if it shifts. If no sturdy furniture is available, move to a safer area of the building, such as near a structural column or away from objects that could fall or topple over. Drop to the ground, cover your head and nape, and hold your position. After the shaking stops, evacuate immediately. Following these procedures will help ensure your safety and survival during an earthquake. Additional reminders. Emergency evacuation maps are displayed at key locations across the venue. Attendees are requested to familiarize themselves with the indicated exit routes and strictly follow the instructions of venue staff in the event of an emergency. Iloilo City is well prepared to respond to medical, fire, earthquake, and other emergency situations. The hotline numbers for relevant offices and responder organizations are displayed on screen. Attendees are highly encouraged to take a picture or save these numbers for emergency purposes. Thank you very much for your time, attention, and cooperation in listening to our emergency safety protocols. Your awareness and preparedness play a vital role in ensuring the safety and well-being of everyone throughout this conference. As we gather for this 3-day AI technical conference, a venue where researchers, the academe, government agencies, and industry leaders come together to explore the latest developments, innovations, and ethical applications of artificial intelligence, let us also remember that a successful event is not measured solely by the knowledge we gain, but also by our shared commitment to keeping one another safe. We encourage everyone to remain alert, follow the established safety procedures, and cooperate with event personnel should any emergency arise. Preparedness is a shared responsibility, and every participant has an important role in maintaining a safe and secure environment. On behalf of the organizing committee, we wish everyone a productive, inspiring, and successful conference. May these 3 days be filled with meaningful discussions, valuable collaborations, and groundbreaking ideas. And above all, may every participant remain safe, healthy, and free from any accidents or emergencies. Thank you once again, and have a wonderful conference.
Today is a historic gathering of innovators. Today is a historic
The future isn't coming, it's here. Welcome to AIFest, where the boldest minds gather to shape what's next. This is your invitation to imagine bigger. Ladies and gentlemen, the AI Technical Conference will begin in a few short moments. If you haven't done so already, please ensure you register outside at our registration booths. Ladies and gentlemen, the AI Technical Conference will begin in a few short moments. If you haven't done so already, please ensure you register outside at our registration booths. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite those outside to join our AI Technical Conference, for we will begin in a few short moments. Once again, for those outside, we would like to invite everyone to join our AI Technical Conference, which will begin in a few short moments. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down and take your seats. The AI Fest 2026 will begin now.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2026 Artificial Intelligence Fest with this year's theme, Building an AI-Ready Future Together. As we gather for this exciting celebration of innovation, collaboration, and technological advancement, the organizing committee would first like to share a few important reminders regarding our emergency safety protocols. These guidelines are designed to help ensure the safety, security, and well-being of every participant throughout the event. We kindly ask for your full attention over the next few minutes as we go through the emergency procedures, evacuation routes, and other essential safety information. Your awareness and cooperation are vital in helping us maintain a safe and successful conference for everyone. Thank you, and let us begin our emergency safety briefing.
What to do in case of fire.
Evacuate immediately. Stay calm. Do not stop to collect belongings. If smoke is present, crawl low to stay below toxic fumes. Trigger alarm. Yell, "Fire! Fire!" Pull fire alarm if seen during evacuation. Next, check doors. Before opening, feel the door with the back of your hand. If it is hot, do not open it. Use an alternative escape route. Do not use elevators. Always use the stairs to evacuate. Elevators can fail or open to the fire floor. In the chaotic first moments, you might consider the elevator, but look closer. Power loss, smoke infiltration, fire creeping along the ceiling. These conditions can result in a catastrophic mechanical failure, leaving you trapped with no way out. The elevator is unpredictable, and it is a trap. Head immediately for the staircase. Locate the closest marked exit stairwell. Stay low to avoid smoke and descend calmly. The stairs are your safe path. Close doors behind you to contain the fire. As you exit, firmly close all doors behind you. This starves the fire of oxygen, blocks toxic smoke from filling hallway escape routes, and slows the spread of flames. Stop, drop, and roll. If your clothes catch fire, do not run. Running feeds the flames. Stop immediately, drop to the ground, cover your face with your hands, and roll back and forth until the fire is completely extinguished. Upon reaching the designated evacuation assembly area and ensuring your immediate safety, notify venue staff or safety marshals to confirm your arrival for headcounts. Inform personnel right away if you suspect anyone is missing or injured, or if you noticed critical fire locations during evacuation. If venue staff have not already dispatched emergency responders, or if you are in an unstaffed area, call local emergency services, for example 911, immediately. Be prepared to provide your precise location, describe the fire conditions, and report any immediate medical or rescue needs. Essential safety reminders during an earthquake. No one can predict an earthquake, so it's important to be prepared. When an earthquake strikes, immediately execute duck, cover, and hold. Get down on your hands and knees to avoid being knocked down. If there is a sturdy table or desk nearby, seek cover under it. Hold on to your shelter until the shaking stops and move with it if it shifts. If no sturdy furniture is available, move to a safer area of the building, such as near a structural column or away from objects that could fall or topple over. Drop to the ground, cover your head and nape, and hold your position. After the shaking stops, evacuate immediately. Following these procedures will help ensure your safety and survival during an earthquake. Additional reminders. Emergency evacuation maps are displayed at key locations across the venue. Attendees are requested to familiarize themselves with the indicated exit routes and strictly follow the instructions of venue staff in the event of an emergency. Iloilo City is well prepared to respond to medical, fire, earthquake, and other emergency situations. The hotline numbers for relevant offices and responder organizations are displayed on screen. Attendees are highly encouraged to take a picture or save these numbers for emergency purposes. Thank you very much for your time, attention, and cooperation in listening to our emergency safety protocols. Your awareness and preparedness play a vital role in ensuring the safety and well-being of everyone throughout this conference. As we gather for this 3-day AI technical conference, a venue where researchers, the academe, government agencies, and industry leaders come together to explore the latest developments, innovations, and ethical applications of artificial intelligence, let us also remember that a successful event is not measured solely by the knowledge we gain, but also by our shared commitment to keeping one another safe. We encourage everyone to remain alert, follow the established safety procedures, and cooperate with event personnel should any emergency arise. Preparedness is a shared responsibility, and every participant has an important role in maintaining a safe and secure environment. On behalf of the organizing committee, we wish everyone a productive, inspiring, and successful conference. May these 3 days be filled with meaningful discussions, valuable collaborations, and groundbreaking ideas. And above all, may every participant remain safe, healthy, and free from any accidents or emergencies. Thank you once again, and have a wonderful conference.
Oh, you're here! It's been a while. Nice to see you all here. Let me take a look. Wow! So many brilliant minds! So many different perspectives! And so many possibilities! All came from different places. You work in different fields. You solve different challenges. But today, we're all here for the same reason. In case we haven't met, I'm Idol, your super smart, ultra cool AIFest 2026 buddy. I can learn, analyze, and process information. But the best ideas always begin with people. Over the next 3 days, you'll discover new ideas, share knowledge, build meaningful connections, and together, we'll shape what's next. I think we're ready. There's just one tiny problem. I can't begin AI Fest by myself. After all, the future isn't built by artificial intelligence alone. It's built by people, working together. May I request everybody to stand up so I can authorize your presence? Perfect! Human authorization completed. Welcome to the AI Fest Technical Conference 2026. Let's build an AI-ready future together!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to AI Fest 2026. To officially begin our program, please remain standing as we welcome the entrance of colors by the Iloilo Science and Technology University ROTC unit, to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and invocation by the Panayana Cultural Group from West Visayas State University.
alanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisihil. Sa dagat at imoy, sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tugat, awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng patawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdinigdig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pag may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng mahatit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Are speaking, friends at my side. God's way is wide, God's love surrounds me. God's most defends me.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is AIFest 2026. This is the day the future takes the stage, and there is no better voice to guide us through it. He is a leader, an innovator, and the mind who brings the energy that makes this event unforgettable. Please put your hands together for your host for this event, Mr. Jordan Toledo.
Good morning, Iloilo! Wow, good morning, Western Visayas. This is such an inspiring morning. On behalf of the Department of Science and Technology, we welcome you to AIFest 2026. Let's give everyone a resounding round of applause. Woo, truly such a beautiful morning. You know what, everyone? Look around you. Please take time to look around you. Every screen, every idea, every spark of possibility in this room. We are living in the most extraordinary moment in human history because for the first time ever, we've built something that doesn't just follow instructions. It learns, it creates, it imagines alongside us. That's the beauty of artificial intelligence. Our creativity, our curiosity, our courage to ask, what if? And here's the most beautiful part. We are the generation that gets to decide what comes next. Not to fear the future, but to build it, to shape it, to make it kinder, smarter, and more intelligent than ever before. So, when people ask, should we be afraid of AI? That's usually the question. I say, I dare you, look at this room. Look at what we're capable of when imagination meets intelligence. This isn't the end of the human story. It's the beginning of the greatest chapter yet. To kick off today's festivities, everyone, we are pleased to welcome a very important figure in the city of Iloilo.
The moment has come to officially open AIFest 2026, and there is no one more fitting to lead us into it than the woman guiding Iloilo City boldly into the future. A leader of vision and heart, she has championed progress, innovation, and a city ready to take its place on the global stage. It is our profound honor to welcome her this morning. So please rise and let us fill this hall with the warmest of applause as we welcome the Honorable Mayor of Iloilo City, Mayor Raisa Treñas. In behalf of her, we welcome the Executive Assistant to the Mayor, former Iloilo City Councilor from 2013 to 2022, former Philippine Councilor League President, a recipient of recognition for Bayanihan sa Daan from the Office of the President of the Philippines, also a recipient of the Normandy Honor for Peace with the Earth for various Iloilo City bike lane ordinances. Help me welcome Mr. Jose Efrain G. Treñas III, known as Mr. J. Treñas.
Maayong aga, a pleasant morning to each and every one of you, to our partners from the Department of Science and Technology Region 6, led by our Regional Director, Rowan R. Gelonga. Palapakan natin, let's give him a round of applause. Our distinguished Regional Governor for PCCI, Engineer Fulbert Wu. Let's give him a round of applause. Mayong aga, sir. To our guests, especially our Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Sancho Maborang. Palapakan natin. to our Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Renato Solidum Jr. Palakpakan naton. Welcome, sir. It is my pleasure to represent Mayor Raisa Treñas, who unfortunately could not be here this morning. Welcome to each and every one of you to Iloilo City 2026 Artificial Intelligence Festival. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is no longer a vision of the future, no longer a story for science fiction. It is already transforming how we live, learn, work, and serve our communities. That is why this year's theme, Building an AI-ready future together, could not be more relevant. It reminds us that technology advances most meaningfully when people, ideas, and institutions move forward together. Over the next 3 days, AIFest will bring together innovators, students, researchers, entrepreneurs, and policymakers. Through the AI Technical Conference, AI Talks, AI Hackathon, our PGDX, Iloilo AI Expo, Cine AI Game On, AI in Motion, AI Connect, and the AI Policy Lab. More than just a lineup of activities, these are opportunities to exchange ideas, build partnerships, and discover practical solutions that can improve lives. Here in Iloilo City, we welcome innovation because we believe technology should create real opportunities for our people. Whether it be in education, business, healthcare, or public service, AI should help us become not only more efficient, but also more responsible. We have to be also more responsive, more inclusive, and more connected to the communities that we serve. As we explore what AI can do, let us also remember what only people can do: to lead with integrity, think with purpose, and serve with compassion. Before I end, I hope you take a little time beyond this conference to explore Iloilo City. Experience our heritage, enjoy our local flavors, and most of all, feel the warmth of Ilonggo hospitality. We are truly delighted to have you here. Welcome to AIFest 2026, and I wish each and every one of you a productive, meaningful, and inspiring conference. Enjoy your stay in Iloilo City. Madamo ging nga salamat, kag mayong aga sa inyong atanan.
Thank you, Mr. J. Treñas, for those inspiring, forward-thinking words to open AI Fest 2026. Building an AI-ready future. It sounds big, doesn't it? Almost like something that happens in boardrooms far away, or in cities we only see on screens. An AI-ready future doesn't start with machines. It starts with people. It starts with us. It starts with a student choosing to learn a new skill, a business owner brave enough to try something different, a community that says, we won't be left behind, we will lead. Because being AI ready isn't about having the fastest computers or the biggest budgets. It's about having the right mindset, the willingness to adapt, the vision to see technology not as a threat, but as a tool. One that lifts people up instead of leaving them behind.
Welcome to 2026 AIFest. AI Technical Conference. AI Hackathon. AI Hackathon finalists. AI exhibit. AI game on. AI game on finalists. AI in motion. AI in motion finalists. Cena AI. AI speaks. AI connect. Inclusive policy co-creation workshop.
Now, that is what being AI ready looks like. That video truly excites me because, it isn't just a far off dream anymore. It's happening right here, right now. We've got an incredible day ahead. Brilliant minds, brilliant ideas, and conversations that just might change the way you see the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, the AI Fest 2026 wouldn't be complete without the leaders who lead the way in technology. To formally introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, we welcome a dedicated public servant, a seasoned engineer, and a transformational leader in the field of science, technology, and innovation, or STI, in the Philippines. With more than 3 decades of progressive experience in the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST, he has become a driving force behind regional development through inclusive technology-driven solutions. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Far Eastern University in 1991 and began his career at DOST Region 2 in 1992, quickly rising through the ranks due to his passion for grassroots innovation and public service. His pursuit of academic excellence led him to Belgium, where he graduated cum laude in post-harvest engineering from Catholic Universiteit Leuven. This global perspective shaped his approach to innovation and development upon returning to the Philippines. Over the years, he progressed to Senior Science Research Specialist in 1999, Regional Director of DOST Region 2 in 2016, and eventually Undersecretary for Regional Operations in 2021. In this capacity, he has strengthened the impact of DOST's regional offices, ensuring that science and technology benefit all sectors, particularly micro, small, and medium enterprises or MSMEs. For his outstanding contributions, Undersecretary Maborang was appointed Career Executive Service Officer CESO II and conferred an honorary degree of Doctor of Public Administration honoris causa by Cagayan State University. In 2024, he received the Dangal ng Lahing Cagayano Gintong Medalya for Government Services, further affirming his impact on both regional and national development. Guided by a people-first philosophy, he continues to champion science and technology as transformative tools to empower communities, uplift lives, and drive inclusive progress for the Filipino nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for the Undersecretary for the Regional Operations Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Sancho A. Mabora.
Thank you. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. It is with distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker for today's event. Pwede ko siyang tawaging my travel buddy. Kasi ay lagi kami magkasama sa aming mga regional sorties all over the country, or all over the Philippines. Our keynote speaker for today is a distinguished geologist, respected scientist, and a dedicated public servant. And he has devoted more than 4 decades to advancing scientific excellence, strengthening disaster resilience, and promoting evidence-based governance for the Filipino people. Under his stewardship, the Department of Science and Technology has become one of the country's most trusted government institutions. In the latest Publicus Asia second quarter 2026 survey, DOST ranked second among all government agencies in both public approval and public trust. Palakpakan naman po natin. While he himself continues to be recognized as one of the nation's most trusted cabinet secretaries, these distinctions reflect not only public confidence in the department, but also in a leader who has remained steadfast in making science and technology work for every Filipino. Since assuming office as Secretary of DOST in 2022, he has also led the department in harnessing science, technology, and innovation to promote human well-being, create greater economic opportunities, protect communities, and institutionalize sustainability, ensuring that every scientific advancements translate into meaningful and lasting benefits for every Filipino. His leadership continues to strengthen the nation's innovation ecosystem, especially in the regions, through initiatives such as the innovation hubs. He has also led the department in expanding opportunities for research and technology development and reinforcing the vital role of science in building a more resilient, competitive, and future-ready Philippines. A recipient of numerous prestigious honors, including the Presidential Lingkod Bayan Award and the Career Executive Service Award, he continues to exemplify excellence in public service and unwavering commitment to nation building through science. Ladies and gentlemen, mga mahal kong taga Iloilo, please join me in warmly welcoming our keynote speaker for the 2026 AIFest Technical Conference, the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Renato Umali Solidum Jr.
Sit down. Thank you very much. Isang makaagham na araw po sa inyong lahat and welcome to the AI Fest 2026. Just last year, we held our very first AI festival. Today, only 12 months later, that single event has expanded into major activities: a technical conference, a hackathon, a policy lab, an expo, and even an AI film showcase. This year's theme, Building an AI-Ready Future Together, is precise description of what we in the Department of Science and Technology have been working on at the national level. Today, I want to share with you where the Philippines stands in the journey, what we at DOST have built over the past year. Artificial intelligence is no longer just a trend. It is a general purpose technology. Its impact on how we live and work will be as profound as electricity or the internet. It is reshaping industries, public services, and global competitiveness. The fundamental question for us is simple. Will Filipinos shape this change or merely absorb whatever version arrives from abroad? Let me be candid about where we stand. The Philippines is not far behind. We sit comfortably above the halfway mark in global AI readiness rankings, and we are steadily climbing. However, we are not trying to outbuild Silicon Valley. We are not competing head-to-head in developing massive frontier language models. That is not our race to win, and frankly, it does not need to be. Our advantage lies elsewhere, in our people, our data, and our deep understanding of local problems that foreign models were never trained to solve. A traffic model built for European highways does not recognize a jeepney or a tricycle. A weather model built for temperate regions does not understand a tropical cyclone belt facing over 20 typhoons a year. That is where we compete and where we can lead. Progress is not about creating technologies that are nice to have. It is about building technologies we need to have. We are here to deliver real-world solutions to real-world Filipino problems. We are equally honest about our gaps. Limited high-performance computing, a shortage of specialized talent, regional gaps in adoption, and governance frameworks catching up to technology. Left unaddressed, these gaps hold us back. But addressed strategically, these very gaps become the foundation of our next phase of national development. For years, artificial intelligence projects across government were energetic but scattered. Good initiatives isolated in silos, often starting from scratch. That changed under the direction of the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. The UST led the formulation of the National AI Strategy of the Philippines, or NICE-PH, a whole-of-government roadmap guiding how we develop, deploy, and govern AI through 2028. It rests on pillars you know well: computing infrastructure, workforce development, a thriving innovation ecosystem, ethical governance, and strategic development in crucial sectors like agriculture, healthcare, disaster resilience, education, fintech, creative industries, and many others. But a strategy on paper needs an institution to drive it. This past February, USD formally launched the National Artificial Intelligence Center for Research and Innovation, or NICRI, as the country's permanent anchor for AI. As I said at the launch, I will repeat here in Iloilo, NICRI is not the finish line, it is the starting line. NICRI stands on 4 strong pillars: national AI infrastructure, a shared computing backbone allowing researchers across the entire country, not just in Metro Manila, to train models and run serious computations. Talent and research capability, driven by our Akabay PH program. Akabay means Advancing Computing Analytics, Big Data, and AI in the Philippines, where we offer AI as a service for our MSMEs. Regional innovation, extending digital tools directly to MSMEs and regional communities, and governance and strategic coordination, building the trust required to make AI work for everyone. We did not build this from scratch. NICRI sits on a foundation established over a decade. COARE, our national supercomputing facility, which has powered pandemic surveillance, rice genome sequencing with ERI, and climate modeling, and PREGENET, which connects our academic and research institutions nationwide. Strategies matter, but I know why you are here today. Does this technology work for us? Look at what our scientists at DOST Advanced Science and Technology Institute have already deployed. V-Band AI, a vision-based traffic monitoring system trained specifically on Philippine roads. Unlike imported systems that mistake jeepneys for trucks, V-Band AI gives planners real, actionable traffic data. The MMDA is already looking to integrate it. MUS 3.0 or O, an AI-enabled platform digitizing our cultural and natural heritage, ensuring that moving into an AI-ready future does not mean leaving our history behind. This is just a start. We recently approved funding for many AI-related projects related to making sure that AI will understand different Filipino dialects. Itanong or Itanong was developed, a system enabling everyday Filipinos to ask questions in natural language and receive direct answers from government databases. AI is a bridge, not a barrier. Project Gabay, our AI-powered weather forecasting system that delivers neighborhood-level resolution, updates every 15 minutes, and offers lead times up to 14 days. This is a model trained by Filipinos for Philippine typhoons to save Filipino lives. ASTI is working with Pagasa for this. Dimer, our AI as a service platform, enabling researchers and businesses to reuse trained models rather than reinventing the wheel. If you're familiar with App Store or Google Play Store, Timer would actually show the different AI models developed by DOST, ASTI, and many others. And if you see that the data used is similar to yours, you can use that model, essentially making sure that we can apply AI now and not wait for a supercomputer for you and to upskill your employees. Lastly, as an example, Program Propel, our commercialization vehicle dedicated to moving research out of the laboratory and into the hands of the public with an AI app called Wanna Know to find out the various technology and business opportunities in our program. Beyond ASTI, platforms on disaster risk reduction like GeoRisk PH, Hazard Hunter PH, and PlanSmart gives us world-class, internationally recognized tools for disaster resilience. This is what a whole of government ecosystem looks like. Not flashy gimmicks, but dozens of reliable tools making government smarter, faster, and more human. Algorithms and server racks are the easy part. People are the real investment. Through Akabay PH, we have trained over 400 researchers, public servants, and MSME practitioners in year one alone. Through the Balik Scientist Program, we are bringing world-class Filipino talent back home to help solve local challenges. Through Ignite, or AI Ignite, we are guiding our MSMEs, the backbone of our economy, from AI awareness to prototype development. To our students and young researchers here in Iloilo, there is a place for you in this ecosystem right now. Western Visayas is leading by example. You were the first region in the country whose Regional Development Council launched a dedicated AI action plan from 2025 to 2030. You adopted a pioneering AI governance and ethics policy, establishing safeguards for high-risk applications in hiring, lending, and public safety. And you backed that policy with action, establishing 5 high-performance computing facilities across ISA2, Aklan State University, Northern Iloilo State University, West Visayas State University, and DOST, Western Visayas. High-level computing is no longer something you have to go to Manila to find. Moving forward, capability means nothing without trust. AI is a tool. Left ungoverned, it can widen gaps just as easily as it can close them. That is why our national strategy and Western Visayas regional policy insist on 4 uncompromising standards: transparency, explainability, human oversight, and accountability. We are actively working with Congress to turn these regional lessons into national law. Ladies and gentlemen, the Philippines has chosen a clear, deliberate path, a human-centered approach to artificial intelligence. Not AI for its own sake, but AI in true service of the Filipino. Albert Einstein said that imagination is more important than knowledge. But knowledge is limited, but imagination can conquer the world. So ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the technology, innovate so that we can help solve real-world problems, not only here in the Western Visayas, but the whole country, and perhaps this can be applied as well in other parts of the globe. Maraming pong salamat sa inyo. Congratulations for this event. Mabuhay po ang agham na ramdam para sa bayan.
We thank Dr. Renato Solidum Jr., Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, for his outstanding keynote speech during this year's AIFest 2026. To show our appreciation, we would like to award a special certificate to Dr. Renato. To award the certificate, we kindly request the presence of Dr. Lilian Diana B. Pareño, Regional Chairperson, Regional Association of State Universities and Colleges 6, and Engineer Rowan R. Helonga, Regional Director of DOST Region 6, to come on stage and award our keynote speaker.
Thank you very much once again, Dr. Renato Solidum Jr., the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology. We are truly honored with your presence here in this iconic event. We've gotten a glimpse of everything that's happening in today's technology landscape here in the Philippines through Dr. Renato's keynote message. And it is evident why Western Visayas and the Philippines continue to thrive throughout its science and technology sectors. Now, for the information of everyone, we are airing live via the Facebook pages of AIFest, that's AIFest Official via Facebook, and the DOST Western Visayas Facebook page. That is powered by CableStar. Thank you very much, CableStar. Okay, let's do a crowd check first before we have our plenary sessions. Are you ready for AIFest 2026? I'm sure you are. One more time. Are you ready for AIFest 2026? There you go. I'm excited as well. But before we move on, let's have a photo opportunity first because we want this momentous event to be remembered forever. So we will be having our photo and video team right here on the stage. Am I correct? And then we will be taking photos of everyone in the hall. That will be a photo and video shoot. So flash your best smiles, everyone. All right, I'll be waiting for the cue of our photo and video team. Shall we ask them to stand? Everyone, kindly stand for our photo opportunity, please. So everyone, this is also your attendance check. So I am in the picture, I'm in the AIFest 2026. Let's go. Again, we'll have our photo and video opportunities. Thank you very much to our photo and video teams. Let's have a photo first. You can see your smiles on the screen right there. So please flash your best smiles. Let's have a photo first, then we'll be having a video opportunity. All right, thank you for the photos. We'll have a video. I have one request. Everyone will say all together, AIFest 2026. Let's have a rehearsal. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go! Very good, pero practice pa lang yon. Okay, let's have the final take. Please give me a cue. Are we ready? Video? Okay, everyone, in 3, 2, 1! Thank you very much, everyone. You may take your seats. Wow. Thank you as well to our photo and video teams. Madamo gid. Nga salamat. And of course, my dear friends, no celebration in Iloilo is ever complete without honoring our vibrant culture and history. And so, to set the stage and open the festivities of AIFest 2026 with energy, rhythm, and pride, please join me in welcoming the 2025 champion of the Dinagyang Tribe Competition from La Paz National High School, our pride, Tribo Paghidaet!
Pagidait upod kay Senyor Santo Niño. Salamat sa bugay mo, Senyor Santo Niño. Viva! 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 Dinagyang Festival!
Once again, Tribo Paghidaet! What a way to open our AIFest 2026! Madamong nga salamat, our Dinagyang 2025 champions. Thank you very much. To all our visitors, Iloilo Dinagyang Festival is celebrated every fourth weekend of January in honor of Señor Santo Niño. So we hope to see you next year because we take pride in our Iloilo Dinagyang Festival, having won and performed in competitions here and abroad. Thank you very much, Tribo Pagidayat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you are enjoying AIFest 2026. That's more than enough energy to wake us up for a full day of learnings, of innovation, and of brilliant ideas. And we're really just getting started. Our first plenary session turns to a big question. Now, here's the question. What opportunities does AI hold for the Philippines and for the ASEAN? And there's no way to better open this conversation than with experts who put AI to work every single day.
Our first plenary speaker for Session 1 is currently a professor of artificial intelligence at the Department of Computer Science, University of the Philippines, Diliman. He is the founder and the current laboratory head of the Computer Vision and Machine Intelligence Group, or CVMIG, of the same department, where he leads a group of research students focused on the application of machine learning to solve problems in healthcare, environment, and education. His current research interests include underwater computer vision, intelligent control of underwater autonomous vehicles, swarm robotics and computation, and deep reinforcement learning. He is concurrently the academic head of UP Diliman's Artificial Intelligence Program, which was set up in 2022, offering Masters of Engineering in Artificial Intelligence and Philippine AI. The program already produced 40 Masters of Engineering in AI graduates and at present has 32 PhDs and close to 250 Masters of Engineering in Artificial Intelligence students. He is also the co-founder of Fisheye Analytics, a university spin-off launched in late 2019, together with Dr. Laura David, director of UP Marine Science Institute, whose mission is to address pressing problems in marine biodiversity preservation by providing AI tools for environmental monitoring, assessment, and rehabilitation. To talk about navigating the AI landscape, emerging trends, issues, and implications for academia, industry, and government. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the academic head of the Artificial Intelligence Program from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Dr. Prospero C. Naval Jr.
Thank you very much. Okay, so good morning, DOST officials, colleagues, fellow educators, researchers, developers, and leaders in technology. So over the past 10 years, we have seen our AI transition from a specialized academic discipline into an engine driving technological and economic disruption. So in this presentation this morning, I will briefly talk about two emerging trends in AI that are beginning to further drive this global disruption. I also want to discuss how the interplay between academe, industry, and government, the triple helix, is essential for building sovereign AI capability. And finally, I will also talk about how we are deploying production-grade AI systems to tackle real-world challenges in climate resilience and marine conservation. So let's start with the very definition of artificial intelligence. So AI is the discipline concerned with designing computational systems that perceive environmental state, reason over structured or unstructured representations, formulate decisions, and execute actions to achieve quantifiable goal-directed metrics. In the lower panel, I give two examples of AI application. First one, on the left, is a real-time perception, deliberation, action loop in autonomous vehicles navigating dynamic physical space. And the second one is a multimodal biomedical imaging system where model predictions, directly inform clinical interventions. Both of these examples, what happened? So both of these examples rely on computational structures that bridge symbolic knowledge representations with non-symbolic deep neural representations. Have the slide, please. So I'm going a little bit more technical than usual because I understand that many of the people here are AI savvy, so you will understand what I'm going to talk about. Have the slides, please. We have a technical problem during this technical presentation. Let's wait. Let's see how our technical guys can fix, or how fast can they fix this. Anyway, while the general public equates AI almost exclusively with Gen AI, large language models, ChatGPT, and the like, we practitioners, all of us here, most of us here, understand what LLMs are. They're just a component of the entire structure. To build robust production systems, we combine computer vision, natural language understanding with reinforcement learning, logic, and neuroscience-inspired neural network architectures. So let's wait for the slides. I want to talk about two emerging trends. Okay. So the first one is what we call agentic AI. So there are two things, two emerging trends. Agentic AI. The second one is physical AI. So in the next few years, expect a lot of exciting developments in these two areas. So let's examine the architectural paradigm shift towards agentic AI. So unlike the standard model inference call, which we are all familiar with when we use ChatGPT, where you supply a prompt and receive a static response. An agentic AI system operates as an autonomous state machine, and it is comprised of 4 functional components. First is perception and reactivity. So it observes the environment and dynamically adjusts the execution paths. So unlike the static LLM where you prompt it and it gives you a static response, this one reacts, it adjusts to what is being perceived by the agent. Then you have memory architectures. You utilize short-term context windows alongside long-term vector graphs, databases, these vector databases that we make to maintain state across multi-step workflows. Third is reasoning and planning. We break down the high-level directives into execution trees, or if you're familiar with this, directed acyclic graphs. And finally, tool utilization. The agent is not limited to its own internal parameters. It programmatically executes API calls, queries databases, interprets and executes code in sandbox environments, and interacts directly with external web interfaces. So now the focus is shifting from prompt engineering to orchestration of robust agentic execution loops, fallback handler design, and state persistence. So, so what's the difference between the two, generative AI and agentic AI? We are familiar with Gen AI. Gen AI is passive and synchronous. It follows a human-initiated prompt and then response pattern, while agentic AI is active and asynchronous. So it enters an iterative execution loop until a desired terminal state is reached. When it comes to output, Gen AI generates content, text, code, speech, music, videos, movies, okay? While agentic AI generates actions, state updates, and task achievements. When it comes to architecture, Gen AI is typically a single model. You have the usual DeepSeek, the free, the proprietary OpenAI models, Claude, and so on. You have also the open source models, the Chinese ones, which are already very good. In fact, the top one right now is Kimi 3.0, at least for now. Expect that another one will come up in the next few weeks. So agentic AI, on the other hand, is a multi-component system that combines models, orchestration logic, vector memory, and tool integration. So there's a transition from passive generation of outputs, okay, to active execution. So it now executes in your behalf, and this drives automation to greater heights. Now the next emerging frontier is physical AI, which is interacting with the physical world. So beyond digital agent, we have this physical AI that brings embodied intelligence into the real world. It merges foundation, vision, language, action models. It's not just vision, it's not just language models. You combine vision and language, okay, and also action. So you now have robots that directly act from vision and language together with real-time sensor fusion, motor control, and physical actuators. Now, unlike the traditional AI systems that merely describe or simulate world states, physical AI use machines, physical machines, like drones, industrial manipulators, surgical robots, to safely and accurately manipulate the physical environment. So these two themes, I think, are going to be very important in the coming years: agentic AI and physical AI. They will dominate the AI scene, and I challenge all of you to get into either or both areas. And you might think, I don't have a robot, no problem. Just download OpenClaw or Hermes, and in the coming months we'll have more competitors from this, and you just need a modest computer to be able to run this agentic AI frameworks. Now let's talk about the triple helix model for innovation. How do we as a nation harness these advanced technologies without becoming perpetually dependent on imported IP, as mentioned by our keynote speaker, on proprietary black box APIs? The answer lies in this triple helix model of innovation, adopted here to reflect our ecosystem in the country. So we have here the different players. The ICT, DOST, DTI, alphabetical order, okay? Higher education institutions, companies, MSMEs. These systems, these ecosystems will have to collaborate for us to have a sustainable tech sovereignty. This requires synchronization among these three different sectors. So the universities, the HEIs, should be conducting fundamental blue sky R&D, building sovereign, that's not foreign, just the opposite of sovereign foundational models, curating local data sets, and training high caliber talent. Second is industry and corporations. They should be co-innovating, scaling technology, commercializing academic spin-offs, and driving economic productivity. And of course, we have government, funding from government for strategic R&D initiatives, providing sandbox environments, modernizing public infrastructure, and crafting forward-looking regulations. These together, these three helices, when they interlock, help academic research move out of conference and journal papers into production systems that benefit our local community. Let me share with you this study from UNESCO. It was a 2024 UNESCO comparative review that studied national strategies of many nations, and these revealed three important pillars of higher education involvement. First is human capital cultivation. 94% of analyzed countries rely directly on universities for AI workforce readiness. It's obvious. So the universities gave birth to AI talent. Where else will you get the AI talent? But from the universities. Of course, you can have training, but training is very specialized. Say you learn how to use this particular tool, this particular set of algorithms. But when you are presented with another problem, you have only a hammer, and everything looks like a hammer. So you need all the different methodologies in AI, and it takes effort. And not just effort, but you need the fundamentals, you need the mathematics, you need the programming, you need knowledge of algorithms to be able to read academic papers so that you don't get obsolete. Okay? So nowadays, anyone can just download GPT and be an expert. But what's your differentiator? Your differentiator, if you go through an AI education, will be your knowledge of advanced mathematics, which will allow you to read the latest and greatest so far, algorithms. Otherwise, if you rely just on training, you'll have to keep on going to these groups that train you, and there's nothing wrong with that, but there's no substitute for honest to goodness AI education in the universities for now. Number two, research innovation research, innovation, and sovereign models. Approximately 91% of national AI innovation strategies rely on university-led research. Why? Because commercial entities naturally prioritize short-term ROIs. Universities have the mandate to pursue high-risk, high-reward foundational research. Furthermore, the academy is essential for developing sovereign models, training open weight models on local linguistic corpora, regional dialects, and indigenous knowledge that global tech companies tend to ignore. Next slide, please. Number 3 is data and cultural sovereignty. Nearly half of surveyed nations look to academic institutions to establish ethical and regulatory frameworks. Universities act as neutral, rigorous third-party auditors to evaluate algorithms for bias, safety, and security. Moreover, academic institutions lead the creation of scientific data sets such as marine biodiversity catalogs, local climate data, and Philippine corpora, ensuring that our national assets remain protected and ethically utilized. Now, I'll speak a little about our graduate programs in UP very quickly. So at UP Diliman, we have operationalized this mission of ours. We established dedicated graduate degree programs designed specifically to address the acute shortage of advanced AI engineering talent in our country. We already have, since 2022, 40 graduates, and I invite you to apply, to join us, so you can enlist in our Master of Engineering in AI or PhD in Engineering in AI, where we actively build a talent pipeline that Philippine companies and government agencies need. So this is our lineup of our AI faculty. So our program brings together 21 faculty members across various disciplines. So it's very heavy in engineering. It's a very heavy engineering flavor because we believe that the intermingling of engineering and science as well, plus AI, is going to significantly impact industry. So we have experts from electrical engineering that build custom VLSI machine learning hardware accelerators, embedded IoT systems, natural language processing frameworks, spatial, digital twins, and experts also in AI ethics. We have as well 8 research laboratories: robotics, my lab, CVME, DSP laboratory, and so on. So these laboratories produce solutions that tackle complex end-to-end engineering problems that utilize AI technology. Now, 27 years ago, I established, under the Department of Computer Science, the country's very first formally organized AI research laboratory. So that was 1999, and people were looking at us, what are you doing, etc. And we didn't really care. We just enjoyed doing AI. So over these 27 years, we have more than 200 peer-reviewed publications published in journals and conferences, more than 350 projects, 2 startups, actually 3 startups. That's a typographical error. And our focus has been consistently on real-world applications. So if you take a look at under the logo, you have there, AI at the service of humanity. That has been our goal since the very start. AI, not for the sake of AI, is very hard to compete against the top universities abroad, but we want to leverage this technology, apply this technology at the service of humanity. So we sort of anticipated or preceded the so-called SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which came out in 2015. So we are 16 years ahead in a way. So in the next few slides or several slides, I will talk about case studies, two case studies. One, how we apply AI for marine conservation. So the first is AI for marine health monitoring. The Philippines sits at the epicenter of the Coral Triangle, the global center of marine biodiversity. Marine ecosystems directly sustain our food security and coastal economics. To enforce sustainable fishing, that is SDG number 12, and conserve marine life, that's SDG number 14, marine biologists must accurately assess fish populations, species diversity, and biomass density, which they measure in metric tons per square kilometer. Now, there is a challenge here. Okay? Traditionally, marine monitoring relies on manual underwater fish visual census. Fish experts swim, dive, swim along a transect line with a slate, counting and sizing fishes. Imagine, there are 3,000 species of fish in the country. You need to memorize all these names. You have to identify them on site. They're all swimming, moving inside an imaginary area, 5 by 5 meter area. So that is very challenging. And there are very few experts in the country. From a data engineering standpoint, this approach has serious bottlenecks. The first one is the expertise bottleneck. The Coral Triangle holds more than 2,000 or 3,000 species of fish. Identifying, counting fast-moving fish in real time requires many years of specialized training. That's your expertise bottleneck. Then you have the problem of subjectivity and variance. Two divers together, expert divers, side by side, serving the same section of the reef, frequently give significantly different estimates because there's a lot of subjectivity there. Third, physical constraints. You dive, I dive. I've done about 150 or so dives. The diver bottom time is strictly limited by depth and compression safety. So roughly about an hour per dive, depending on the depth, of course. And then finally, observer bias, which is very important. The physical presence in bubbles of scuba divers alter fish behavior. They drive away the target species, leading to systematic undercounting. So what is the solution? To solve this, our lab developed Fish Eye. This is an integrated hardware and software computer vision solution. This is the world's first semi-automated AI-assisted fish visual system with 5 international patents. So we are the first one. We have deployed in the US, of course the Philippines. We have deployed in Indonesia. We have deployments in Saudi Arabia. So the deployment consists of a standard low-cost underwater stereo camera setup. It records high-resolution video without human divers present, eliminating observer bias. Then the video feed is ingested by our Fish Eye data analyzer, which is a specialized deep learning pipeline that performs the following tasks: automated bounding box detection and tracking, species identification, 3D stereogeometry sizing, so here you have the actual output of Fish Eye, the Fish Eye processing engine in real time. Notice that the bounding overlay the model detects a fish species, estimates its bounding box and applies stereogeometry to determine its precise physical length. And then you can also estimate the biomass, even the biomass density over a unit area. So the biomass density is broken down into indicator and target fish species. Now, all these are sort of not really very useful unless you have decision support analytics. Here we have plotted detected fish length distributions against known maturity thresholds. If an area shows that the target commercial species, like for example your favorite groupers or snappers, are predominantly below mature length thresholds, then the LGUs should know that fishing must remain close to prevent stock collapse. And in the following slide, the telemetry is aggregated into a cloud platform that local coastal communities can track temporal trends in total target and indicator biomass over months and years, providing them with evidence-based, sustainable ocean governance. Our second case study is AI-assisted thunderstorm early warning system. The DOST approached our laboratory during the pandemic. We started in 2021 and finished in 2023. And this was, of course, for Pag-asa. So it addresses climate resilience and disaster mitigation. This is SDG number 13. So in tropical environments like the Philippines, severe storms and localized thunderstorms occur daily, particularly during monsoon months. These storms bring torrential rainfall, flash floods, and hazardous lightning strikes, causing severe economic disruption, and also endangering lives. We have heard of people being struck or killed by lightning. Can we avoid that? Answer is yes, we have tools for that using AI. So the Pag-asa operates a network of 19 Doppler radar stations across the archipelago. However, operational meteorologists face a serious human-in-the-loop bottleneck. They're very good analysts, but they're very few. Analyzing raw volumetric Doppler radar scans manually requires high level of expertise and significant time. The problem here is that when there are multiple severe weather cells developing across the different regions, of course, they will prioritize Manila, Cebu, the major cities. What about those municipalities out there that are, not so well known or less prominent? The weather specialists will not have the manpower to be able to assist them. All the data is there. Now the question is, can we automate the process? And this is what we just did. Let's skip this. This is our data. Slide. Yeah. Okay, so we have here the data coming from the Doppler radar. Actually, this is the process data. These are the process data. The three products called moments. You have these three moments: corrected reflectivity, which indicates precipitation density, and storm intensity based on echo amplitude, radial velocity, and spectrum width. These are the information that we send to our machine learning framework. Given this information and together with this machine learning framework for lightning nowcasting, we have an algorithm that can predict lightning strikes. Is this useful? Yes, of course. Oh, for what? For airports. For airports. So Pag-asa supplies information to the airports. Okay, whether there's going to be a lightning strike in that area, the vicinity of the airport, in advance. Can we help them? Yes, we have this algorithm now, which is the lightning nowcasting system, which uses specialized spatial temporal neural network architectures. And the model learns the nonlinear fluid dynamics, cloud electrification physics, and advection patterns to give a prediction. So the output is a sequence of predictive spatial probability maps forecasting the exact formation, movement, and decay of lightning strikes in 10-minute increments up to 60 minutes in advance. So you can predict whether an area will be hit by lightning 60 minutes in advance. So the predictive model is presented as an interactive, production-ready GIS dashboard for Pag-asa specialists. This dashboard gives us probabilistic forecasting. And the risk areas are bounded by confidence contours, okay, such as the following, such as what is shown here. And on the next slide, you see here how this translates into localized risks curves. A disaster manager, for example, in a specific municipality, like a certain town there in Nueva Ecija, can click their location and view the temporal histogram. They can see the historical observed strike density and the model's forward projection from 10 to the next 40 minutes. And when the forward probability exceeds a certain threshold, such as 80% for 15 minutes in advance, automated SMS can be triggered immediately. Well, this part has not been implemented yet, but it's, I think, very easy. So to summarize, whether we are observing marine life underwater with stereo computer vision or forecasting storms or thunderstorms from radar telemetry, my message is the following. AI is powerful when it is applied, grounded, and sovereign. Emphasis on the sovereign part. AI systems, as mentioned by our secretary, that work elsewhere may not work properly under Philippine conditions. So this is the sovereign AI aspect of AI. Now, as AI engineers, developers, and AI practitioners, we hold the technical expertise required to transform raw models into life-saving, economic boosting infrastructure. No need to build the models. They are there. Just use them. And we have the infrastructure. We need to monetize, to use these models to create new businesses. I encourage everyone here to collaborate across the triple helix, reach out to our universities, partner with industries, and build systems with government agencies. Let's build intelligent systems that don't just generate text or images or videos, but actively support our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prospero C. Naval Jr., for sharing your noteworthy insights on navigating the AI landscape through emerging trends, issues, implications for academe, industry, and government. At this point, we welcome our second plenary speaker for Session 1 here on stage. He is a serial technology entrepreneur, venture builder, and enterprise transformation leader with decades of experience across Silicon Valley and the Philippines. Over the course of his career, he has founded and scaled multiple technology companies, including 3 successful startup exits, and held an early leadership role in emerging technology investments at Intel. He is also the founder and CEO of NMBLR, an enterprise AI company that helps organizations build, own, and scale AI across their business. with the foundation, capabilities, and systems needed to create measurable outcomes and maintain control of their AI advantage. Paying it forward to the local technology ecosystem, he also serves as the founder and president of DevCon Philippines. As the nation's biggest developer community and tech volunteer nonprofit, DevCon leads over 60,000 community members across 13 locations nationwide, driving community-led impact through high-impact hackathons, intensive code camps, and developer summits. To talk about whether the Philippines can lead in AI, turning talent into global advantage, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the founder of DevConnect Philippines Incorporated, Mr. Winston Damarillo.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I think if you measure what AI can replace based on what we actually do today, alam mo lang tatalo sa dinagyang nitong Iloilo. And your food and your people. So I have to say, for everyone worried about AI, I think Iloilo is very, very safe. Good afternoon. I'm going to talk to you about how we can turn AI into an advantage. And as you may have heard, my background is technology. So I'm a geek and I'm dying to talk about AI. But today, I'll talk a little bit of a different topic. I think we'll talk about how we could, as a country, win in the AI race, the role we play, and what is necessary for us to not just be a participant of AI, but to lead it. No? So let's start with that. So as a technologist, I have had the opportunity to build a few companies. One of them was acquired by IBM, and it's now part of the IBM WebSphere. And I have to say, I'm so envious with the young people these days because I think as a technologist or as an entrepreneur, you have so many tools, so many building blocks in your disposal to really win. And this is just to measure, no, to show you how big AI has become. No? First, the investments. Dami. A lot of people have invested money in AI. This year alone, about $500 billion will be invested in building data centers and AI platforms. But what's really, really exciting about those investments is that in 2030, this is expected to generate 15 trillion of new economy. And so what does that mean? That means that there's going to be opening for new opportunities for us. I think what's going to happen with AI is it will nurture human potential, and it will change every industry, it will change every job, and it's another opportunity for us because the winners are going to be redrawn all over again. So kung meron man tayong unrealized potential sa Philippines, I think this is an opportunity to take back and win again. No? And apart from all the advantage and disadvantage that we see in AI, one of the things we worry about at the World Economic Forum is AI just for emerging or developed country? Will countries like America and China win because they have the raw horsepower of investments they can put in AI? And so what about countries like the Philippines? Paano tayo? Like, what is the tool that we have as the Philippines to play in this role, right? So first of all, very quick things. It's already happening. If you're currently, I'll go auto-flip yung slide ko eh. I think it's AI. Anyway, so if you look at wage, people that know AI already make 62%. In my company, I have about 300 employees. 100% of all the software we write can only be written in Claude. So we ban any hand coding. So that's beginning to happen. Those who didn't want to do it has left, and those who are there is earning a lot more. And so AI is an essential tool. It's required by everyone to be a part of it. And we've also seen that AI has really propped the productivity of every single participant in the company. So this is what's different in this particular inflection point in AI. Dati-dati, a lot of the technologies that made the difference in the world, it's limited to the technologists. But in AI, everyone gets to participate. Everyone gets boosted. Not just our technologists, our business people, even our finance people. And so, the other thing that we've noticed in America and now becoming part of us is, marunong ka mag-AI, you're 8 times likely to move up in your job. So these are just statistics and it's just the beginning, right? So where do we play? What is the uniquely Filipino in this game of AI? Where can we win, right? I believe AI is a lot more about attitude than aptitude. I will talk about everything we have to learn, all the research labs, all the algorithms, context, memory, parameters, things to worry about AI. But what's amazing about AI is its availability. AI is available in open source. And AI has redefined the rules in that if you have the attitude, you will learn AI. If you have the attitude, you will excel in AI. You don't need to go to any universities to learn AI. Just learn it directly. But what underpins that, that's uniquely Filipino, right? Is the human part of AI. The premium is no longer going to be on the LLMs or the models or not even the harness, right? Those can all be built. The premium, just like our amazing, energetic dinagyang dancers, is the human interface of AI. And this is where Filipinos can excel. First of all, the language of AI is English. We all speak English quite well. Second, the one thing that AI is still struggling to learn is things like empathy, things like taste and design. And more importantly, AI always needs a human interface, and humans that interface with AI requires adaptability. There is no person in the world, and I'm an OFW, there's no person in the world that's more adaptive than the Filipino worker. So kaya natin to. I think we can be taking our spot in the world of AI. I think it's a little bit different than what America and China is doing. It's a lot more about what we can do on the human part of the human in the loop and AI. And so, as a country, I still don't know how to click. Okay, as a country, to oversimplify, right? Let's oversimplify so we can all sit down and say, paano ba ako? What's my role in AI? Right? I got in all these conferences and everybody wows you about AI, di ba? But what's really important is for us to understand, where's my role in AI? What can we do? How can we be a part of it, right? So, 3 things. I think that's really simple. First, I think the Philippines has the opportunity and should take the role of becoming one of the capital countries for, I think it's called forward deployed engineers for now, but really just AI practitioners or AI professionals. We need to evolve very quickly to become a country where we have the most number of practitioners that has the aptitude and the attitude and the cultural advantage to help people catch up with AI. When you talk about businesses, when you talk about enterprises, everybody's struggling with one thing. They're having a hard time catching up with AI. And even if their boardrooms are forcing them to learn and be aggressive and to implement AI, some companies even measure performance by the number of tokens their employees are using. They're still having a hard time bridging the gap between what we do as human beings and what AI can do to automate and accelerate the functions of our task. And between that is a forward deployed engineer. Between that is a human professional that is very much in the wheelhouse of Filipinos if we decide to take that on. Second is we have to nurture and support even more AI entrepreneurship. Building startups has become super cheap. You know, when I built my first startup, 25 years ago, it took us $10 million, 11 months to write an application server. If you write another platform today, it will take 5 conversations, 1 million Claude tokens, and 15 minutes to do it. So the time to market and the time to execution of any innovation these days have significantly been compressed. And what differentiates entrepreneurs, and what I think Filipino entrepreneurs will be good at, is we understand business problems. We are service-minded in nature, and we communicate and articulate better than our peers in the technology space. So there is no better time for Philippines to build more startups. These startups are going to be cheaper, and these startups can be done regionally, can even be done locally, and it's something that we should start nurturing. And third, is we should increase. One of the things that's beginning to worry me is that with work from home and virtual working and all of that, we've stopped collaborating as much as we should. And I think this is the time for us to wake up again, do technology development, and work together. Be in places, like sit down on a table, do hackathons, build products, support each other. I think the bayanihan ecosystems that combine ideas, businesses, government, capital, that's becoming essential, even more than ever in the Philippines. Someday I'll figure out how to use this. So, a couple of things, just reading down the formulas. I think we have an opportunity to convert about 800,000 BPO workers to be the best FDE capital of the world. We have the service DNA, yun yung premium ng AI, right? We have STEM engineering graduates every year. I think we have to upskill quite dramatically. Again, for me, what's great about AI is that it continuously evolves. What's challenging about AI is we all have to continue to learn. What you know today about the infrastructure and the architecture of AI will very rapidly be replaced. So we need to continue to increase our velocity of upskilling. But what's nice about it is that we can now easily explain and translate technologies to any industry, anywhere we want to go. The other thing that's becoming more and more interesting is this idea of a solo entrepreneur. Now, the Philippines actually, we're a capital of freelancers, and daming freelancers in the Philippines. We create automation, we create content, and we do work on a task basis. I think it's time to move a little bit beyond tasks and build solutions so that we're billing by the solution, not by the hour. And AI really enables that for you. And there are just 5 examples I can show here. A lot of people in the US, when they do marketing, they need an agency. A lot of people now can create content and automate the creation of that content, posting on Facebook, optimizing that post, and generating revenue for the world. We're good in that, actually, in the Philippines. I think things like creating MSME books, we're exploring right now, as an example, to take the K-12 curriculum of the Philippines, distill that into open-weight AIs, and then deliver tutors from around the world, right? It's not hard to do anymore. It's cheap, easy. There's a lot of opportunities in that space. I think e-commerce, people are becoming more and more eager about micro e-commerce. I think agri and other vertical solutions can now be available for us. So go build startups. It's a lot easier now. I've talked to a group last night in Iloilo, the Chamber of Commerce, and shared with them this idea of microfinancing, the idea of crowdfunding, right? And building startups right here in Iloilo. And do that in a bayanihan way, right? Have playbooks, share them. Open the doors, get other Filipino startups to work together and have other Filipino startups to ship together. So this is the opportunity in the Philippines alone. Wield an AI tool. Anyone's fine. Use Codex from OpenAI. My favorite's Claude. because I like their engineering mindset, or anything, right? Any of the open weight Chinese models, they're really good. And what's in store for you is that 85% of the businesses that think they can take advantage from AI has not taken advantage yet. So the room is huge. That's still available here in the Philippines. And it doesn't have to be super complex. It just needs to address a known business. Now, Secretary Solidum talked a little bit earlier too about problems we have unique to our country, right? Things like typhoon forecasting, food security, or climate resilience. If I were starting out today and I just graduated, I will wield the AI that talks to me the most, whether it's Claude or OpenAI. And I would, before I start building a business, solve a problem that I can solve with technology. And you don't have to look far. Just look around in your neighborhood, right? And you can see that. But it's really, really important to get started and do that. So, AI opportunities doesn't have to be big and complex. AI opportunities abound. And AI entrepreneurship doesn't have to be in Silicon Valley. It could be right here in Iloilo. So the formula is kind of simple. Let's get as many people to become geeks as much as we can. Let's accelerate and amplify the human capital. We're doing something about this. DevCon, for those of you who are members of DevCon, thank you. I think Iloilo is one of our most vibrant chapter. For those of you who are not yet member of DevCon, if you're interested, come join us. But the first step is to learn together. AI cannot be taught by universities alone. AI is best learned among peers because there's no faster velocity to learn AI to doing that. And not just learning about AI, but consuming, productizing, and innovating using AI. Second, look for platform companies you can relate to. Tayo sa Pilipinas, we have one. I built a company called Nimbler, and the idea of Nimbler is to create a harness that is specifically built for Filipino and Filipino businesses. But there are a lot of really great harness, right? Before I built Nimbler, the ecosystem that Google Gemini provided was my favorite. AI Studio was an inspiration. There are a lot of other harnesses you can work with, but work on platforms. This is good because your job can be repeated and your output can be predictable. And then third is infrastructure. DOST is amazing, quietly amazing about how much infrastructure they're providing for us to succeed. There are AI facilities that nurture us in our iHubs and our TBIs. Go hang out there. Work with DOST. And DOST is not stopping. I think they're starting lang with the most pressing problems that they can fix in the country. But DOST is already thinking about which models they can use to make available off-grid, so it can be truly sovereign for us. DOST is already thinking about how they refine the data so we can have a very grounded retrieval augmented generation data source so that the solutions we create is truly grounded for the country. And DOST is continuing to ask questions in how they can help even more. So we're actually very fortunate here in the Philippines that we have organizations like DevCon, we have startup ecosystems like Nimbler, and we have the pillar of our AI strategy, DOST, to make this real for us. So it's here. It's actually doable. And so that part's there. This is my mandate for everyone. It's call to action for everyone. Like, what can I do if I want to be a part of this, right? Not just a spectator of this. First, create, don't consume. Don't just consume, right? Use AI, use it to build something. The most exciting part of AI is the generative part of AI, right? Not the chat part of AI. To generate something. It could be an app, could be content, could be video, and it could be platform for something else. Right? But do it today. Do it in small items and do a lot of it. Second, take the risk. What's really exciting that's working in Silicon Valley now is the idea of micro and solo entrepreneurs. And that fits us. Mahilig tayo sa MSME. But that also fits you if you're a scientist or an entrepreneur, because by going solo and by going micro, it forces you to think about the entire discipline of entrepreneurship. And what you have today in the AI era that we never had before in my time is that AI augments what you don't have. AI will teach you how to do marketing. AI will teach you how to do accounting. AI will write the spreadsheets for you. That way, you and your agentic co-founders can build startups. Try solo first, because it really opens your mind. I do it myself. Even when my startups that I build today, I do it myself first before I invite my teammates. The other is this idea that this is a race. And it's really, really important to have foundations that come from our schools and universities. It's not enough. And even more important, learn fast. Learn quickly. Right? What we thought was a winner in ChatGPT last year, it's no longer the best this year. And what we think to be the best in class in Claude today may not be the future tomorrow, in just 1 year. So I think it's a lot less about what you know, it's a lot more about how fast you can learn. And how fast you can learn is actually gated by your ability to learn with your peers. So while we encourage solo entrepreneurship, we highly encourage this bayanihan way of building things. Right? That's the mandate. And if you do that, I think we'll win. And we don't have to win and beat Silicon Valley. I think we just have to win. Right? We need to create an industry larger than our BPO industry today. We need a software industry that's larger than our current software industry today. And when we saw that 150 trillion of new GDP, and if we build that in the Philippines, we will be well on our way to become economically more successful. So this is the thing that I have always go around. I'm itching to talk about technology because I'm a geek, but sometimes it's also more fun to talk about how we can all build technologies together. And this is my strong advice to everyone. Be a part of the AI revolution. Don't just consume it, go create something. So in the spirit of that, DevCon and Nimbler is offering you something. It's a free scholarship to learn Claude. We have built a training module for free that will allow you to learn fundamentals of Claude, and then we'll pay for your exams to learn Claude. So for those who are interested, DevCon in our 17th year, we're offering everyone to apply to learn Claude. In this particular program, we'll offer 3 things. Right? We'll help you become proficient in Claude. We'll get you certified. We'll offer you a job. We'll have a freelance job offer for anyone who passes in Claude. And then we'll tool you up. People that pass the program will get access to pro versions of Claude and Google Gemini. So I really want to thank Iloilo. You know, your energy here is contagious. It's really amazing. Your food is great, and your people is even better with all your smiles and being so hospitable. So maraming salamat, Iloilo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winston L. Damarillo, for providing our audience with insightful knowledge on whether the Philippines can lead in AI, turning talent into global advantage. We move towards our third speaker for the first plenary session of this year's AIFest 2026. She holds a bachelor's degree in international studies, majoring in international relations and diplomacy from Far Eastern University or FEU Manila. She previously served as a community development officer at D-Waste Solutions, where she supported the implementation of sustainable waste management initiatives. She also worked as a project officer for the livelihood program of the Grain Foundation for PWDs Incorporated, a project funded by the Korea International Cooperation Agency, where she contributed to community-based livelihood development initiatives. She currently serves as a project manager at the ASEAN Youth Organization Social Enterprise, where she leads and manages regional programs focused on youth empowerment, leadership development, and sustainable development across Southeast Asia. She is also the project lead for the AI Ready ASEAN initiative under the ASEAN Youth Organization, a regional capacity building program funded by the ASEAN Foundation and Google.org. Under her leadership, the project has reached more than 387,000 beneficiaries through AI awareness campaigns and has enrolled over 52,000 learners in comprehensive AI literacy training through the AI class platform, advancing responsible and inclusive AI education across the region. We welcome the program manager of the ASEAN Youth Organization as she talks about building AI-ready communities in ASEAN. Please give a round of applause for Miss Lijay Ann L. Abrigar.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is truly a pleasure to be here today, and I am deeply honored to share this stage with such amazing experts and resource speakers. My name is Lijay Ann Abrigar, and today I will be discussing our AI Ready ASEAN project and how it contributes to building AI Ready communities across the ASEAN region. So before I begin, I would like to share a brief disclaimer. My academic background is not engineering or computer science, so I'm not like very technical, but my expertise lies primarily in capacity building, community engagement, and program implementation. And I believe that this perspective is equally important because at the end of the day, artificial intelligence is not only about technology, it is about people. So it is about ensuring that communities are equipped with the knowledge, skills, and opportunities they need in this era. And I think that is precisely what the AI Ready ASEAN program aims to achieve. But before I discuss the program, I would like to introduce my organization first. I am from the ASEAN Youth Organization. It is a youth-led organization that operates across ASEAN member states. Our work primarily focuses on international conferences, leadership development programs, cultural exchange, and community-based projects. Yeah, so if you want to be involved in our organization, just search us in Google and also in Facebook. And we also offer fully funded scholarships. Yeah, so as I said earlier, we do have a lot of programs, and we want to empower young people. This commitment to creating accessible opportunities across Southeast Asia eventually led us to one of our biggest programs, which is the AI Ready ASEAN. So, what is AI Ready ASEAN program? So, AI Ready ASEAN program is a regional initiative initiated by the ASEAN Foundation with the support of the Google.org. The program was designed to strengthen AI literacy and ensure that communities across Southeast Asia are prepared. The AYO is proud to serve as one of the local implementing partners here in the Philippines, and our team led the project implementation in Region 2, Region 4A, Caraga, and the cities of Malabon, Navotas, and Valenzuela. And of course, here in Region 6, as one of the areas we are especially proud to highlight today. So, the program has 5 key activities. One is the regional AI research, which is focused on gathering data and understanding the current situation of AI literacy across the region. The second is the Central AI Resource Hub, which you can search in the internet. It's the making of the AI class ASEAN website. This is the main platform of the program, and through this website, participants could access learning materials, activities, certificates completely free of charge. So you might want to check that out. The third activity is the training of trainers. So for AYO, we have 80 master trainers from different communities. So technically, we will teach them. And after that, in a way, they became the multipliers of knowledge. This is essentially the model of the program. We train leaders, and those leaders bring the knowledge back to their communities. The fourth one, we have policy convening, which I will explain later. And finally, we have the AI literacy training. Through this session, participants learn the basics and fundamentals of the artificial intelligence, responsible AI use, digital citizenship, and the practical ways AI can be used in everyday life. And beyond these key activities, of course, the aim of the project is to make sure that AI is ultimately about people. So, next part. So I just want to share the kind of milestone or progress update of the program. So first, I would like to, we opened up the call for master trainers last year in 2025. So our strategy was quite simple. We wanted to have master trainers representing different regions of the Philippines. And of course, we have also made a conscious efforts to encourage and prioritize the participation of women, reinforcing our, of course, commitment to inclusivity and equal opportunities. So this approach not only made the program more cost efficient, but also made our training sessions more accessible and relatable for learners from different communities. Because as we all know, the Philippines is incredibly diverse. We have different cultures and languages and dialects. So having local trainers allowed us to communicate more effectively. So yeah, the training of trainers was conducted in a hybrid format. We began with the first 22 modules in the AI class website online so that the master trainers from different provinces can attend. And afterward, the final 3 modules was conducted through face-to-face session back in October 2025 in Quezon City University, one of our biggest partner here in the program. So, yeah, the training of trainers also, we wanted them to feel that they were part of something bigger, that they were not only simply participants in the training program, but contributors to a regional movement that aims to make artificial intelligence more accessible and beneficial to everyone. Next slide, please. And yeah, another component of this program is also the policy convening. So we have regional policy convenings. It was already held in Indonesia, the first one. The second is in Malaysia last year. And the third one is here in the Philippines last February. And yeah, we're still looking for the next one. And I say that this key activity is one of the most important parts of the project because it serves as a bridge between what is happening on the ground and what is being discussed at the national, regional, and global level. So, yeah, I think I just want to tell this story. When the project started in February 2025, things were not that easy for us. From February until August, we had reached only around 100 beneficiaries out of our target of 320,000 people. So of course, that was that was really a big challenge for us. And we later discovered that other implementing partners also were experiencing the same. And then the second regional policy convening happened in Malaysia. During the event, we presented our results, challenges, and data that we gathered from the field. It's just so happened that the representative from the Department of Education were also there. And one of the findings that stood out was that the people in the Philippines were very interested in artificial intelligence. There was an excitement, curiosity, and a willingness to learn. However, engagement remained low because our reach was still very limited at that time. Unfortunately, Assistant Secretary Dex Galban was present during the discussion, and through that connection, after that policy convening, we were able to strengthen our partnership with the Department of Education, which later became one of the thriving forces behind the successful implementation of the project here in the Philippines. So yeah, we conducted also, because AYO is also a local implementing partner in Thailand. In Thailand, we were the one who conducted the national policy convening in partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. Next slide. So, yeah, for the AI literacy training activities, so this is how we roll out. While we were still waiting for the endorsement from the Department of Education, we work closely with our university partner first because, yeah, it's hard if there's no endorsement, right? So we utilize our partner university, private schools, local communities, youth organization, because many of our master trainers or local champions were also part of that organization. We were able to conduct numerous community-based training sessions as well. So looking back, I think this strategy was one of the reasons we were able to expand the program's reach. And instead of waiting for the opportunities to come to us, we brought the program directly to the communities. So that's the result. As of May 2026, AYO Philippines had already exceeded its original target. Out of our goal of reaching 320,000 beneficiaries of the AI awareness campaign, we successfully reached 387,373. And in terms of the enrollment on the AI learning platform, out of 48,000, we reached 52,345 participants and still counting. Yeah, I would also like to share that among all the participating countries in the AI Ready ASEAN program, the Philippines became the second country to achieve its target under the AI Ready ASEAN program. Yeah, so of course this achievement would not be possible without the support of our partners, master trainers, the Department of Education and such. Yeah. So we want to highlight this one. Can you go back po sa other slide? Next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see, we have face-to-face training sessions that we conducted in Region 2. So these activities gave us the opportunity to, directly engage with our participants. And unfortunately, we weren't able to do the face-to-face activities with Region 6 because I think at that time there's a change in the policy. So, yeah, but we're still very hopeful. In fact, we are looking forward to conducting more training session in the upcoming month. But Region 6 actually participated in our online training instead. So, that one, I also like to highlight Miss Nina. Miss Nina Kimpo is from Aklan. Miss Nina is not only a school head, but also a mother and a master trainer of our program. So, despite all of her responsibilities, she remained deeply committed to promoting AI literacy within her community. And I think the very approach that she used was that when the training of trainers ended, she practiced to teach the AI concepts in her own children. In that way, they became they became her very first learners, and this allowed her to observe their reactions, understand which topic were easy to understand, identify areas that needed improvement, and refine her teaching method. So after that, she expanded the training to her colleagues and eventually reached a much larger audience within her community. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide, please. And yes, finally, these photos show one of our face-to-face training session we conducted at Boracay National High School back in December. And the students there were very active and very energetic. And we also did the training in the Capiz State University. I believe Miss Rose is here. Yes, they are one of our partners also, and very active one. Next slide, please. While we certainly proud of these achievements, we also believe that it is equally important also to highlight some of the challenges we encountered. And to begin with, our biggest challenges involve infrastructures. Many schools struggled with poor internet connectivity and limited access to laptops and mobile devices. So this kind of became the major concern because, as we constantly asked ourselves, how can we encourage students to appreciate technology if they do not have the opportunity to experience it themselves? But, and another challenge is the program implementation and operations. But it's more on the things that we cannot control because we scheduled a lot of training sessions back in 2025, but there's a lot of typhoons and such. So, our activities kind of na push back. But we also have training and educational challenges because sometimes since participants came from different backgrounds and possessed varying digital literacy, some teachers, parents, and students had prior knowledge of AI, while others were encountering this concept for the very first time. So I think that made it necessary for us to adapt our materials and teaching methods according to the needs of the different communities and age groups. So I think that's also why the role of the master trainers was so important because since the trainers came from different regions already, they were already familiar with the culture. So, they know already how to navigate during the training session. We also have challenges in monitoring, but fortunately, our team and our partners remained committed throughout the process, allowing us to gather the information necessary to evaluate the project's impact. And finally, of course, we encountered policy, ethical, and sustainability challenges. These include concerns related to data, privacy, misinformation, and academic integrity, as well as resistance to the adoption of artificial intelligence. So I think the resistance was particularly noticeable among individuals who were less familiar with emerging technologies. So moreover, at the beginning of the project, there were very few institutional guidelines in the use of the AI in education. And fortunately, the Department of Education has already introduced guidelines related to this. And we are proud to say that AYO was also involved in the focus group discussions that contributed to these efforts. So, and finally, before I conclude this presentation, Next slide, please. I would like to shift our focus away from the numbers, statistics, and toward what I believe is the most meaningful part of this journey, the people whose lives have been touched by this initiative. And although there are many stories that we could share, two of them stand out in particular. And the first story is the story of Christine. She is a 33-year-old person with disability, especially orthopedic and visual disabilities. And we are incredibly proud to have worked alongside her as one of our master trainers. So we conducted several community-based training in partnership with the local youth development office in Puerto Princesa. And she was really an exceptional trainer. And more importantly, this program empowered her to become an advocate for AI literacy within her community. And in addition to that, we also have the story of Miss Evelyn Orapa, one of our learners from Bohol. And she is a mother and a student. And throughout the program, she enjoyed the program. She consistently emphasized the importance of using AI responsibly and ethically. And I think what I admire most about Miss Evelyn is her belief that learning has no age limit. And even as a mother, she can continue to learn and improve herself. So these stories reminds us that the true impact of technology cannot be measured slowly by, statistics. Those are important, but its impact it's reflected in the lives that we touch, and the opportunities we create, and the communities we empower. And with that, I would like to end my presentation with one final thought, that as we continue building AI-ready communities, we must ensure that people remain at the center of everything we do. After all, the most advanced technologies and the most innovative ideas mean very little if the people they are intended to serve are left behind. And progress becomes truly meaningful only when every community has the opportunity to move forward together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lijay Ann Abrigar, Program Manager for the ASEAN Youth Organization, for speaking on building AI-ready communities for the Association of Southeast Asian Nations.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our first plenary session of this year's AIFest. Okay, I'm pretty sure that a lot of you, or most of you, actually all of you, have learned a lot from our first three speakers. That is why, at this point, we are opening the floor to your questions. So whoever would have questions perhaps in their mind, this is the opportunity for you to ask your questions to our panel experts or our plenary speakers. So we have provided a microphone here. So if ever you have a question, please don't be shy, approach the microphone and address your question or questions to our plenary speakers. All right? Who is the first brave soul to actually ask a question for our plenary speakers? Anyone from the room? Anyone would like to ask his or her question? All right. I'll be the first brave soul to ask the question. So while waiting for your questions, we have a question? All right. So here's a question just to open our floor. For Dr. Naval Jr., what key opportunities can emerging AI technologies offer to the Philippine government, academe, industry, and communities, and how can these sectors prepare for their potential implications? Sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for that extremely interesting question. So I was speaking about agentic AI. So you have generative AI. We can more or less simplify that, agentic AI as generative AI in the loop, because this agentic AI uses at its core generative AI frameworks or models. So you have lots of them. So the idea is the following. Okay, suppose you are a sari store owner. Okay, so what are your concerns? Simple accounting, simple purchasing, everything simple, right? Simple. So you can actually set up a company, a one-man company using an agentic AI system. So you are the CEO, and then you define the roles. Ano bang kailangan mo? You need somebody in charge of finance, right? Somebody in charge of inventory. Somebody in charge of maybe HR, not in a sari store, no? Okay, it's a small company. So you can define these roles, and these are agents. Okay? Let me tell you a story. One of the first applications of agentic AI systems was by it's a framework, an existing framework right now is OpenClaw. Who's heard of OpenClaw? Raise your hand. Wala. Okay. OpenClaw. So ito, anecdotal story, no? So there was a guy. Okay, what is OpenClaw? OpenClaw is an agentic AI system which is for free. You can download it. It was released in February of this year. No? So I actually downloaded it just out of curiosity. I challenge all of you to just download it, play around with it, and enjoy. So what happened? This agentic AI, OpenClaw, allows you to interact with it, not through your computer, through WhatsApp, through Telegram, so any of these messaging apps. So what was this guy doing? The guy was in a meeting and he said, I want to buy a car and my budget is the following. So that's what he told the agent. You know what the agent did? The agentic AI agent, contacted on its own, browsed the internet, of course. It's a tool, diba? It's a tool. Yeah? Open the internet, open the browser, browse the distributors, okay, and then negotiated through email with the salespeople. And at the end of the day, the guy said, as the agent said, okay, I got this excellent deal for you from this dealer. So what happened there? Nakipagtawaran pa si agent, ano? The agent on its own, it's the agent, not a human being, it's an artificial agent negotiated, nakipagtawaran, okay, dun sa mga salespeople. And maybe the salespeople didn't even know that they were talking to or emailing an agent an agent. So in the end, the guy saved $4,000 US dollars because of that. So you can define roles. Okay? Ano ba yung nasa company? HR, finance, and so on. Then you have a supervisor that basically sends reminds people, okay, so you have to do this and that and, work on the accounts and so on. So at the end of the month, meron ka ng financial report, automatic. Okay? Meron ka ng HR plan, HR training plan, and so on and so forth. Everything automatic. Okay? You just need to know how to define the roles properly. Okay? Okay, that's OpenClaw. There's another one called Hermes. Hermes is a different kind of agentic AI system. Again, it uses one of these models. You can choose any one of these models. The more advanced ones, of course, will incur you more costs. Ganun din, it's self-learning. It learns your habits. It anticipates your thoughts, no? So, ganon. So, you can set up a one-man company with all these agents in your laptop. Wag naman laptop, in your little computer, desktop. So it's now possible to set up a one company with agentic AI systems. Now, yung physical AI, medyo kailangan mo ng robot, no? So that entails additional costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naval, for comprehensively answering my question. And now, the floor is still open. Maybe, perhaps some of you are just shy. So, if you have questions, maybe you can just raise your hand and I'll ask one of my teammates to approach you. Is that okay? Who has a question? There you go. Sir, please. The microphone, please. Para mas mabilis, we'll just give him the microphone. Sir, kindly state your name and your affiliation, please. And your question, and to whom do you direct your question? Oh, there you go. Thank you very much.
Hello po. Good afternoon, everyone. This question is all about okay, my name is Ash from the LGU Mulanay, Quezon Province. This question is for all of our speakers here. This question is all about what is your stand in building infrastructure, or what do we call this? This one is the data centers. Building data centers here in the Philippines. What is your stand, and how can we make it a sustainable here in the Philippines?
So anyone from our panel speakers could answer the question. Perhaps Mr. Winston Damarillo?
Yeah, so well, I used actually built data centers when I was at PLDT. So we need one, right? So data needs to be resident in the country as much as possible. And that is a combination of us securing our own destiny in digital space. And two, because it makes sense. Most businesses, actually, regulated business has to be built in the Philippines. Data centers will ultimately be sustainable. So hindi naman, it's just a matter of time. And so it's not necessarily bad. It's just important for us to be conscious of how we designed it. I think the other thing is data centers need to ultimately be power neutral. So we have a shortage of electricity in the country. So if you're conscious enough to build data center and a power plant right next to it or alongside it, I think it's important. Pero I know there's another topic about data center. Ang masasabi ko lang doon, we need to be a part of the conversation and we need to listen before we complain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winston, for answering the question. How about Ma'am Lee J? Do you have insights regarding Sir's question?
Yeah. Okay, so from a community point of view, I think I just want to say that maybe community consultation is really very, very important and very integral part in building the data center. And yeah, I think that's all. Because Sir Winston already said it, I just want to emphasize the importance of the community consultation and really taking the time for the people, to explain to the people, to the community. They should know what's the implications about if we build a data center, so that at least we are all on the same page and everyone can adjust and understand how important it is for us. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lee J, and I hope that satisfies your question. Thank you very much. We would love to have more questions, but unfortunately, our time does not permit us. But once again, let's give our experts, our plenary speakers, a warm round of applause, everyone. At this point, we would like to award the certificates of appreciation to our valued speakers, starting with Dr. Prospero C. Naval Jr., awarded by...
To be awarded by Dr. May Rose O. Suerte, Assistant Regional Director for Finance and Administrative Services, Department of Science and Technology, Western Visayas. Also to be awarded by Dr. Lilian Diana B. Pareño, Regional Chairperson, Regional Association of State Universities and Colleges. we kindly request Dr. May Rose O. Suerte and Dr. Lilian Diana B. Pareño to remain on stage for the awarding of our speakers.
The citation reads, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Dr. Prospero C. Naval Jr. for sharing his time and expertise as a plenary speaker and for delivering the presentation entitled Navigating the AI Landscape, Emerging Trends, Issues, and Implications for Academe, Industry, and Government during the 2026 AIFest Technical Conference held as part of 2026 AIFest with a theme Building an AI-Ready Future Together, held on August the 3rd, 2026 at the Iloilo Convention Center, Iloilo City. Signed by Regional Director Rowan R. Helonga, CHE SESO2, and SUC President 3 of Guimaras State University and Regional Chairperson of RASOG 6. We have Dr. Lilian Diana B. Pareño. Same certificate is given to Mr. Winston L. Damarillo. The same certificate is given to Ms. Lee J. Ann Abrigar. Once again, thank you very much, our three plenary speakers. Thank you, ma'am. Wow, we are halfway to our whole day of actually discussing about AI trends here in the Philippines and of course specifically in Western Visayas. And thank you very much for your cooperation. And I'm sure and I hope actually that you're enjoying your lunch. We'll just have a working lunch and we will be giving everyone a 10-minute break before we proceed with the afternoon plenary session. And don't go away because we will be having more exciting discussions in the afternoon as we dive into learning what it is going to take to build a competitive AI ecosystem in the Philippines and the ASEAN region. We'll be giving you a 10-minute break. We'll see you again shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite everyone to join us back here at the AI Technical Conference. We will be resuming in a few short minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We welcome you back to the AI Technical Conference.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, welcome to AIFest 2026. I hope everyone is satisfied with their lunch. I hope everyone already had their trip to the powder room and you are all ready for our afternoon session. So at this point, once again, welcome to AIFest 2026. We're now taking things a step further to the world of AI. Together with our panel of experts, we'll explore what it really takes to build a competitive AI ecosystem here in the Philippines and across the wider ASEAN region.
To talk about building a competitive AI ecosystem in the Philippines and ASEAN, we welcome this session's moderator. He is a distinguished Filipino scientist and academic leader whose expertise spans engineering, IT, AI, and renewable energy. Holding a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, an MA in Mathematics, Education, and a Doctor of Engineering from Kunsan National University, Korea. His research career includes over 300 peer-reviewed publications, 2,134 Google Scholar citations, 8 Best Research Paper Awards, patents, and copyrights in solar and imaging technology, and a membership in NRCP and multiple professional societies. as University Professor and Vice President for Research and Extension at Northern Iloilo State University, following his presidency there through 2026. He has driven the institution's first ever the World University Rankings Inclusion Top Regional AD Scientific Index Standing and QS Stars Rating, while also chairing RASUK and RRDCC Region 6. Please welcome the Vice President of Research, Extension, and Innovation from the Northern Iloilo State University, Dr. Bobby D. Gerardo.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Mayong hapon sa tanan. Kumusta ka mo? Busog na? Good afternoon to everyone. I hope that everyone is all well. And I am pleased to be the moderator of this afternoon panel discussion. I'm Bobby Gerardo of Northern Iloilo State University. I will be your host for today's discussion on the theme, what will it take? Building a competitive AI ecosystem in the Philippines and ASEAN. Today's discussion brings together distinguished leaders from government, industry, and the global technology community to share their perspective on how collaboration can accelerate AI innovation, strengthen our talent pipeline, improve policies, and ensure that AI creates meaningful impact for Filipinos. Without much ado, allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists. We have our discussants from the industry sector. First, we have the Chief Scientist and Head of the AI at Collab, and is the Vice President of the Analytics and AI Association of the Philippines. He is a Google developer expert in machine learning, and he founded Senti AI, one of the Philippines' pioneering applied AI companies. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Ralph Vincent Regalado. Our next discussant is the APEC Developer Ecosystem Strategy led at Google. Through his work at Google, he supports initiatives that expand access to AI technologies, build digital capabilities, and foster partnerships that empower developers and organizations to create solutions with global impact. Let's warmly welcome Mr. Marcos Fun. Last but not the least, we have our discussant from the government sector. He is the Regional Director of the Department of Science and Technology, Caraga Region, and under his leadership, DOST Caraga has become a regional frontrunner in advancing AI, smart and sustainable communities, circular economy, and startup ecosystem development. Please help me welcome RD Engineer Noel Adcho. On behalf of the AIFest organizers, we're very honored to have you here. And let's start right away. To each one of you, to all the panelists, as you know, AI is advancing rapidly across the globe. From your perspective, what do you see as the greatest opportunity and the biggest challenge for building a competitive AI ecosystem in the Philippines over the next 5 years? Maybe we'll start with the first gentleman on my right.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm Ralph. I'm the Vice President for Analytics and AI Association of the Philippines. So we represent different industries in the Philippines. We also work with the academe with all of our efforts in terms of upskilling our resources, our engineers, in terms of artificial intelligence. So one of the prominent that we've seen in terms of where the opportunity lies is understanding what's our strength as a country, right? I think the strength of the country right now is our BPO sector. It's a strength because we have developed years of like skills, decades of skills in terms of that space, right? And what we're seeing right now is artificial intelligence have developed ability to actually augment those type of like skills, expanding what BPO can offer. You have now data annotation as a service being offered. You also have AI augmented staff and skills to be able to be more productive in terms of like applying BPO. Challenge, right, is we're now seeing artificial intelligence automating, for example, customer experience workflows, right? In the past 5 years, we've seen the growth of like chatbot, now voice bot, in terms of like automating those particular workflows. I think there's a documentary with Channel News Asia 2 months ago which talks about that purely in terms of like how AI sifts into our BPO space. So it's an opportunity vis-a-vis like a challenge as well. More so brain drain, right? Because we're developing like engineers, we're developing software developers here in the Philippines. But given that we have like very limited trainers also here in the Philippines and opportunities here, they tend to like go work abroad, right? Which probably like left us hanging in terms of like where we're going to like place ourselves. So those are the things that what we have been seeing in terms of opportunities and challenge, and looking forward to exploring how we can actually work around those areas.
Thank you for that response, Ralph. And how about from Marcos? What's your perspective on this?
Thank you, Dr. Bobby. My name is Marcus Poon from Google. I'm the current APAC lead for strategy and operations for developer ecosystem. I think the biggest opportunity that we're talking about is that in our lifetime, and many of us here, we've seen two life-changing technologies happening in front of our eyes. AI is arguably one of it. The other one is internet. And that is itself the biggest opportunity. How do we grab what is happening right now and then turn it to an advantage as a builder, as a business owner, and as someone who really cares about changing the world, or if not the world, then Philippines, right? How do we use it to advantage to solve the challenges that's close to your heart? I think that is the biggest opportunity that we're talking about here. And I think a lot of people don't yet realize it because as any new technology that is being introduced, there's always the bell curve, right? Are you the one who's in the beginning just kind of jump into it and ride with the wave as it happens? Or are you the one who's waiting for things to happen? You want to see it first, you want to make sure it's safe, and then you jump in the peak of the bell curve? Or are you the one who's just waiting it out and be the latecomers in the bell curve? It's really up to you. But that's the opportunity that I see.
Well said, and appreciate that, Marcos. How about from the perspective from the government? Let's have here, RD.
Yeah. So I will talk about, with regards to the ecosystem, I will talk about two things. It's about value and capacity. Value because, like any other technology, the issue is always the adoption side. AI, although the adoption of large language models is very, very fast, one of the fastest adoption rate in any other technology, but still a technology. So therefore, adoption is always a challenge. So I talk about value because we need to make sure that AI technologies will be able to address the needs of our communities. Sometimes we focus on the large corporations, but actually the communities is very important. The needs of the small businesses in the Philippines, and of course, the local government units. So we have to make sure that all the AI products are tailor-fitted, customized to the needs of those in the ground. No? Secondly, I talk about capacity because when you introduce AI, sometimes we forget that those who will adopt this technology do not have the capacity to adapt. All of us are, talking about ChatGPT, Gemini, and many other chatbots. But if you go into the ground, there are still a lot of sari-sari store owners who don't know even how to push the plus icon or the send icon. And there are local government units who don't have the capacity to use the large language model for their chatbots. That's why tomorrow I'm be presenting an app to make it easy for them to adapt. And the capacity, even the innovators themselves, the non-IT people, to use AI in their kind of work. That's why tomorrow we'll be presenting also a technology to make it easier for food innovators to use large language model in doing research with regards to food innovation. So that's on top of the most basic needs like the compute side. I'm happy that Google is here because AI is a different kind of technology. Unlike the internet technology, when you have a low-level computing laptop, you can develop an app. But with AI, you cannot develop an app if you cannot prototype an app if you do not have laptops with maybe some kind of a GPU in it. You cannot also test large language model if you do not have access to compute, like the data centers of Google. So I think those are the areas that we need to consider. But I'm very confident with 110 million Filipinos that should we capacitate them, empower them, we'll be able to develop a large number of applications for artificial intelligence.
You're right. I remembered 2 decades ago teaching machine learning and AI. Took us time to develop a system, something like that. And just 2 weeks ago, I was invited by NRCP to talk about data analytics. And with the help of my subscribed workspace, I made use of LM Notebook and Gemini, and instantly, in just five minutes, I was able to generate something that was really useful to the participants. Now, going back to you, RD, what are the risks or barriers that we need to address to enable for us to maintain the implementation and use of AI ethical and sustainable?
Yeah. Based on our experience, one of the main barriers actually is how to kickstart the use of AI in the countryside. Because I'm talking about the communities here. Because, as I've said, you need some kind of access to compute in order to use AI. Introducing chatbots is an easy thing. Actually, we are now rolling out a program where we introduce the online tools available. All the regions has already been trained on how to do it. And we target, as the Undersecretary have said during the press con, around 17,000 small and medium enterprises by 2027. However, having access to compute prevents the small businesses to use AI. Second, it also keeps our innovators to come up with applications. In fact, in our region, just to kickstart, because nobody will go to the big companies like Google, Amazon, and the like, if you do not have a prototype, a small prototype, because you don't know how to make it work. So there must be something that you can start on. That's why there must be an infrastructure where we can do it. And we are very thankful to our secretary that we launched the National AI Center for Research and Innovation. That's a good facility where we can start doing some prototyping, development activities, and then once it's working, we can level it up. I think the last one that I have to point out is we still need to introduce, to change the paradigm even of our IT departments and our, the veteran programmers, because we are now shifting to a new paradigm in developing softwares, in doing IT products. I know it takes time to change the mindset, the paradigm on how are you going to solve a problem, because before you need to code everything based on logic and your creativity. But this time, you work side by side with AI. So I think we need to address those two things.
What a wonderful points. Thank you very much, RD. The next question is directed to Mr. Fon. And the question is like this. Google works closely with developers, startups, and academic communities across Asia Pacific. Based on your experience, what best practices from the other countries could the Philippines adopt to strengthen its AI ecosystem?
That's a really good question.
Google works closely with developers, startups, and academic communities across Asia Pacific. Based on your experience, what best practices from the other countries could the Philippines adopt to strengthen its AI ecosystem?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Bobby. The reason why I say it's a very interesting question, it's because the LLM is evolving really, really quickly. We're not talking about 1-2 years. We're not talking about 6 months. We're talking about weeks, days, and it's advancing at a really, really fast pace. And I want to draw a parallel, a tangent to that, is that the best practice is up to us. We're setting it. This is the best practice, the best we can get. Everybody is jumping on this opportunity, trying to establish guardrails, trying to have conversations, trying to set up structure that works for the AI advancement and how to integrate it into ecosystem. If I may be blunt, I don't think any country has actually fully figured out yet. And I think everybody's trying their best to think of a way to make it work. And I really like what is happening right now in the Philippines. And I think Dr. Prospero was mentioning the triple helix model, which is really, really important. So the government, the academe, and also the private sector is coming together to have conversations, have a deep collaboration and create opportunities to make this work. And I think that is very important to advancing and making sure that the ecosystem is being well built.
All right, thank you for that. Since Google is a global company, and here in the Philippines, maybe many of our universities and institutions maybe gladly or is eager to have partnerships with Google. Currently, do you have partnerships already with institutions in the Philippines?
I can't say for sure because I'm not working directly with the research centers or academia specifically. I do think we have something that we are working directly with researchers to advance models or developing better LLMs. So in short, I don't really have the right answer for your question, and that's the best I can answer for now.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, this next question is directed towards Ralph, right? From the perspective of the private sector, what conditions are necessary for AI startups and the technology companies to thrive in the Philippines? From the perspective of the private sector, what conditions are necessary for AI startups and technology companies to thrive in the Philippines?
All right, so I wear multiple hats. So I came from the academe, I also like build my own startup. I'm now part of a service company that delivers AI solutions to enterprises here in the Philippines. So based on my like learnings for the past years that I've been doing like artificial intelligence and like startup, one critical factor really is like number one, funding, right? I think the OST have been offering a lot of like startup grants. I think the ICT too have offered like startup grants to help organizations or even school identified businesses to ramp up their operations. I think we have also like the USD TBIs, right, set across different schools to like help aid the startups to have them be supported, like office spaces, getting them connected to actual mentors. But I think the next step really is bringing it to a level of like closely working with the enterprise. I think that's what's the disconnect right now. There might be challenges or like problems that we're not seeing on the ground that is probably like relevant to enterprises, right? And there might be also like problems that are prevalent in the local setup, but eventually could actually like scale, right? Another key point is majority of our experience as a nation, right? We're more tend towards like service. That's why majority of our even like product surfaces that, right? Startups that we built are primarily also like service oriented, but in terms of like scoping it into a product, that's a different like skill to which it's something that we need to like build as a skill as a nation as well, right? Funding is critical also for subsequent in terms of like if you grow to a particular stage, what set of like funding that is relatively like open to you, right? When I was trying to build my own, one of the challenge also lies into how do you do VC funding, right? I think probably some people in the room knows it, but in terms of like where that knowledge lies, it's not relatively like expanded to someone who might probably gain a clear understanding of how to do it. So there's a lot of like programs developed by the government and a lot of like programs developed by the private corporation as well. The goal really is like how can we now build that single knowledge base, right? Because that's what the disconnect I've been seeing, that we're doing each in a siloed opportunities, right? But there's a need to actually like collate all of those experience so that we can actually gain knowledge from one another, right? That's really, really important. Jumping into the AI space as well, I think from what Marcus have mentioned, speed is critical, right? So speed is really important, particularly for AI startups too, right? If we're building like anything that AI related products or AI related augmented like services, speed is critical. There's a lot of like efforts being pushed in Silicon Valley, in China as well, in artificial intelligence. And one thing that probably would be beneficial for us is how can we now marry it with our experience as a nation, right? We need to like identify what are our priority industries, right? Should we prioritize startups related to BPO? Should we prioritize startups related to agriculture or healthcare? Because that's where we're good at, right? Rather than like spreading ourselves thinly. So there's a lot of like conversations that can actually be done, but like funding, prioritization is one of the key tasks for me that needs to be planned out in terms of how we can benefit the speed of like artificial intelligence adoption, particularly for startups.
All right. On that note, I can see likelihood of partnerships among the academe, the industry, and the government. Do you think this tripartite partnership could likely accelerate AI innovation?
It can. It depends on like how actionable the partnership would be, sir, right? So I think since I wear multiple hats during my career, so I've been seeing it. Sometimes it's just on paper, but we need to like make everything actionable, right? Because I think time is not on our side, right? If we get left behind in terms of like adoption, therefore other countries would actually be much more faster than us. And if we're actually trying to just like set the policies in place before we do something, that tend to like probably like prolong adoption, prolong a lot of like conversations. As what mentioned by Sir a while ago, like there's a lot of like risk in AI on infrastructure level, on data level, on model level, capacity, and so on. And it's important for us to, yes, it's okay to talk about the risk, but we should also have that idea that this risk can actually be guided as long as we learn and explore the unknowns, because we're in the space that AI, agentic AI in the sense right now, is there's a lot of like full of unknowns. We shouldn't be stuck in terms of like paralysis analysis that what should be placed in here in order for us to adapt, right? While others are like doing it in a sandbox environment, like learning how to protect themselves, we're kind of like stuck in terms of that conversation. So it needs to be like an actionable. It needs to be clear that what are step 1, step 2, step 3 in order for us to be competitive in the space of like AI progress.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Ralph. Now, well, direct this question next to RD Adjoc of DOST. DOST has been actively promoting AI initiatives across the country. From the government's perspective, what policies, programs, or investments are most critical to enabling responsible AI adoption while encouraging innovation and collaboration with industry and academia?
Yeah, that's a very good question. But the good thing with the Philippines is we already have the National AI Strategic Framework. We call it NAISPH. And it's already been approved by the President. So we already have the mandate. And out of that mandate, we identified already 5 strategies or pillars. We identified the need for the infrastructure. We identified the need for the development of our people. We also identified the need for innovation, meaning research and development and innovation. Also the need to be able to deploy the technology in partnership with the business sector. But there's another one component that we are talking about, which is the AI policy and governance side. Actually, under the NAISPH framework, that part is actually under the leadership of the DepDev. So I think as far as I know, we are now on the process of coming up with a national AI governance framework. However, very proactive regions like Region 6 has already crafted their own AI governance framework. I think it's already been approved by the RDC. In Caraga, we are actually thinking of also coming up with similar framework, pero we feel that the national framework is soon to be implemented, so we wait for it. So there must be a AI governance framework, or else development, there will be some limitations with regards to development if the rule of the game is not very clear. But so there are many other very important policies on top of the AI ethics, like the policy with regards to supporting our startups. Because AI is a new product, there must be some sort of a sandboxes in LGUs, in some areas, because it's a new technology, it's an evolving technology. So I think the development of applications, AI applications, will be accelerated if we have sandboxes within the regions and the provinces. And I think that's one of the policy that we hope we will have one. And finally, we also hope that there will be a policy with regards to supporting our innovators with regards to access to infrastructures, as I've said.
All right. That's a really nice. Thank you very much, RD, for that response. As we conclude this discussion, to all our panelists, if you could recommend one policy or strategic initiative that the Philippines should prioritize to accelerate responsible AI development and adoption, what would it be and why? If you could recommend one policy or strategic initiative that the Philippines should prioritize to accelerate responsible AI development and adoption, what would it be and why? Maybe we'll start with Marcus, and then followed by Ralph, and then Ardy.
Yeah. I really like what Sir Winston was sharing earlier, that there's a blueprint of how you piece all these things together and then you kind of accelerate the process, right? I think when we look at how an ecosystem would be successful is when you have different pieces line up together and it's like a really well-built machine that kind of churns out results. So I would say a blueprint that is building on top of what Mr. Winston shared, but at a larger scale, and have more parties involved and aligned with. I think as a country, if you can rally behind that one thing you want to drive towards, like, or one impact that you want to drive towards, and how do you churn out really tangible impact, as in like the hero stories that you can tell, or successful startups or successful businesses that it's augmenting on top of using AI. I think people would recognize that. People would want to be that. And that's where you start seeing, what do you call that, the impact kind of piling up and then just kind of drive forward.
Very well. Thank you, Marcus, for that response. Now let's have Ralph.
I think you mentioned one point, but probably have 2 points in my head. The first one, really, in AAP, we have developed together with TESDA, the National Skills Framework for Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics. So we have worked closely with them to develop this framework that universities can actually adapt so that they'll be able to increase capacity building within their own universities to upskill and identify how they can leverage AI. So really, first part is upskilling. I think there's a national upskilling framework, also efforts from the government to push upskillings. That's critical because we need to understand, speed up adoption by learning artificial intelligence across different ages, right? So even our lolas and lolas should be able to know because of the promulgation of AI fake videos now. Sometimes they tend to accept that it's truth, right? So we need to also have that level of capacity building for our kids, for students, for the workforce, even for our senior citizen, what AI is all about, right? Number 2 for me, as what I mentioned previously, is really identifying what are the key sectors we're good at and prioritize those sectors. Because I think in the noise of our artificial intelligence, right, there's a lot of things we can do, but if we look at it as a nation, right, where should we excel at? That when people around the globe talks about AI, they know Philippines is good at that AI particular sector, right? So you should identify that as what's that key sector that we need to be good at in the space.
There you have it, Ralph. Thank you very much for such a wonderful response on this question. This time, let's have Ardy.
Yeah. I begin with the answer of talking about value and capacity. So maybe I will also end with that way of thinking that one of the most important policies is to ensure that we'll be able to come up with very valuable AI products. Therefore, we hope that there will be not only on the policy side, but it should relate to support. And so, because I believe in the talent, the Filipino talent, we need to support our innovators by providing more support with regards to funding on research, development, and innovation, having access to compute and sometimes training, so that we can come up with a valuable product. But the product needs to be diffused. So part with that policy is also supporting our innovators in terms of commercialization of their product by improving the capacity of our end users in the ground and also the capacity of our MSMEs, the communities, local government units, so that there will be an end user of the R&D outputs. And actually, that's the job of the regional offices, like the office I am handling. I have my fellow regional directors here. and with the support of the government. I think there are a lot of component parts that are already available. What we're going to do is just, make it work, make the ecosystem work, and some additional support. I'm very confident that there are more than 110 million Filipinos. So there are more than 110 million problems. And there are many 110 million who will find solutions. So therefore, I'm very bullish on the Philippines being able to develop AI products that will be of value and will be utilized by our people.
Thank you very much, RD. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. RD Noel Ahok, Mr. Marcos Fun, and Mr. Ralph Vincent Regalado. A round of applause. Today's discussion reminds us that building a competitive AI ecosystem is not solely about advancing technology. It is about strengthening partnerships, investing in people, enabling innovation, and developing policies that foster trust and inclusivity, whether from government, industry, academia, or the broader innovation community. Each of us has a role to play in shaping the future of AI in the Philippines. By working together, we can harness AI not only to drive economic growth, but also to create meaningful and lasting impact for our communities. On behalf of the organizer, thank you to our panelists and to all of you for being part of this important conversation. We hope today's discussion inspired continued collaboration throughout the rest of the conference. Thank you, and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, Dr.
What a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much, dear panelists, and of course, our moderator for taking the time to share about building a competitive AI ecosystem in the Philippines and in the ASEAN region. We would like to take this opportunity to award each of you with a certificate of appreciation.
To award the certificates of appreciation, we would like to call on Dr. May Rose O. Suerte, Assistant Regional Director for Finance and Administrative Services, Department of Science and Technology, Western Visayas, and Dr. Marine Neti N. Linan, Co-Chair, AI Technical Conference, Iloilo Science and Technology University.
I would like to read the citation. Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to Dr. Bobby Gerardo for sharing his time and expertise as our panel moderator during the panel discussion entitled, What Will It Take? Building a Competitive AI Ecosystem in the Philippines and ASEAN during the 2026 AI Technical Conference held as part of the 2026 AIFest with the theme Building an AI-Ready Future Together on August the 3rd, 2026 at the Iloilo Convention Center. Signed by Regional Director Rowan R. Helonga, CHEC SESO 2 and SUC President 3, and the Regional Chairperson of RASUC 6, Dr. Lilian Diana Pareño. And then same certificate, but this time as a panel discussant will be given to our panelists. We have Mr. Ralph Vincent Regalado, Engineer Noel M. Ahok, and Mr. Marcos Fun. Thank you very much. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first panel discussion has concluded for the first day of AIFest. Can we give them, please, one more round of applause? Madamo gid nga salamat. What a way to set the tone. if there's one thing that came through in that conversation, it's that AI isn't some distant future we're waiting on. It's already here, already reshaping how we work, how we build, and how we compete on the global stage. And the exciting part, the Philippines and the wider ASEAN region aren't just spectators in this shift. We have the talent, we have the creativity, and the drive to help shape where the technology goes next. And of course, the real story of AI isn't just about the tools, it's about the people who wield them. It's about how we choose to use this technology responsibly, inclusively, and in ways that lift up our communities rather than leaving them behind. That's the kind of future worth building toward. And conversations like this one we just witnessed are exactly how we get there. So, let this be just the beginning. Let the ideas you heard today spark something. Perhaps a question, a project, a bold new direction. Because the future of AI in our region won't be written by chance. It will be written in rooms like this one, filled with brilliant people like everyone here in this room. And now we are ready for the next part of our program. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle in because this next session goes right to the heart of why we are all here. We've spent the day talking about opportunity, about competitiveness, about building ecosystems. But now, we turn to something even bigger, and that is purpose. Very big word. Sometimes we tend to forget about it, but I believe this is one of the most important aspects in developing, technologically advanced tools. Because for all its power, AI only truly matters when it makes life better. For a farmer checking weather patterns before a harvest, or maybe a teacher reaching a remote student in the most remote barangay, for a community bracing for the next storm. They say with technology, the possibilities are truly endless. What's new today can be obsolete tomorrow. That is why I am proud that we are gathering brilliant minds here to work on reshaping our future because the future is right now. And this session is called AI for Good, Scaling Solutions for Sustainable Development in the Philippines and Beyond. And that word, scaling, is key. It's one thing to build a clever solution, but it's another to grow it so it reaches the millions of Filipinos and millions more across our region who stand to benefit the most. So, let's open our minds to what's possible when innovation meets intention. Everyone, please join me in welcoming the voices who are turning AI for good from an idea into a beautiful reality.
Our first plenary speaker of Session 2 is a leader at the forefront of the Philippine science and technology landscape. He serves as director of the Advanced Science and Technology Institute, better known as DOST-ASTI, and as a professor of electrical and electronics engineering at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He has led DOST-ASTI since April 2021. He earned both his bachelor's in electronics and communications engineering and his master's in electrical engineering from UP Diliman before completing his PhD in electronic and electrical engineering at the University of Southampton in the United Kingdom. His research spans digital signal processing for audio and communications, music information retrieval, audio engineering, and adaptive filters and linear arrays. With over 18 years of teaching experience at UP Diliman, He has shaped countless engineers through courses in signals and systems, digital signal processing, and digital audio signal processing. He has earned wide recognition as a faculty researcher and has led major R&D projects for both DOST and UP Diliman. His work has also taken him abroad as a visiting researcher at Chulalongkorn University in Thailand and as a research fellow at the Kyushu Institute of Technology in Japan. He has also served as interim chair of the Asia Open RAN Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about AI for all, an evidence-based frame for inclusive artificial intelligence, please welcome our first plenary speaker of Session 2, Dr. Franz A. De Leon.
Alright, magandang hapon po sa lahat. Can we have the slide, please? Alright, so the general theme for this session is AI for all, which means we wish to address how do we make sure that all the benefits of artificial intelligence, including the corresponding services, are really felt by most Filipinos across the nation. So that's the whole point of this whole session. Okay. So by the way, I'm again Franz De Leon from DOST ASTI. As you might have guessed, many of the projects that the DOST are doing on artificial intelligence are currently being implemented by DOST ASTI. Kasi marami na po nabanggit kanina si Secretary among the different projects and the different initiatives. But probably the biggest change that we wish to do is to really have a lasting institutional capability for DOST in general, because DOST is well known to have a really large footprint for the country, especially in terms of sa regions natin. So we want to ensure that this whole initiative, AI, can really be felt across the nation. All right, so let me start. Electricity changed the world because it became available to everyone, not just scientists. The internet changed the world because it connected everyone, not just governments. Now, AI will only change the world for the better if it becomes a capability that everyone can access, understand, and benefit from. So our theme is AI for all, and I want to make one argument about what the phrase should mean. All right, next slide, please. So let me start with what AI does not mean. It does not mean universal tool access, every Filipino holding the same application. So layer AI on unequal connectivity, unequal skills, and you widen divides, not close them. So owning a tool is not the same as benefiting from it. So the right frame is a capability frame, benefits, capabilities, and protections delivered through the institutions people already trust. So that includes schools, clinics, local governments. What matters is what people can actually do. And it is layered. Connectivity, then skills, then local relevance, then trust, then capable institutions. The World Bank puts it plainly. Inclusive AI depends on foundations, not only on model access alone. So AI for all is about expanding what people can actually do with artificial intelligence, not just about handing everyone the same tool. Next slide, please. So here's the ground we have to design for. In 2014, in 2024, only 48.8% of Philippine households had a home internet connection. 67.3% of individuals aged 10 and older used the internet. Now, far lower in Barm and Zamboanga, and pretty much cost-driven. So this is the gap our work targets. And the divide has 3 levels: connectivity, then skills and usage, then outcomes, whether people actually benefit. Access alone does not reach the 3rd level. And here's the uncomfortable part. AI over unequal skills can amplify inequality because the best position pull further ahead. With under half of households connected at home, inclusion has to be engineered deliberately because access alone will not produce benefit. Next slide. So Anchor 1 is talent, and AI for all needs 2 different kinds. First is elite talent, researchers and engineers, but also public sector specialists in data governance, cybersecurity, privacy, and procurement. And then second one is mass AI literacy, knowing when to use AI, how to verify it, how to protect data. And the second tier is still far short of demand. So in the case of the previous activities being done by the OST, for example, we have Sparta and AI Pinas, they report more than 49,000 people upskilled. Now, a DOST UNESCO pilot-trained public sector staff well beyond the IT department on due diligence when buying AI. So we are also collaborating with the Development Academy of the Philippines on their National Capability Building Program. So inclusion needs elite talent and mass literacy at the same time, and we are supporting both of them. Next. Now, Anchor 2 is utilization. Does AI actually help the people we most want to help? The evidence says conditionally. All right. So a landmark field study found a 14% average productivity gain concentrated among novice and lower skilled workers, with little change for the highly skilled. Now, for a country with a large business process outsourcing workforce, that is a directly equalizing result. Now, Singapore is the institutional version. 70% of public servants using a government-wide assistant, roughly 832,000 hours saved every month. But the same evidence warns that without training and oversight, these tools risk the skilling and over-reliance. So AI can raise frontline productivity and narrow skills gap, but only when it is paired with training, not handed over and left alone. Anchor 3 is inclusion, and it does not happen automatically. It has to be designed. So 3 cautions. Who is at most risk? Weak or expensive connectivity? Let's say non-English speakers, persons with disabilities, low literacy users, small firms. And here, public schools trail private peers. A real design failure. So UNESCO found persons with disabilities were not thoroughly consulted when the national ID was conceived, therefore causing accessibility problems later on. And then a third warning, a warning from Brazil. When services scaled faster than inclusion, the telehealth divide hardened. So that is 53% rural internet against 88% urban. So every one of those was avoidable with consultation upfront. So inclusion comes from consultations, design choices, and governance, not just from rollouts. So that is the frame and the gap. Now let me show you how we organized against it, starting what we have already built. So policy first. NICE PH was approved by the President in May 2025. reinforced by 3 presidential directives, and named in the 8-point socio-economic agenda as reported to the nation on the recent SONA. Now, this is national economic policy and not just a science-based agency initiative, you know. So, institution second, as mentioned by Secretary Solidum earlier, NICRE launched on the 26th of February as a permanent institutional anchor so that when a grant ends, hopefully the platform does not appear or does not disappear. And finally, infrastructure. So we have been running the HPC service since 2014, and the related connectivity, we call that Pregnant, are both being administered by ASTI to complement each other. So we have the experience running those facilities. Next slide. Now let me stay with the institution because this is what decides whether any of it lasts. Its stated goal is to become the country's premier hub for AI research and innovation, driving technological advancement, of course fostering inclusive regional growth, and setting a cohesive governance framework for national progress. So programs are temporary, we know that, but institutions are more stable. So NICRE pursues that through 4 pillars: computing infrastructure, AI talent, and research capability, governance and strategic coordination, and regional innovation and inclusive growth. Now, I would point you at the 4th because it is written as an objective, not really an aspiration. Extend AI research and development benefits to the regions through innovation hubs and support that helps MSMEs innovate, compete, and grow. So in this room, we can all agree that is the whole point of our gathering. Next slide. So, but let me correct an impression that this ordering can create. So NICRE did not build this infrastructure. It actually inherited many of them. As I've mentioned, we have been running the HPC and accompanying internet infrastructure for the past couple of years. So really, the tall order is to further expand and distribute this capability across the country. Next slide. So shown on the slide are some of the projects that run on it. So this include health, climate, transport, agriculture, and digital platforms. Our current initiatives as a public R&D institution are strategic in nature, addressing local realities and challenges. We are also aware of what we call the pilot trap, which means that sustainability becomes an issue when the project funding dries up. So we make sure to engage technology adopters at the onset. So in our system, a success does not stay as a project, but rather it becomes a capability with a permanent home. So that is what runs on it, the different applications and verticals, but all of that is capability. And capability is not access. So the last question, and the one that matters most in this room, is who reaches it? For students, RAIN is bringing connectivity and digital learning tools to communities that never had reliable access, now reaching the Visayas. So geography no longer decides the child's options. And more recently, we started this year in Caraga, we have the grid patch, which works with island electric cooperatives on the smart grid technology. So when the power goes out, it comes back sooner. So for us at DOST ASTI, we are no longer just a technology enabler, technology incubator, we are also an equity enabler. Next. All right, so and let me stay in Caraga because the team went back, this time to find out what adoption actually costs the people doing it. So Ignite MSMEs is a capacity building program moving small enterprises from AI awareness to structured AI project design. So in July, just a few weeks ago, we ran the pilot at Caraga State University in Butuan City, of course in partnership with DOST Regional. 60 participants a day across 3 days from 5 universities and DOST partner MSMEs. So the delivery model is the part I would point you to. The MSMEs diverse pitch. So they present a real business problem and a university incubator team commits to prototype it. So it ends in a sprint and a path to beta testing with the OST support. And the focus group told us something that we haven't learned before. For example, there are some ERP systems being quoted to them at 1.5 million pesos. So too expensive. Of course, there's also the issue of uneven connectivity, data still half on the paper. So, to be honest, their trust on AI was conditionally because of those circumstances. So training alone fails, so we bundle it with compute, mentoring, and route to deployment. So having these strong foundations for the OST open opportunities to attract global partnerships. First, we are supporting the local infrastructure for the Copernicus Mirror site containing satellite data in the region. That's across the Philippines and even nearby ASEAN region. So this serves as a rich source where AI-enabled services can be built. Second, JICA and DOST are collaborating on enhancing the geospatial analytics and technology services program to build a secure, reliable, and trusted AI ecosystem for disaster risk reduction and data-driven governance. Third, a mission just concluded last week that served as a platform for exchanges on the ongoing preparation of the proposed AI TAPO package under the EU-Philippines Digital Economy Package. So they want to build AI factory in the country as well. Now, these collaborations are expected to contribute to our AI sovereignty. So that is our capacity to harness the whole technology stack. And for my final slide, so let me leave you with this food for thought. AI for all is not a chatbot for everyone. It is connectivity, skills, language, trust, and capable institutions built layer by layer and designed for the people most likely to be left out. So inclusion is a choice and not a byproduct. And I will tell you what is not finished. So this is our honest assessment. Our researchers are doing more AI work than we can currently serve. Most of our compute still sits in one place or a few places concentrated in urban places. And a national backbone cannot have a single point of access. And our framework carries the mission of AI hubs across the country as a committed action item. So that is already underway and it is not yet finished. So AI for all is built, not declared, and it is built together. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Franz De Leon, Director of Advanced Science and Technology Institute from the Department of Science and Technology. Our second plenary speaker of Session 2 is a researcher, educator, and quality assurance leader recognized for advancing responsible artificial intelligence for public health and sustainable development. She serves as program leader of the DOST NICER Center on Natural Language Processing for Health Applications. She also leads AI Kasalig, a flagship DOST-funded initiative developing multilingual, ethical, and trustworthy AI to make healthcare more accessible across the Philippines. Her expertise spans natural language processing, responsible AI, health informatics, and AI governance. At the heart of her work is a simple goal: turning cutting-edge research into practical tools that empower healthcare professionals, local governments, and communities, always with transparency, inclusivity, and evidence at the core. Her voice also reaches the global stage. As a guest editor for Springer Nature's Discover Artificial Intelligence, she leads an international call for research on emerging and responsible AI. And through it all, she remains a champion for AI that advances the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, from good health and well-being to innovation, to reduced inequalities and stronger institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our second plenary speaker of Session 2, talking about AI for better health outcomes, addressing SDG challenges through innovation, Dr. Mideth B. Abisado.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In 2019, this country had its worst dengue epidemic on record. So we have the highest in the entire Philippines was not in Metro Manila. It was in Guimaras, 1,350 cases per 100,000 people. Second highest, Iloilo. Aklan was also among the worst in the country. So, previous. Those numbers are from Olana et al., published this in 2025. Nationally, more than 1.9 million cases between 2017 and 2024, and roughly 444,000 a year is projected through 2027. Maayong hapon sa inyong lahat. I'm Mideth Abisado, and I want to talk about what we were not listening to in 2019. Next, please. Let me take you inside that number. So I want you to picture a mother in a coastal barangay in Antique. She does not go to the rural health unit. Maybe it is far. Maybe it is the fair. Maybe she has 3 other children and it is a Tuesday. She posts about what's going on in Hiligaynon, asking a Facebook group what to give him. And here is the detail I want to hold on to. At home, she speaks Kinaraya. She writes in Hiligaynon because she knows that is the language that the Facebook group will read. It surfaces only, right now, that data is a data point. And right now, that data is invisible. It will surface only weeks later if the child gets worse and the child gets recorded in the hospital. So, traditional surveillance waits for people to arrive. And AI lets us hear them when they are already. Next slide, please. So this is her post. Every one of you understood that under a second, yes? Do I hear a yes? So a fever, 3 days, cough, a child who won't eat, which is a sign that worries clinicians in this room, most of the clinicians in this room. So there are 3 clinical signals, but 0 clinical encounters, just from a very simple Facebook post. Posted at 4 a.m. in the morning, days before the child reaches the rural health unit. And there is one deployed surveillance system in this country that can do what you just did. Although there's no ICD English in that code. There's no international coding disease for that code. Maybe that is noise, but that is the earliest warning we are ever going to get. Next slide, please. So I want to frame that as an SDG problem, not a technology problem, SDG 3, the headline goal, in this country, it fails so loudly that it fails quietly for 3 reasons. The first reason is latency. So the Philippine Integrated Disease surveillance response, we have that, and the event-based surveillance response. They wait. So according to Edillo et al., in American Journal of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, that less severe dengue is systematically underreported. We underestimate the burden before the single model runs. The next is on language. Surveillance and health AI default to English. Most Filipinos do not report distress in English, but using our own local language. And lastly is trust, HIV, stigma. Post on Dengvaksha, suppress reporting even when there are systems that exist. So Resona et al. Documented that recovery in global health action, and they called it endless. And look where each one lands. In latency is infrastructure, that is SDG 9. One headline, that is why this cannot be addressed by only one project or only one institution. Most of you will not build a model, but many of you in this room is going to approve a research proposal, is going to review, and is going to evaluate. And so I ask you to take these 3 questions when you do. Is the solution or innovation fast? Can it hear everyone? And will anyone believe it? Next slide, please. So, Health PH ran from 2023 to 2024. This is a funded project by DOST PCHRD. In this project, we analyzed 14,081 validated social media posts across 4 platforms: X, Facebook, Reddit, and TikTok conversations, detecting symptoms, clusters for acute respiratory disease, COVID-19, pneumonia, and tuberculosis. 81% accuracy in the 3 languages, Filipino, English, and Cebuano. Along the way, we also built Cebuaner, which captures 4,258 annotated articles. The largest named entity dataset ever built in Cebuano language, a language with more than 21 million speakers in the Philippines. Over 70% precision, recall, and F1 across every entity tag. As we deployed it and collaborated with Cavite City, Puerto Princesa, Rojas and Palawan, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao LGUs. Now let me share with you the part that does not go well. Our inter-rater agreement on annotation was 0.34. So we don't see that as a failure. It's fair, not good. We have 2 panel of medical experts looking at the same informal text, disagreed about what counts as a symptom out of a social media context. That disagreement is one of our findings, not a technology flaw. It tells you that the hard problem in health AI is not architecture. It's the human judgment that you feed for training. Next, please. So with that in mind, one project could not carry all 3 failures. So it became a center. At National University, we now have the NICER Center on Natural Language Processing for Health Applications. 4 projects that were launched this year in February, funded by Department of Science and Technology, which includes, we have Health PH Plus, takes latency and language together. So we added other regional languages instead of only 3. Plus, we included the One Health framework, indicators, air quality, among many others, because the next respiratory threat may not start from a person. The next one is advocate. As you know, last year, we have an increase on HIV infection. So Advocate PH takes stigma. The Philippines has the fastest growing HIV epidemic in the Western Pacific. 411% rise in daily incidents between 2012 and 2023. And the biggest barrier to surveillance is not technical. It's people being scared of getting tested and having that stigma where they are. So this Advocate PH is that we know that people will not report because they are ashamed. So we map the stigma. Where is the social media discourse going on in the Philippine map? So we cannot intervene against something that we cannot locate. Where can the government put their policies, actions, initiatives stronger to address this? The third project is Bantay Lamok PH. This takes climate, rainfall temperature, standing water, and citizens' crowdsource reporting that will use their own language when they report, and so the AI can understand the discourse and crowdsource report on mosquito-borne diseases. So Bantay Lamok is not only for dengue, it also covers Zika, chikungunya, malaria. AI Kasalig takes trust, that's project 4, and later I will come back on that. So all 4 are in the quarter 1. We started in February 2026, and so we've trained our models and we're looking at very good results. Next, please. Okay, I want to ask you something, and I want you to do it. So raise your hand if you speak Hiligaynon at home. At home. How many are speaking Hiligaynon at home? And then keep raising your hand if you also speak Kinaraya. Also speak Kinaraya. All right, thank you very much for participating. So in the slide, you would see, I want you to look at the slide. Every project listed here covers the Filipino language. Every project we run is listed there, and every language we can hear on social media discourse. Hiligaynon is a target in 3 out of the 4 projects. That is new this year, and it is because of work I will show to you in a moment. Now look at the column Kinaraya. So Kinaraya, roughly 1.4 million speakers in the Philippines. And we see that importance. So every box on the project is empty. And I'm not going to stand here in Iloilo and pretend that that is acceptable. I will tell you that it is an open discussion to include this in the technologies that we develop. Next, please. Last December in Hanoi, one of our team members presented the first named entity recognition model ever built in Hiligaynon. So we have the Cebuaner in Cebuano. We also designed another technology in Hiligaynon, that's Hilagayner, 8,000 annotated sentences based from news, social media, library text, sources including the Radyo Bacolod and the Ilonggo Balita sa UMA. So we used 2 transformer models, fine-tuned on it, and it transfers across lingually from Cebuano and Tagalog. So look at these two bars. In the two bars, 2 years ago, our Cebuano baseline has 70% accuracy. And today, Hilagay-Ner baseline clears to 80%. This was built by 2 undergraduate students, our intern from Seleman University, which shows that the method can transfer. What does not transfer is the corpus. And so somebody has to sit with, and annotate this 8,000 sentences. And that somebody has to be a native speaker. Next, please. So let me make this concrete for the health officers that we have in the room and our respected LGU officers in this room, because this is the part that we usually skip. We develop the technology. A post is detected and classified. It is plotted to the barangay level, not a region. A trend is built with climate inputs. A health officer opens a dashboard and sees it, and then somebody does something, maybe a vector control, preposition supplies, risk communication in the right language, in the language that our grassroots community can understand and uses. So a scoping review published this year by Liscano et al. Found that digital surveillance can buy you days, 2 weeks ahead before traditional reporting. So we know now that digital surveillance, according to studies, supports our initiative of social media listening and crowdsourcing before we report them in the Philippine disease surveillance. I want to be precise because that evidence is not ours. It's a global literature, and it has been validated here. And to be clear, this will not replace our PIDSR and our ESR. It will be an insight for our local government offices, health units. It gives a health officer something to act on while waiting for formal confirmation. While waiting for formal confirmation that is still in transit. Next, please. What we owe the people in data. So everything I have described is surveillance, supported by Sarmiento et al. In digital medicine. This year, the Philippines needs a national strategy for exactly this. So let me be straight about what we owe the people. We owe them privacy, public post only, ethics clearance first before collection, bilingual consent for citizen reporting, aligned with our Data Privacy Act. Bias, a model that cannot read your language is not a coverage gap. It is a bias, and that is why our language matrix goes one slide to into another languages for the different applications. We should also not forget human in the loop. So the system flags, a health officer decides whether this is important, this needs attention. There will be no automated clinical judgment, no automated public alert. The access for the dashboard is for our Department of Health, City Health Office, and the LGU. Accountability. Our center publishes our corpora, so you can audit, you can check our labels, and provide you with the limitations. AI Kasalig is a project that exists because of trust. None of that is a technical feature. Those are institutional commitments, which means they only survive if our institution will hold on to them, not the model. Next, please. So we're not going to this session says in the Philippines and beyond for this session. So let me put this in a regional map where we are sa ating mga kapitbahay. No? So government AI readiness, Oxford Insights, Singapore is second in the world. Malaysia, 23rd. Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, all ahead of us. The Philippines is 65th. 3 published findings on cards, published in the Journal of Medical Internet Research. What the region needs first is infrastructure and governance. We rank 65th on AI readiness. We rank first when it comes to our linguistic diversity. No ASEAN neighbor will ever build Hiligaynon for us. But the method exports to every low-resource language in the region. That is SDG 17. And it is a leadership position genuinely available to us. Next, please. The theme of this session is scaling. So let me be honest about what actually does. Architecture scales. Pipelines also scales. Dashboard, we can scale them. You build them once and then use them in the next applicable solution. Governance frameworks and deployment playbooks can also scale with effort. And then there is the column annotated corpora. Native speaker judgment, community trust, none of it is scaled because you cannot centralize it and you cannot buy it in Manila. Models are superseded in months. The data set we built will outlive every year or maybe 6 months. The data set is a national asset. The data sets are built by people in places and in different languages. Next, please. So there, 3 openings. And I have addressed 1 for every group in the room. 1 to annotate to our universities and researchers, our clinicians, our Hiligaynon and Kinaray health corpora do not exist yet. Hiligayner covers news and literature. It does not cover how an Ilongga mother describes the child's breathing at 4 in the morning. That is different vocabulary, different context. Nobody outside this region can build it. Pilot, to our policymakers in the room, our agencies, the LGUs on dengue mapping and decision support system need field sites. Guimaras, Iloilo, and Aklan carried the burden in 2019. They should carry the tools in 2027. Build to our industry partners and to the graduate students in this room, we have deployment work. And you can integrate this in your ideation, in your thesis. We already have initial conversations with Iloilo Science and Technology University, with University of San Agustin, St. Paul, and Layer Tech. They are all exploratory, but they can be a great deal more than that. Next, please. And so, going back to our number, 1,350, Guimaras 2019. Somewhere inside that number is a mother posting at 4 in the morning that nobody listened to. She is still posting, only questions whether anything is listening, something is listening, and whether it understands her. So, 2030 agenda, we're closing on 4 years before we claim that we've achieved our targets for SDG, 17 SDG goals. The models are already here, the corpora are not. not inilagay nun in Kinaraya, not in the languages spoken, where the burden is the heaviest. The burden is in our grassroots community, and we want to bring in healthcare services to the grassroots. The Western Visayas region is where the next chapter begins. So if you remember one thing in the past 15 minutes, model scale, corpora do not, and somebody has to annotate. And that somebody is in this room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mideth Abisado, Program Leader of the DOST NICER Research and Development Center of Natural Language Processing for Health Applications from the National University. We also encourage our AI Technical Conference attendees to visit our PGDX exhibit area at Hall C of the Iloilo Convention Center. With your AI Technical Conference registration, you are provided with free entrance to the area. There are so many exciting things awaiting you in the next hall, so feel free to drop by the area when you get the chance. Our third plenary speaker of Plenary Session 2 is a Balik Scientist Program awardee who recently completed his engagement with DOST MIRDC, driving advanced manufacturing and robotics initiatives here in the Philippines. He is the CEO and co-founder of Hand Plus Robotics based in Singapore and Malaysia, a company specializing in software-driven robotic picking solutions. He is also co-founded and serves as program director of the Algorithm Robotics Center in Cebu. He is a professional lecturer at De La Salle University in Manila and previously served as a senior research fellow at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. He is also an international robotics champion, having led teams to victory at the Amazon Robotics Challenge, the DHL Robotics Challenge, and the IROS Mobile Manipulation Challenge. He holds dual bachelor's degree in chemistry and computer engineering from Ateneo de Manila University and both a master's and PhD in information science with a focus on robotics from the Nara Institute of Science and Technology in Japan. To speak on business transformation through AI and robotics automation, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our third plenary speaker of Session 2, Dr. Albert Causo.
Hello. Good afternoon. May chuwari-wari pa po ako. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Albert. And today, let me tell you a story about business transformation and robots. The whole 3 days will be about AI. But what I want to tell you is this. Robots and AI are two sides of the same coin. Both are about automation. One is automating from the data side, analytics side, and the other one is automation coming from the hardware side. And when AI was booming 2015 onwards, actually after the pandemic, when ChatGPT got released, we had to tell people that robot is not AI, and AI is not automatically a robot. But today, let me reframe my discussion about robots and AI from business perspective. So, those of you who have seen this news, raise your hand. Has anyone read this news in the last couple of months? The reason is this. There has been a backlash in the corporate world, in the US especially, to stop using AI because they're running out of budget. Amazon reportedly, or was it Facebook, consumed $5.6 million worth of AI tokens in 1 week. That means if you scale that, that's 20 million in a month, that's $240 million, or $250 million going directly to either Anthropic or Gemini or Google. That's a lot of money. And the question was, are we getting our money's worth? The answer was mostly a resounding no. For the next 3 days, all of us will be talking about AI. But the corporate world, where the money resides, are basically pushing back and saying, hold on, something is not going right. If AI really delivers, then how come we don't see the returns? But let me go back to this problem or story at the end of my talk. Because, based on analysis that we have seen so far, the issue was not about how to use AI or whether there is a reason for AI usage, but rather the whole why are we using it in the first place. Most often, the reason a lot of tokens have been consumed was because staffs are using it to write better emails, prepare better PowerPoint, summarize reports, generate whatever, which is what we are already using. What it amplifies is our individual capacity at a personal level, not at the corporate level. But the question is, who's funding all of this? It's not your own pocket. It's not your own money. It's funded from the top. Therefore, the benefits should come from the corporate level. And that is very difficult to see as of now. It doesn't mean that it will never happen. The question is when and what actually delivers impact to companies. Now, let me share about robots. I'm a roboticist. We build robot systems. My companies build robots. And whenever we look at robots, we always see AI as something complementary. In fact, based on what we have seen in the last decade, AI is mostly used by robots to see and move. I will show you several examples of this. In fact, those of you who are interested, you can go to the 2 doors down. There's a robotics competition there. Most of what the students are doing are basically what we do. But after the boom, after ChatGPT was released, we saw AI focusing more on high-level reasoning in unstructured environment. In short, the business case for businesses is to use AI in order to make their automation even more smart. So let's look first at what robots usually do with AI. It's a very intuitive solution, actually. This is what a robot solution is composed of. I don't say robot. I say robot solution. It's always a system. A robot is never a single component. If you are talking about industrial automation, that means robots that include an industrial arm, grippers, cameras, gripper, camera, or other types of sensors. And if you're going to put it in a production line, that also includes automation like conveying systems, lifting systems, and softwares, etc., etc. It takes a lot of things for a robot solution to work. Buying an arm doesn't solve anything. Buying a camera doesn't solve anything. Put the two together, and maybe you get something. So, how does a robot see? This is an actual footage of one of the deployments we had where we told the robot to use AI to see the items. The items are actually single-use masks. This was after the pandemic, where we tend to give away a lot of masks. So now, we want to put the mask inside bags. The bags are, you can see at the corner. And they're going around. The data that keep changing, that's very digitalized, this is 3D scan of the whole setup. It's a camera. But on the right side, on the inset, where you see the bounding boxes, this is the AI working. Okay? So when the robot will use the AI, the camera captures the image, send the image to the AI and say, where are the items? And the AI will say, Look at the bounding boxes. These are the items. Funny story about this actual deployment. If you look at the items with the blue bounding boxes, they are yellowish. During the initial deployment, the client gave set of masks that is brownish. When the item was delivered to us during actual deployment, the AI was blind. It couldn't see anything. The AI keeps saying, there's no item, there's no item. I kept worrying about the algorithm. Look at the YOLO. We're using YOLO 6 around this time. And when I look at the raw data, that's when I realize it is a different product. We have to change, retrain everything, and it worked. Now, we also use AI, and C, right? We use the AI to let the robot know what the item is and decide what to do. For example, sorting. You can see this is an ABB arm used for deployment in logistics in a warehouse, where the robot uses the AI to see whether it's a tissue paper or a garbage bag. You change the product, we retrain the AI, the robot works. Very simple. So one of the most extensive deployment we've had is in a warehouse where there are 200 plus items. You dump all the items in one box, the robot will be able to identify as many of them and separate them as needed. So this is, the other one was about seeing, now it's seeing and sorting. So not just see, but also decide where to move. But other than seeing and moving, we also use AI to do quality checks. This is an actual deployment of a robot that's installed in a semicon company in Singapore. It's a screw driving application, automatic screw driving. Your cell phones, laptops, and whatnots, all your personal electronic devices, needs to screw the board onto the frame, the laptop casing. If the wrong size of screw, wrong length, wrong diameter, and the wrong torque, the force is not enough, those boards can pop out and cause factory defect. So what this semicon company started doing is deploying AI to first tell the robot, if you see there's a hole, get this screw. But once we develop the system, we realize we can make this vision system to be accurate up to 0.001 millimeter by adjusting certain parameters, and it has nothing to do with AI anymore. But the point is, with that kind of resolution, we are able to let the system know what type of item it is, what kind of screw is needed, what's the torque needed for the automatic screwing, and whether there's a screw or not, or whether it's the wrong screw. So you do, because of AI, the robot can see, the robot can move, plan the motion, and the robot can perform quality check. These three roles without automation, usually in a factory, is done by at least 3 different people. With a robot in there, they can consolidate the work. Now, don't ask me and tell me later, sir, because of robots, 3 people will lose their job. That's not true. The 3 people whose job is previously to screw and check would be moved to a different position in the company. That's what normally happens. Now, not all of us here is in manufacturing or in logistics, but let me show you just some examples of robots and how AI, especially vision AI. Robot and vision AI are like kare-kare and bagoong. They always go together. Okay? Without the vision AI, usually robots are blind. Prof. Naval here earlier was talking about subsea measurement, assessment of fish. If you have a submersible robot, you need his software. Okay? This kind of marriage. For example, in agriculture, in precision agriculture using drones, basically the drones are just a delivery node or a sensing node. All the data that the drone captures through cameras, thermometers, etc., need to be fed to an AI model or whatever methodology of computation and to let the drone know what to do next. So it's seeing and moving. In manufacturing, where you do laser cutting, AI is being used to optimize positioning. For example, you have metal I saw earlier in the morning somebody from metal cutting industry, metals industry. You have a whole sheet of steel, and you need to cut several parts in it. You don't optimize it, you will waste a lot of material. Now AI can help do the optimization, minimize the amount of wasted material. In machine tending, but sir, machine tending is quite simple. You load, unload, true. But most CNC owners usually process what we call low volume, high variance product. You only produce one or two pieces, the next pieces are completely different. When that happens, you require a human to be there. Only the human can recognize how to pick the item. But if you use AI, the AI can make a decision, check the item, see it, and decide how to pick the item. Should I already pick the item? Is it already perfect quality-wise? Of course, harvesting, mango tree, and somebody asked me, can we use a robot to harvest Gimaras mango? Yes. Not going to be cheap, but an interesting problem. Can be done? Most probably. How much it would cost? No idea. But when that happens, you also need the robot to have AI. The robot should have cameras, check the tree, decide whether it's ripe or not, the shape is correct or not, and harvest it. In fact, next door, one of the team there is using AI to determine defects on mango, whether it has blemishes or maybe even the ripeness level. Where else? Stone carving. There's a lot of artistic capability in the Philippines, whether it's in wood, for example, in Betis, Pampanga, building all those religious statues, or in Romblon, where we are making stone-based, marble-based products, you can use a robot for that. But recognizing how to do the task, adjusting for the force of the robot, for example, requires certain level of skill. And that kind of skill can sometimes be difficult to capture. So we can use AI for that. Palletizing, you put, or in Tagalog, magpaleta. Wala namang bago doon. But the kicker is this. If I need to palletize cargo with different types of sizes, how will I make it happen? Usually now, you can see palletizing robots stacking the same size as a box. But that's not true. In a given factory, you could have as many as 2,000 different box sizes. How will you mix them? In fact, for those of you who are researchers and willing to try, it's still an open problem. Only a couple of companies have solved it, and they're not cheap. The palletizer can cost as much as $500,000. That's a lot of money. Now, solve the software, I'll give you the hardware for cheap. Then we become billionaires together. You can have delivery robots. Those of you who have been to Jollibee or maybe Robinson Supermarket, they're deploying it now to do some sales and marketing stuff inside the store. No issue there. But obstruction detection that you see here means the robot will see an obstruction and make a plan around you. You can decide to make it deterministic. The robot stops and say, oh, get out of my way, or let the robot decide where to go. So you have simultaneous localization and mapping. You can even have random detection, for example, waiting and delivery and material transfer. These kind of robot solutions offer, usually is a good investment for companies because moving items is never productive. It's needed, but not useful. Meaning you cannot charge your client just because you move the box from point A to point B. Oh, why did the delivery took so long? Sir, we don't have cargador. We cannot move the item from point A to point B, from here to the truck. But without doing that, you cannot sell the product. Use robots for that, which requires AI, by the way. So if we can combine pure robotics, that's Industry 3.0. You combine robots with AI, you're moving towards Industry 4, because now it's crunching data. What are the benefits of using robots with AI anyway? These numbers I'm showing you are based on our actual experience with companies. We can improve productivity by up to 60%, meaning companies can produce 2 times more for the same number of manpower and the same size of factory. That's a huge boost. In fact, this I will tell you for those who will ask about job loss issue. In most cases, companies double or increase their manpower after automation installation. Never happened that after they install the robot, they dismiss all the people. They move the people elsewhere. They increase productivity, allow for greater sales. Not only that, not just productivity, efficiency as well. When you use robots, you waste less material. When you use robots, you waste fewer man-hours. And that boosts efficiency. Even if you don't want to increase your productivity, you don't want to produce more, you can get more product out of the same raw material. That's a lot of cost savings. Of course, because AI basically crunches data, now the management has data on what's happening with the robots. Classic example I was sharing the other day. A company in Laguna have several stamping machines. They wanted to buy a robot to do machine tending. When we asked exactly why, they say, oh, it's difficult to find people to load and unload the material in a stamping machine. But one reason also was because he's having trouble reconciling the report of the operators from what the supervisor says and what the finance people say. Operators say, sir, we produce 1,000 units today. Supervisors say, we produce 1,200. And finance say, no, you only produce 500. So who's lying? And how do you verify? If the gap is huge, you already immediately think, oh, there's pilferage, or there's somebody stealing from me. Automation helps remove those doubts. You can do the measurement, gives the management better data, gives better prediction. Bakit? Sakit ng Pilipino businessman. Sir, pag December, mag-ramp up tayo ng production. How much? Doblehin natin, triplihin natin. Pagdating ng January, fire sale. Palugi. Mali ang estimation. Bakit? Because for the previous years, the basis of the projection was gut feel. Sir, last year, parang dumoble tayo eh. Anong sabihin ng parang? Where's the number? No number. But when you have automation, you have number, hindi anecdote yung basis ng decision making, but actual fact. And one of the biggest benefits that no one talks about is about safety in operations. The only problem is this. Even WHO does not have an equation that translates safety to cost. If I use robot, how many safety days can I get out of it? Walang ganong equation so far. So yung mga economists dito at social scientists, you want to contribute to automation without building robots, study the relationship between medical leaves, medical sickness due to work in relation to productivity. And if you can quantify that, you have a good thing going for you. Because it's very difficult to quantify it. Most owners only use salary as a reference to compute return on investment. But safety of manpower, you don't have a lot of people reporting sick, not a lot of people slowing down because of muscular pain, of backache, etc., is going to deliver benefit, but it's very difficult to capture. And all of these four are only important if it helps the business generate or penetrate new market. From business perspective, all of this discussion about AI and robot is useless if it will not impact the bottom line. Tandaan niyo yan, ha? You may have the most beneficial AI. Pero pag businessman kausap mo, tatanungin ka lang yan. Will it improve my bottom line? Will I get more profit? And there's nothing wrong with that because precisely businesses are designed to maximize profit. So that's the lens they will use. So if you guys are going to do R&D in university or you're going to create policy, always have this at the back of your head. We should be able at some point connect the technology to profit generation. How? By generating more market access. Now, let's shift to higher level. With ChatGPT, with your large language models, and now agentic AI, and we're talking about visual language models, etc., etc., parang ang daming kayang gawin ng robot because of AI, no? Totoo naman yun. Pero what we notice is that the current push right now is to use AI to enable robots to work in situations that are uniquely designed for human. For example, bahay, factory na may hagdan. Nag-expect ka ba ng robot umakyat ng hagdan? Hindi naman. But until 2-3 years ago, no one thought of doing that. Now, suddenly, hagdan lang yan. Pwedeng gawan niya ng AI model. This pivot in understanding is causing troubles to a company like mine. Why? All of a sudden, when we go to a client and say, "Sir, why not you use a robot to improve your productivity?" Ang sasagutin ka lang, madali lang yan. Bakit ko ako bibili ng robot na yan? Gusto ko ng robot na mukhang tao para pag nabore ako, pwede rin magsayaw. Ganon. Bakit? Kasi ito yung mga nakikita nila. Kasalanan to ng China. Diba? In March, during the spring season, I think this was March, Unit 3 released this video of several robots dancing. Di lang yan, nagkukung fu. Those of you who have seen the video, it's 5 minutes long. There is a section, I'm rarely impressed by things like this because I know how many engineers are required to actually build this. Until I saw, towards the 3rd minute, where the robots was playing the drunken master dance of Jackie Chan. Those of you who are my age would remember that movie, The Drunken Master, where he has a pear-shaped bottle of wine and he's dancing around like a drunk man doing kung fu. I saw that. I'm not going to show it here. You search for the video. When I saw that, the robots bending at their waist backward to imitate a drunken guy, I was like, ay, my God, different level na talaga to. But still, I know, at the back of my head, I know, it took probably a couple of 100 engineers to do this. Regardless, we have reached the stage where our entertainers are already robots. And this raises suddenly the expectation of what robots can do. So, what kind of robots can we buy? This is from, I'm thinking of the company. But what I wanted to show you is, you see what kind of dexterity it can do? Dual arm, can bend, has a camera at the head. It's basically your coworker that doesn't get sick, doesn't complain, does have no boyfriend or girlfriend to complain about, no heartaches, no breakups, no holiday vacations. But they're very slow and quite unstable. Ubitech. For those of you who do not know, Ubitech started as a robotics toy company in Shenzhen. Most of the senior guys there who are researchers were my fellow co-workers in Singapore around 8 years ago, until they started going back to Shenzhen, China to help build Ubitech. And now we have this. Okay? So, you can buy it for how much? Around $16,000. The cheapest version is around $10,000. Most Filipino companies will say that's still too expensive. Now, it's expensive now. And not only that, in the next couple of years, as the costs keep going down and the basic salary keep going up, then we will have an issue. Remember, the 85 peso additional daily wage addition in Metro Manila has just been suspended until, I think, August 16. Why? Because a lot of businessmen were complaining. You think that will not happen? It will. When that happens, suddenly, a robot that can cost lower than 10K becomes an attractive, more and more attractive option. It's not even an if, it's a when. This is a robot from Figure. Figure is an American company. It's not only China who produces robots like this. There's a US company called Figure. This is Figure version 3. And this is an actual deployment of Figure robot in a BMW plant in Spartanburg in Germany. It's happening. You see, they are moving. It's not an experiment. It's a true deployment. Of course, you can see the robot is slow. The robot still maybe makes some mistakes. But do you see any people behind him? No one. Now you can build a whole car with what we call a black factory, a dark factory. You turn off the light, everything will still function. But how does these robots actually learn how to behave in the real world? You have companies like this in China, which nowadays train the robot. I will let you watch, but because normally what they will do, they will teleoperate the robot, they will use a camera on their forehead, which you would have seen in the news from India recently. But look at that subtitle. One guy will say something very interesting. Teaching them how to wash dishes, blah, blah, blah. Fold clothes. This guy. Anong degree niya? Big Data Technology. What does it mean? Who cares? Anong trabaho? Mag-train ng robot. Anong tinetrain niya? Mag-fold ng laundry. Nagfo-fold ka ng laundry sa bahay? No. Medyo may disconnect, di ba? So, traditionally, even if you have robots, it will take us months to build a robot system like I've shown you. The environment needs to be rigid and structured. Kailangan i-bolt sa ground yung robot. We can only do high volume, low mix. Nowadays, we can. The reverse. Then, of course, when something happens, a human need to fix the robot, restart the robot. But with more AI capability, it makes it faster to deploy robots. Personally, I haven't tried days or hours. The best I could have done, I did was 3-day requirement. In 3 days, we built the whole robot system. The environment can now be unstructured because the robot has a lot of sensor. You can have a high mix, low volume, so even it's like 1 million variation, the robot should be able to handle. And the robot can recover itself. In fact, figure robot, not you, the UBTech robot, can replace battery on its own. It has 2 battery slots, and when one battery loses power, he will go to a dock and replace it. You don't even need to tell him what to do. Hindi na siya humihinto. Siya na yung kusang magpapalit. And because of these improvements, we are expecting 90% faster time to value. Meaning the moment mo conceptualize yung product, bibilis ng almost 100 times, magdodoble halos kung gaano kabilis lumabas yung product sa factory. Which means, because it can adjust to different environments, now the companies do not need to modify the factory a lot, which lowers the adoption cost. And because it can handle multiple orders, high variability, now it can work with small volume. Di na kailangan laksaan yung product. And because it can auto-repair itself and replenish its own battery, the uptime increases. So, what's my observation moving forward? We still expect traditional robots to actually flourish even more. Why? They're also a bit cheaper. But more and more of these robots will become smarter and data-centric. Which means dati hindi pinapansin yung mga data na ginagawa ng robot. Now, we will be reading the encoder values of the robot motors, the cameras, all the sensors. One thing that we expect, some companies who do not have enough money to put in robots, they would start putting IoT applications first. Sir, I don't need to put a robot in my stamping machine. I just want to put a sensor there to measure how many products come out. These IoT applications and services will flourish more because it's lower cost to businesses, but may deliver almost similar impact as a full automation. Next, the new game is not even about AI. It's data visibility. Whoever can build services, software that allows to reap the data out of any system and send it somewhere, we're gonna make a lot of money. Because data visibility, data is important to AI. In the last several symposiums I've attended about AI, very rarely somebody talks about data. Earlier about the health application, they're talking about corpora, that's the data. But any other talk I've attended, rarely do they talk about data. But data is the currency of AI. Without the data, there's no AI. Robots can still work though. Next, this I have seen. Tingi software will deliver faster wins. What do I mean? Sir, kailangan ko ba ng buong AI? Do I need a complicated AI model to change my company? No, I have seen this already. One agentic AI built, installed inside the WhatsApp chat group of the company. Now, every reimbursement, instead of downloading the form, filling out the paper, printing it, signing it, you dump the picture of the receipt inside the WhatsApp chat, and the AI will suddenly see, it's an agentic, will see the data, process it assume it's a financial reimbursement, and suddenly email the finance department the full reimbursement report. Nothing to do anymore. You don't even need to say anything. Or you create a chat group with Viber or WhatsApp with your client. And suddenly you're talking, how about sir, we meet tomorrow? Okay, we meet tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Oh yeah, online. Okay, see you sir. And then suddenly, on your Google Calendar, an event appears. And the link is already there for Zoom or Google Hangout and gets posted back in the WhatsApp group. Tingi software. The company need to pay $1,000 for this? 100,000 pesos? No. They can probably subscribe to it at maybe 200 pesos a month and be happy with it. These are Tingi software. Can solve real pain points, but be very, very effective. And lastly, the most that we have seen that will deliver really an impact is company-level changes. Not individual. Not whether you're good at doing email, but whether your company can handle the data and make something out of it. Babalik ako sa tanong ko kanina. Nagbabawas ng budget sila, Amazon, sila Facebook, hindi dahil sa useless si AI, kundi dahil up until now, it only impacts individual work, not corporate level. We need to see that. And companies would start asking for that kind of impact. Not whether I can do my report faster, but whether the report can impact the bottom line of the company, whether that report can be distributed to all the employees fast, etc., etc. So corporate level, bottom line impact. Last slide, DOST, I'm helping DOST with this as a balik scientist to push for the adoption of Industry 4.0, of which robotics, automation, and AI are just some of the 9 technologies considered part of Industry 4.0. And I can tell you right now, there's a video, I will skip it. But the Quattro program, hosted by DOST MIRDC, has 2-pronged. We're going to build the Amerial Hub at Bikutan that will house as many of these 9 component technologies, AI, robotics, cloud computing, whatever. Nandun yan, makikita nyo yan. Actual robots and automation that is deployable. You want to buy it, you can buy it on the spot. And ecosystem development. And to help the ecosystem, this is the Amerial Hub. Hopefully you can visit sometime in November onwards. And concretely, how does the Quattro program help the push, for example, of AI? In order to build the ecosystem, the group, the team offers at least these 9 services. We provide technical needs assistance directly to the MSME. We provide expert consultancy. Sometimes ako yung nahihila doon. We provide training and seminar on specific topics including AI and robotics. We do technology showcase, partner development, resource linking, meaning introduce namin kayo sa vendor, or vendor gets introduced to a whole lot of group of MSMEs. We even help universities and businesses write paper, proposal writing for grants, and scholarly writing para umangat yung research capability. And MIRDC itself can do R&D projects, sometimes in partnership with the local university. So concretely, we can be one of those one-stop shop that can help the MSMEs navigate around this technology so it can make a big impact on them. Those interested, you can check the website of Quattro. It's amerial.dost.gov.ph. We have a very active Facebook group and TikTok and Instagram. And we promise to reply within 24 hours. But other than that, you can reach out to me directly through this contact information if you have any questions about robots, AI, and about automation in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Albert J. Causo, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Hand Plus Robotics, for your valuable knowledge on business transformation through AI and robotics animation. To all our AI Technical Conference attendees, we encourage you to visit our PGDX exhibit area at Hall C of the Iloilo Convention Center. With your AI Technical Conference registration, you are provided with free entrance to the area. There are so many exciting things awaiting you in the next hall, so feel free to drop by the area when you get the chance.
Thank you very much to all our speakers. Those were profound speaking topics or engagements. And I'm sure that everyone, some of you here, would have some questions on their mind. So this is your time to ask a question to our panelists or to our speakers. We could only accommodate one question because our time does not permit us to accommodate more. So anyone has a question for our experts, please? Kindly raise your hand. There you go, please, ma'am. The microphone is there at the center. Kindly state your name and your affiliation, and to whom do you direct your question?
So, hello, good afternoon. I'm Jaimlu de la Serna. My affiliation is City College of Armagh. So, I actually have a question. I think anyone can answer the question to the panelists or the experts. So my question is, what ways can we actually address the issue of the so-called digital divide? Because we all know digital divide is about everyone can actually use digital technology, but not everyone has the access of digital technology. So my question is more likely is how do we address it, especially to those people who are in the marginalized sections?
Anyone could answer? Quick answer from our panelists, please. Just a quick answer.
Thank you for that question. Kulitin niyo si Mayor. De biro lang. It can be answered. It can be answered through several layers. Of course, there's the technological aspect. What we have, there are several options already available. Siguro, we could also clarify yung digital divide na sinasabi. Sa context kasi natin dito, meron din tinatawag na AI divide. But the two are obviously connected. So I'll assume AI divide na lang siya. So technological interventions, that's what the OST is supporting. Also for the startups, binibigyan ng pondo to solve the technological problem. Meron din kasing policy level wherein other agencies can already promulgate certain policies, enabling policies para ma-address sila. So for example, kung connectivity ito, we have the free Wi-Fi for all and other related initiatives. Of course, there's also, hindi natin maiwasan, political din siya. So although iniiwasan natin yung discussion na yun, but that's the realities. So we can do that on several fronts. Kung hindi man ma-address ng first two, at least tanungin natin si Congressman. Because he or she should really represent us, di ba? Yun naman yung trabaho nila. Para makita rin nila that there's certain need. And for this AI divide or digital divide, dapat nga inclusive. So at all levels of society, dapat hindi sila makakalimutan. Especially mga na-mention kanina ni Ma'am ni Sir, yung about being sensitive, being culturally sensitive, and making sure that walang may iwan masyado sa endeavor na ito. So, yun lang po.
May idadagdag lang po ako. Buti na banggit ni Doc Franz, no? Medyo lumalawak yung definition ng divide. The other day, I saw an advertisement saying that, are we expecting our senior citizens nowadays to use the phone camera to scan a QR code to sign up for something or check the menu in a restaurant? This is ageist. Yun yung comment. Pero until when can we bend backwards to accommodate digital divide? Yun yung tanong ko. So merong nawawalang piece of information. I will repeat what Doc Fran say. Ask. Because most of the people in the policy level are trying their best to put infrastructure, training. Pero kung hindi hahanapin ng taong bayan kung nasan yung training, hindi makakarating yung information. Kung hindi sasabihin yung policymaker na kailangan namin ng ganito, hindi nila malalaman. We can keep blaming the government for this, but the thing is, the responsibility starts with us first. We are the one who knows what is our own need. But if there is enough critical mass to impact policy making, make it a process, make it a habit, do it, say, ask, knock on the door of your congressman, of DOST, sorry mga DOST staff, diba? DICT staff, sabihan nyo, hoy, kailangan namin ng internet. Kasi dati, ang idea lang ng digital divide was about infrastructure. Tas nag-evolve to age. Tas nag-evolve to social class. Tas nag-evolve, parang, so nasaan pa lahat na lang may digital divide? We need to be clear about this, and that is solved first by being clear of what you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for profoundly answering the question of one of our delegates. And if you have any more questions, you could actually submit your questions to our secretariat so they could give it to our speakers, and then they would email their answers to you. So kindly supply your email address as well, aside from your questions. So once again, let's give our speakers a warm round of applause. And before I forget, if you see a QR code at your table, you could scan it for the presentations of all our speakers. But you can only access the presentations once or after the speaker presents their presentation. All right, so now it's time to award our certificate of appreciation to our respective speakers. The citation reads, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Dr. Albert J. Causo for sharing his time and expertise as a plenary speaker and for delivering the presentation entitled Navigating the AI Landscape, Emerging Trends, Issues and Implications for Academe, Industry, and Government during the 2026 AIFest Technical Conference held as part of the 2026 AIFest, with the theme Building an AI-Ready Future Together, held on August the 3rd, 2026 at the Iloilo Convention Center. Signed by Regional Director Rowan R. Helonga, CESO 2, and SUC President 3, and Regional Chairperson of RASUC 6, Dr. Lilian Diana B. Pareño.
To award the certificates of appreciation, we call on stage Dr. May Rose Osuerte, Assistant Regional Director for Finance and Administrative Services, Department of Science and Technology, Western Visayas, and also Dr. Maureen Neti and Linan, Co-Chair, AI Technical Conference, Iloilo Science and Technology University. We call on all plenary session speakers to the stage.
Same certificate is given to Dr. Franz De Leon, and of course, same certificate is also given to Dr. Mideth Abisado. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much to all our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we've spent this session hearing from leaders who are shaping the future of AI. But every breakthrough, every solution, every big idea It all begins somewhere. It begins with research. It begins with curiosity. And very often, it begins with the bright, bold minds of the next generation. That brings us to one of the most exciting parts of AIFest 2026, our research paper competition. Under the theme, Building an AI Innovation Ecosystem, Research Driving Solutions for Society. This is where ideas meet impact, where researchers step forward not just to ask, what can AI do? But what should AI do for our communities, our country, and more importantly, our people? The papers you're about to hear represent hours of study, experimentation, and dedication. Each one a small but meaningful step toward an AI ecosystem built here by us and for us.
Introduce the mechanics and judges of the research paper competition. We welcome on stage Dr. Olive Joy G. Abing, moderator from the Iloilo Science and Technology University.
Good afternoon once again, everybody. It is a great privilege to me to welcome each and every one of you to our AIFest 2026 Research Paper Competition, where brilliant ideas meet bold possibilities. With this year's theme, Building an AI Innovation Ecosystem, Research Driving Solutions for Society, we celebrate not just artificial intelligence, but prove that AI is also a tool for compassion, progress, and societal transformation. And of course, every groundbreaking idea deserves a fair, discerning, and visionary panel to evaluate it. Before we meet our distinguished judges, let me first present the mechanics for judging. For our presentation guideline, each presentation is allocated 15 minutes in total, 10 minutes for the presentation, and another 5 minutes for the question and answer session. Presentations are strictly timed. Presenters will be asked to conclude immediately when the allocated time has elapsed. Slides should be formatted in an official presentation template provided by the conference. Questions should be addressed only during the designated Q&A period. Lastly, and most importantly, the decision of the Board of Judges is final and irrevocable. For our oral presentation criteria, originality, novelty, creativity, and innovativeness, 25%. Technical soundness, 25%. Significance and impact contribution, 20%. Clarity of oral presentation, 15%. And mastery of the problem or ability to answer questions, another 15%, for a total of 100%. For our Board of Judges, our first judge is currently a professor of artificial intelligence at the Department of Computer Science, University of the Philippines, Diliman. He is the founder and the current laboratory head of the Computer Vision and Machine Intelligence Group of the same department, where he leads a group of research students focused on the application of machine learning to solve problems in healthcare, environment, and education. His current research interest includes underwater computer vision, intelligent control of underwater autonomous vehicle, swarms robotics and computation, and deep reinforcement learning. He is concurrently the academic head of UP Diliman's Artificial Intelligence Program, which was set up in 2022, offering Masters of Engineering and Doctor of Philosophy in Artificial Intelligence. The program has already produced 40 Masters of Engineering graduates and at present has 32 PhD and close to 250 master students. He is also the co-founder of Fisheye Analytics, a university spin-off launched in late 2019, together with Dr. Laura David, Director of UP Marine Science Institute, whose mission is to address pressing problems in marine biodiversity preservation by providing AI tools for environmental monitoring, assessment, and rehabilitation. For our first judge, let us welcome the renowned AI luminary, Dr. Prospero C. Naval Jr. Our second judge is the Program Chair for Computer Science, Research Coordinator of the College of Computer and Information Science, and Lead Researcher of the Center for Computational Innovations and Sustainability at Mapua Malayan Colleges, Laguna. She is currently pursuing a PhD in Computer Science and is a recipient of the JICA Japan Overseas Cooperation Volunteers Faculty Exchange Program, where she completed specialized training in database management and networking at the Information Technology Research Center of Nagano Prefecture, Japan. She is a certified IBM instructor, IBM evangelist for the CHED Smart Global Analytics Program for IT and business courses, and a certified Huawei AI instructor. Her research focuses on artificial intelligence, deep learning, data science, environmental informatics, smart agriculture, and intelligent decision support systems. She has authored numerous Scopus Index publications, received Best Paper and Best Presenter awards at international conferences, and served as a technical reviewer for international journals. She currently leads Project Lawa, a proposed AI-enabled water quality monitoring initiative for Cabuyao City, Laguna, endorsed to DTI Calabarzon. Through this initiative, she actively promotes interdisciplinary research, innovation, and sustainable digital transformation by fostering collaborations among academia, government, and industry. Please welcome a respected AI professor, Ms. Jonalyn G. Ebron. Our third judge is a distinguished academic leader, researcher, and innovator, specializing also in artificial intelligence, data mining, machine learning, deep learning, bioinformatics, distributed systems, telematics, smart energy systems, renewable energy optimization, and Internet of Things applications. He has published extensively in SEI, Web of Science, and Scopus Index journals and conference proceedings, earning a significant international recognition for his scholarly contributions. As of June 2026, his scholarly impact is reflected by 2,134 Google Scholar citations, an H index of 21, and an I-10 index of 53. In 2023, he filed a patent for a system designed for predictive state of charging switching mechanism. In 2024, he secured a copyright registration for a method of freshness detection of milkfish using image processing with modified wavelet transform, and successfully registered the Bright Sky Solar Experts trademark, highlighting his commitment to advancing renewable energy technologies and intelligent engineering solutions. He currently serves as University Professor and Vice President for Research and Extension at Northern Iloilo State University, and previously served as its President. where he continues to champion excellence in research, innovation, internationalization, and sustainable development. It is our honor to welcome Dr. Bobby D. Gerardo. And now, to start the research paper competition, let us welcome our first presenter from DOST Western Visayas to present her paper on the effectiveness of capacity building on researcher development and research culture transformation, a machine learning approach. Please welcome Ms. Caitlin Sara B. Bernardino.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kathleen, and I work at the Department of Science and Technology, Western Visayas. Next slide. Next slide, please. So, prior to my current designation, I handled R&D management in the Department of Science and Technology, Western Visayas. And under this, we manage 3 R&D consortia, namely WVHRDC, WV Shared, and NSTAP Visayas. So in the R&D consortia, these are network of researchers in Western Visayas, and we provide capacity building to researchers as well as opportunities for R&D grants and presentations as well as commercialization. So, sorry. So as an R&D manager, I'm curious about whether our capacity building activities are actually being translated to actual research results. So with machine learning and the data that we have, I want to know the following questions. Number 1, I want to know whether frequent attendees in capacity building activities are actually conducting research activities such as proposal submission, paper presentation, project implementation, publication, and even developing technologies or IPs. Second, I want to know the type of capacity building activities that are actually contributing to the researchers to do these research activities. And third, I want to know the contribution of the R&D consortia in its member institutions using the framework of Cook. And lastly, I want to know the level of maturity or the stage of research culture in Western Visayas through its member institutions. So the scope of this study is it covers data about researchers and research member institutions participating in capacity building activities from 2019 to 2024. And I am anchoring this study in 3 frameworks. Number 1, with that of Evans. She defined what is researcher development. According to her, researcher development involves behavioral change in behavior or behavioral development, attitudinal development, as well as intellectual development. And then I also anchored this framework on Cook, in which she presented the principles of effective researcher capacity building, which has 6 principles: skills development, linkages, close to practice, dissemination, sustainability, and infrastructure. And lastly, I anchored this framework on Olvido. She presented that there are 3 stages in research culture development: gestation, expansion, and maturation. So the methodology, of course, is using the data analysis, starting with data collection. I have over 6,000 records of attendance in capacity building, over 1,000 research outputs, and 112 capacity building data sets. So, of course, I conducted pre-processing, exploratory data analysis, model implementation. I used ARM or association rule mining and logistic regression for objectives number 1 and 2. And I used naive Bayes and decision tree for objectives 3 and 4. And then I evaluated the models using support, confidence, and lift for ARM, and accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score for logistic regression, naive Bayes, and decision tree. And then I went on presenting and interpreting the results. So for my first result is that I discovered that truly those researchers who has frequently attended capacity building activities are actually submitting proposals, as well as those with very high attendance in capacity building and already implementing projects are also submitting proposals. So since ARM is frequently used in market basket analysis, I want to ensure that my results are correct. So I also use logistic regression. And similarly, very high attendance has a high odds ratio for proposal submission, project implementation, and policy brief publication. Evaluating the results of the logistic regression, as you can see, due to class imbalance, the logistic regression only performed well in proposal submission and paper presentation. This is because most of the researchers in the dataset are presenting papers, more than 50% of them, and only about 30% are submitting proposals, while others, like implementation and publication and also developing technologies are rare in the dataset. So in the second objectives, these are the discoveries using ARM. So the training in proposal writing, of course, are effective in helping our researchers submit proposals. Training on proposal writing, research dissemination, and collaboration opportunities also help them to submit proposals. And lastly, intellectual property. So coupled with logistic regression, these are the capacity building activities that are effective for helping our researchers conduct research activities. So for example, training on energy efficiency helps researchers submit proposals, and so on. So similar to objective number 1, the logistic regression only also performed well in proposal submission and paper presentation. So for the objective number 3, using naive Bayes, I discovered that the capacity building activities of DOST and the R&D consortia help in the provision of appropriate dissemination platforms, which is Cook's Principle D. It has similar result with decision tree, in which the most dominant feature is Principle D, which is providing appropriate dissemination platforms. However, due to class imbalance, the models also did not perform well in this analysis. Now, going to the fourth objective, which is to determine the research culture of the member institution. So, based on the activities of the R&D consortia and DOST, these activities are towards the expansion stage. So, meaning all of the activities of the R&D consortia helps researchers to disseminate their research output. So they're at the second stage. It is being confirmed by decision tree also that currently, based on the data set, we are at the expansion stage. Now, as you can see, the performance is 100%, but this doesn't mean that the model performed well, because it only means that there's no variation in terms of the activities in the data set. So my recommendations are the following, or these are my also my conclusion, that number 1, with all the investment of DOST in capacity building, we can see the highest ROI in proposal writing. meaning we can help researchers submit proposals. And secondly, we can use attendance in capacity building as an indicator for those potential researchers so that we can also focus our assistance to them. And knowing that the current state of the member institutions in Western Visayas are at the expansion stage or at the publishing or presenting stage, we can now choose to provide assistance related to IP protection, commercialization, policy formulation, so that we can help our universities and other RDIs towards maturation stage. So for recommendations, we are recommending the expansion of data collection, use of advanced techniques to address class imbalance, and replication of this study at the institutional or university level, and of course, continuous digitalization of government data. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Kathleen, for a very interesting paper presentation. In as much as we want to learn more about the paper of Ma'am Keith, I believe we are only going to have one question from our panel of judges, and the question will be asked by... Okay, Professor Jonalyn will be asking the first question.
Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. So thank you for your presentation. Okay, so if I understand it correctly, so the study is about using machine learning to determine which researcher training programs are most effective in improving research productivity and strengthening culture. Okay, my question is, can you please explain to us why you selected the association rules, the logistic regressions, the need-based, and the decision tree to be applied specifically in your study, and why not use the advanced machine learning like the XBoost or the, those advanced learning?
Yes, first, I conducted, of course, related literature. And most of my data set actually involves categorical data. So these are the types of machine learning that can analyze categorical data. We have ARM, logistic regression, need-based, and decision tree. And what is important for me is that the models are simple and explainable. So I don't want to use very complicated models because because this type of, although simple, I can also derive insights using these ML tools.
Okay, so thank you for your answer. I understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Kathleen, for such an interesting paper presentation. For our second paper presenter, she is from Southern Luzon State University, presenting her paper, Human AI Collaboration in Higher Education, toward the Triarchic Responsibility Model for an AI Integration. Dr. Helen D. Daya.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to present to you today my research entitled Human AI Collaboration in Higher Education Toward a Triarchic Responsibility Model for AI Integration, or TRM AI. This study examines the role of AI in higher education and proposes a model for its responsible, ethical, and effective integration. Okay, so artificial intelligence is changing higher education. It is now being used in course design, grading, and student learning. While AI helps improve efficiency, it also has concern about productivity and academic integrity. The first concept is cognitive offloading. This means that AI should support human thinking, not replace it. The second area focuses on ethics and academic integrity. Although AI offers many benefits, it also creates concern about plagiarism, authorship, overdependence, and fairness. Another important issue is the difference between the faculty and the students' perspective on the use of AI. Many previous studies have examined either students or faculty separately. As a result, we all know less about how these two groups compare in their perspective of using AI. And finally, there is a regional research gap. There is a limited research, specifically in Southeast Asian higher education, that examines cognitive efficiency, productivity, and ethics at the same time. And because of this gap, this study was conducted to explore how AI can be integrated responsibly in higher education and to develop the triarchic responsibility model for AI integration, or TRM-AI. The study aims to examine how faculty and students perceive the use of AI in higher education, focusing on its effect on learning efficiency, productivity, and ethical use. It also explores concern about academic integrity and uses the finding to develop the TRM-AI method as a guide for responsible and ethical AI use in higher education. Presenting the triarchic responsibility model for AI integration. This framework emphasizes that the responsible use of AI in higher education is a shared responsibility between student, faculty, and institution. The student serves as an ethical users of AI by using it honestly and responsibly. The faculty act as a pedagogical guide which teach and monitor the appropriate use of AI in learning, and the institution provide policies, training, and support to ensure the ethical and effective integration of AI. These three groups work together and are guided by the 5 core principles: transparency, accountability, fairness and integrity, privacy and respect, and learning-centeredness. Together, these principles promote responsible human-AI collaboration in higher education. So the study employed a comparative mixed method studies with 633 participants comprising of 533 students and 100 faculty members from various academic disciplines. Data were gathered through a researcher-developed survey questionnaire with Cronbach alpha of 0.87 and semi-structured interview to collect both quantitative and qualitative data. The quantitative data were analyzed using descriptive statistics and the Mann-Whitney U test, while the qualitative data underwent thematic analysis using in vivo software. For the results of the study, the majority of the respondents were 20 years old, reflecting a younger generation that is more familiar with digital technology. Most participants were female and come from different academic disciplines. The results also shows that students use AI more frequently, which is often daily, while the faculty members tend to use AI only when needed for a specific academic task. This table shows that participants generally agreed that AI improves efficiency in academic work. They found that AI helps them to complete tasks faster. However, they were less confident that AI always provides accurate and reliable information. This means that while AI is useful for improving efficiency, users still recognize the need to verify its output before using them in academic work. Table 3 shows that participants generally agreed that AI helps improve productivity and academic work. They found that AI to be useful for generating ideas and supporting creativity. Also, it helps manage deadlines and organize their workload. However, participants were less certain about AI ability to improve collaboration and teamwork. Table 4 shows that participants strongly value the ethical use of AI in academic work. They agree that AI-generated content should be properly cited, and they believe that AI without proper acknowledgement is a form of academic dishonesty. Overall, the findings show a strong commitment to academic integrity and ethical AI use. Table 5 compares the perceptions of the students and faculty in the use of AI in higher education. The result shows that students believe that AI is more helpful in improving efficiency and productivity than faculty members do. In contrast, faculty members have a strong awareness of the ethical use of AI. This thematic analysis is a result of the interview that shows both the student and the faculty see AI as a helpful tool, but they use it in a different way. Students say AI helps them complete academic tasks. Faculty also find AI most useful, and they believe that they can only be used for appropriate tasks. And both groups agree that AI should be used responsibly. For the conclusion, artificial intelligence has become an essential part of higher education, but its effective use depends on the responsible human collaboration rather than technology alone. The finding highlights the importance of academic ethics, clear institutional policies, and shared responsibility among students, faculty, and institutions as reflected in the proposed triarchic responsibility model for AI integration. The study recommends adopting a human-AI partnership approach in which AI supports rather than replaces human learning and decision-making. Higher education institutions should establish and regularly update AI policies, provide continuous development for faculty, and promote AI literacy with ethical awareness among students. The proposed triarchic responsibility model for AI integration is recommended as a guide for responsible human AI implementation. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Congratulations, Dr. Helen D. Daya, for sharing to us your very insightful paper. At this time, we would like to request one of our Board of Judges to ask the question for Dr. Daya.
Hello. Yeah, regarding your paper, so in your conclusion, you described to us the in your conclusion. Can you?
Cannot understand. Sorry po.
Yes, yes. Yeah. So in your conclusion, you describe the different factors. Now, is there like a ranking? I mean, if there's such a ranking, what would be the like scores for each of these factors?
The ranking number 1 is cognitive efficiency.
Yeah.
And then followed. Sorry.
Yeah. So, but then, yeah. I mean, of course, you have this ranking, but then, did you quantify the effect of that particular factor against the others? Like, okay, this one is a lot more compared to this. Is there such a quantification based on the method that you use?
I cannot get your...
So, like, yeah. So, can we go back to the conclusion? The last...
the conclusion.
The last slide.
The last slide, please.
Last slide.
Thank you.
Okay, so here you have your conclusion. Okay, so AI has become an essential part of higher education and so on and so forth. So now among these, the previous one. Parang, yeah, Next, previous slide, please. Ayan, okay, okay. So here, for example, for efficiency, paano itong task completion and data handling sub-theme? Ano yung dito? How are you able to relate the two? Is that a product of the analysis?
Yes, that is a product of analysis of the interview.
Of the interview. Okay, so what method did you use to crunch your data?
It's semi-structured interview, sir.
Which one?
Semi-structured interview.
Okay. So did you consider other more sophisticated methods?
Consider?
More sophisticated methods in doing the analysis.
During the time that I conducted in my study, is just like I want to experiment. So I think in the next
iteration,
yes, I will use the most sophisticated. Because one of my suggestion is that the next researcher would use different kinds of methods aside from this one. So my main goal only is to develop the triarchic responsibility model for AI integration. That's the main goal of the study.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Dr. Helen. For our next presenter, he is from Central Philippine State University, San Carlos Campus, and he will be presenting to us his groundbreaking paper with the title, Design and Development of a Hybrid AI-Supported Filipino Reading Comprehension Application Using a Human AI Adaptive Learning Framework. Please welcome Mr. Dexter G. Dandan.
Good afternoon to each and everyone. My name is Dexter Dandan from Central Philippine State University, and I will be presenting our collaborative research from the DepEd Division of San Carlos, which is the design and development of a hybrid AI Filipino reading comprehension application with the use of the Human AI Adaptive Framework. So this research focuses on addressing the reading comprehensions, the challenges and problems among the learners, by combining the teacher-guided instructions and the AI automations, to provide the learners an adaptive learning environment. Next slide, please. Okay, so why this study matters? So, according to PESA last 2022 results, 24% of Filipino learners reach at least level 2 proficiency, meaning 76% of young Filipino learners don't know, or there is a problem when it comes to reading comprehensions, in identifying and reading text, words, phrases, and sentences. That's why the DepEd launches the program 3Bs, which is Bawat Bata Bumabasa initiative, emphasizing the functional reading skills. In the local context of our study, as one of our partnership from the Division of San Carlos DepEd, we have identified that grade 2 level had a difficulty and problems when it comes to reading comprehensions. As part of our collaborations, they tap us to conduct a research and innovation as an intervention to these particular problems. So our research focused to support a Filipino reader's comprehension through localized digital materials, combine teacher guidance with AI-assisted reading support, and provide progress monitoring for classroom-based intervention. Next slide, please. For the research gap, So existing tools either do not provide localized Filipino content, so limit the teacher's support, or not design an AI-supported systems. So although many digital reading applications already exist in the marketplace or app store, but it was not being tailored to what really the teacher's tools and guided instructions. So by that, or therefore our study, or this study addresses the gap by integrating these components into a single one. No? The human adaptive learning system specifically designed for grade 2 pupils. No? Next slide. Next slide, please. Next. All right. For our research objectives, so the main general objective of our study is to develop a localized Filipino reading comprehension application for grade 2 pupils using human AI adaptive learning framework. Why grade 2 pupils? Because grade 2 level is the level in which the reading comprehension or reading skills literacy is being introduced before they proceed to grade 3. So we design the framework, we develop the application, and we evaluate when it comes to the acceptability of the application. Next slide, please. So here is our conceptual framework. We have the input, process, and output. So for the input, we have the identified low learner students, the Filipino reading materials from the teachers inputs, and of course the indicators from the technology acceptance model. And for the processes, we is the needs assessment coming from the beneficiaries, design and human AI adapted learning framework. We use the agile methodology, and of course the expert validation from the application. And for the output, so the validated hybrid AI supported Filipino reading comprehension application, of course the teacher's dashboard, and improved reading support for the learning output of the students. Next slide, please. So this is the main innovation of our study. No? Unlike to the fully automated system, the framework keeps the teachers the center of learning process. No? We will not omitting the teachers as one of the foundation of our framework. No? Meaning the teachers teaches the learning process and the AI supports only. No? Next, for the methodology, we use the descriptive developmental approach of our study, in which we focus on surveying the problems, actual problems from the beneficiary. We design a framework, which is the human AI adaptive framework. We use agile methodology, and we validate using the TAM technology acceptance model. So for the, we invited also 10 IT experts to validate our applications. Before we deploy the applications, we make sure the quality and security of the applications. And right after that, we deploy 3 weeks, or formally deploy the project and applications. 3 weeks after, we validate and evaluate the systems by the 25 Filipino teachers in the division of San Carlos. Next slide, please. So these are the features of the applications. The applications is a user-friendly interface and interactive, adaptive support through immediate feedback and performance activities, text-to-speech, speech recognitions, and AI, and program monitoring for the teachers, no, for the students monitoring. Next slide, please. So here is the AI works. So as an input, we use the voice of the learners, and it was being sent to the Google Cloud speech-to-text API. And since our learners is a Filipino, we is as the PhilPH code API for the accuracy of the recognition, and those voices will be transmitted into text, Filipino text, and those Filipino text will be verified to the similarity check on the database if the reading text from the students is true, and later on it will be the feedback from the teachers monitoring. Next slide, please. So for the results, so the experts evaluation rated as 4.79 from the perceived use, ease of use, and attitude, which means that the application is ready to be deployed for our recipient. Next slide, please. And for the teacher's evaluation, we have, the application was being evaluated 3 weeks after the deployment by the 25 Filipino teachers. Now, based on the technology acceptance model, perceived usefulness, ease of use, and attitude, it gained 4.79%, or 4.79, strongly agree that the application can be acceptable and remedy for the problem. Next slide, please. So what the findings indicate is that IT experts really accept before the deployment, and the teachers from the Filipino teachers accepted and agreed that the application for reading comprehension can be aided as a support and intervention to the problem which is in reading comprehension. Next slide, please. As a conclusion, the application successfully integrated teacher-guided instructions with AI support reading feature, included speech recognition support, feedback, reading and activities, and progress monitoring by the teachers. So it is useful, easy to use, and acceptable to the end user. Next slide, please. For the recommendation, so the teacher's orientation will conduct soon for the seminar on the awareness of the application, expanded feature, add a richer progress reports, adaptive reading levels, and parent participation. Next, larger validation, test the application across multiple platforms and grade level. And of course, the impact of the evaluation. So use the, later on for the effectiveness, we will be using the pre-test and post-test later on for the application, and sustainability for continuous monitoring and maintaining the application as part of our linkages. And next slide. Thank you very much, and thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dexter G. Dandan. I believe our presenter is ready for the question from our Board of Judges.
All right. First of all, I'd like to make clarifications. On this paper, you developed an application that is AI assisted and been evaluated by teachers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's correct.
I think there is a missing element in the paper that supposed to be the application is actually used by the grade 2 pupil. Hindi yun nangyari sa paper, right?
Yes po, sir.
And how could you guarantee that despite with a good rating of the application, that will become effective tool for the pupils?
Okay. So based on the evaluation, sir, we use the technology acceptance model in which it focused on the acceptability and usability of the application. Soon to be, for the future study, we will be conducting that for the effectiveness of the application. But we are very happy with that collaboration from the DepEd of San Carlos, in which they are very open to collaborate with this research and to develop the application as an innovation and intervention to this particular problem when it comes to reading comprehension.
All right. Thank you very much.
Congratulations and thank you for a very informative discussion, Mr. Dexter G. Dandan. Our next presenter is also from Central Philippine State University, San Carlos campus. He will be presenting a paper with the title, Development of a Web-Based Student Academic Performance Prediction Using Machine Learning for Higher Education Institutions. Please welcome Mr. Michael Marvin S. Cruz.
Good afternoon to each and everyone, especially to our dear panel of evaluators. So for this afternoon, I would like to present to you our research titled Development of a Web-Based Student Academic Performance Prediction Using Machine Learning for Higher Education Institutions. So to start my presentation, Next slide, please. So to start my presentation, let me begin with a simple question. How many students must we lose before we realize that intervention has already come too late? So across the Philippines, higher education institutions continue to struggle with student retention. So in a report provided by the Commission of Higher Education, college attrition reached almost 41% of the year 2022 to 2023. It is also concluded by the Rappler that nearly 4 out of every 10 Filipino college students discontinued their studies despite the implementation of the free tuition law. So the issue, therefore, is no longer simply access to education. Rather, the challenge ensures that students remain academically successful. So we all know that without any early warning mechanism, interventions becomes reactive instead of proactive. So this raises with one important question. So for this, we already know that educational data mining and machine learning shown remarkable success in predicting student academic performance. However, after reviewing existing literature, we found an important question and a limitation. Most studies stop after identifying the most accurate algorithm. So very few studies translate these findings into a real-world system that educators can actually use. Prediction accuracy alone does not help teachers if the model cannot be deployed in practice. So then, this research aims to establish and attempts to bridge that gap. So for the next slide, to address this challenge, we developed HIPS, or known to be Higher Education Academic Prediction System. Rather than ending with algorithm comparison, our study integrates machine learning into a deployable web application. The system will predict students who are academically at risk, which enables educators to intervene before students reach critical academic status. In short, this research transforms predictive analytics into a more actionable decision support tool. So for the next question becomes, how did we develop and create these HIPs? So rather than focusing only on developing a prediction model, we designed an end-to-end framework that begins with collecting student information that ends with a deployable decision support system. For the first part, we gather student academic records for the freshman students enrolled at the CPSU, Hinigaran, and San Carlos campuses. After that, we prepared the data, developed, and evaluated different machine learning models before integrating the selected model into the HIPS web application. So in other words, our goal was not only to predict students, but to deliver those predictions to a practicable system that educators can immediately use. But before building the models, we first need to prepare the data. So for the next slide, it shows that any machine learning model is only as good as the quality of its data. So initially, we collected 690 freshman students, but then after removing incomplete records, 649 complete student records remain for the analysis of the model. So this data set consists of validated survey responses together with students' official general weighted average, or GWA, obtained from the Office of the Registrar. We then transform categorical attributes into numerical values so that the machine learning algorithms could interpret them. Finally, we applied SMOT, a balancing technique that generates synthetic minority samples. So with the dataset prepared, we were ready to compare different machine learning approaches. So the next slide will show that to ensure a fair comparison, both models were trained using exactly the same experimental setup. Each model observes a 70-30 training and testing split together with a 10-fold cross-validation, providing a more reliable estimate of predictive performance. We then compared those two approaches. The first one was the enhanced random forest, which combines random forest with SMOT, while the second one is we try to stack ensemble models together with random forest and XGBoost. So the objective was not simply to identify the most accurate model, but to determine which model is most suitable for real-world deployment, which leads us to our final evaluation step. So most studies stop comparing after their prediction accuracy, but then this study proceeds to one step further. Besides evaluating the common evaluation metrics such as accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, and ROC, AUC, we also then measured its training and inference time. Why? Because an accurate model is not always the best model for deployment. So then, for the next slide, we come to the most important question. Which model actually performed best? So among the three models, the hybrid random forest plus XGBoost using random forest as the meta classifier consistently achieved the strongest overall performance. It obtained an accuracy of 96.92% while also achieving balanced precision, recall, and F1 score. These results suggest that the strength of random forest together with XGBoost enables the ensemble model to capture more complex patterns in student academic performance. However, prediction performance is just only one side of the story. So for the next slide, since HIPS is intended as a real-time web application, computational efficiency becomes just as important as prediction accuracy. Among all models, the trained ERF only shows 1.68 seconds and require only 0.018 seconds for its inference time. This makes ERF highly attractive for institutions that prioritize responsiveness and limited computational resources. Meanwhile, although the hybrid random forest together with XGBoost model achieve higher prediction performance, its computational costs increase substantially because of this stacking architecture. So the question is, which model should we actually use for the web application? So for the next slide, one of the most important decisions in this research was selecting the model for deployment. So the PowerPoint shows that although the hybrid random forest together with XGBoost achieved the highest predictive performance, its improvement over ERF was relatively small. In contrast, ERF reduced training time by approximately 12 times, in inference time by nearly 5 times. For a real-time web application, computational efficiency becomes a critical consideration. Many of us in HEIs, particularly state universities and colleges, do not always have high access to high-performance computing infrastructure, which makes deploy a computationally lightweight model that enables us to provide faster prediction, lower resources consumption, and easier system maintenance. So for this reason, ERF was selected to be deployed in the web application. So for the next slide, our finding revealed 3 important things. First, the hybrid random forest together with XGBoost delivered the strongest predictive performance. On the second part, the enhanced random forest or ERF demonstrated remarkable computational efficiency while maintaining highly competitive prediction accuracy. And for the last part, he successfully bridges the gap between algorithm development and educational implementation, which integrates machine learning into a practical web-based decision support system. In other words, this research is not only simply about finding the best algorithm, it is also about helping educators like us identify at-risk students early enough to make more meaningful academic intervention. So with that, let me conclude my presentation. So this study demonstrates that machine learning can serve not only as a predictive technology, but as well as a practical decision support tool for higher education. Among the evaluated models, the hybrid random forest together with XGBoost achieved the strongest overall predictive performance, which makes it highly effective for identifying students' academic at risk. On the other hand, the enhanced random forest showed outstanding computational efficiency, making it an attractive option in higher education institutions where speed and resource utilization are critical consideration. Ultimately, our work shows that the success of predictive analytics in education should not be merely measured solely by how accurately it predicts outcomes, rather, but how effectively it helps educators make timely decisions that improve student success. So I think that would be all. Thank you for listening,
Thank you very much.
and I would be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Sir Michael, for your very illuminating presentation. I believe we are now ready for the question from our Board of Judges.
Okay, so thank you for your presentation. Can we go back to the slide where you presented the accuracy value of your model? Pwede ba? Nasaan siya? Okay, sige. Dito na lang sa paper. Okay, your system achieve a very high percentage of prediction using data from one university. Is that correct?
Come again, ma'am?
The result of your prediction came from the data set of one university. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if HIPs will be employed to a multiple higher education, how can you ensure that your model, given that these universities have different students, curriculum, and systems, so how could you ensure that the machine learning model that you trained remains accurate and it will not be biased or overfit to the original data set that you have?
Okay, ma'am. So I think I get the question. I think the question relies on if ever the model will be deployed to another higher education institutions, will the accuracy will still be the same? And the answer is yes, because the answers or responses of the students will be different, but the categorical or the features of the data sets will still remain. So even though they have different responses, different answers, as long as the categorical and as well as the features are still the same, I think the model will still be intact. And even though it will not provide the given 98% or 96% for the accuracy, it will provide at least just a lower part of the accuracy model. So I think that the problem will not be, or that question will not be a concern for if ever that we will deploy the model in different higher education institutions. Rather, we will try to focus more on the part of its computational efficiency. It's because most of the time, you have already mentioned po, ma'am, is the overfitting, in which for the given methodology, we implemented the SMOT, which makes us a synthetic data to make sure that class imbalance will be eliminated and overfitting will also be eliminated as well also. So I think, ma'am, I answered the question. If ever not, I can answer it again if there are any clarification.
Okay, sir. Because right now, I think most of the higher educations have different systems, no? So siguro in the future na lang, if you're going to improve the model and you have plan of integrating it to other higher education, please consider yung standardizations of all the features that will be inputted in the model.
And I think that is a very valuable suggestion, ma'am, in which on the further studies, I would also try to implement that one together with explainable AI to make sure that the system will be intact.
Okay, so I don't have more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we have it, Mr. Michael Marvin S. Cruz. And for our next presenter, he is from West Visayas State University, presenting the paper Talaan, a framework for offline multi-tier retrieval augmented generation in Philippine local government document intelligence. Please welcome Mr. Shenters Elijah B. Sandig.
Sound check. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to share with you our work on an offline framework for Philippine local government unit document intelligence. There. We begin with our problem and why offline matters for this context. Can you move to the next slide? Sorry. There. So every election cycle, incoming local officials inherit hundreds of records with no reliable way to trace what was decided, funded, or committed before. That is not merely a filing inconvenience that is a governance risk. And solving it with AI is not simple. Most municipal offices lack broadband and GPU infrastructure, and sensitive records should not leave institutional control just to get processed. Next slide. According to the Philippine Institute of Development Studies, Philippine LGUs score just 30 to 35 out of 100 for AI readiness. Most recently, we conducted our own survey together with a professional organization that is in July. With 236 respondents on the survey, we found those who come from the LGU scored lowest in institutional readiness of any organization type, with a mean score of 3.06 out of 5. Yet, they are expected to localize 17 SDGs, meet 10 SGLG governance areas, and answer COA audits within a 15-day response window from that same under-equipped position. So what we built to fill that gap is Talaan, Tagged Archival Lookup for Analysis and Accountability Network, governance intelligence that never leaves the LGU's own hardware. An offline, privacy-preserving AI layer over existing legislative records and archives. No cloud, no internet dependency, built around the Data Privacy Act from the ground up. Next slide. The platform is not a records management or filing system. We don't aim to replace that. It is a retrieval and synthesis layer over documents an LGU has already digitized. That layer fills a real gap. No existing system aligns SDG, SGLG, and COA offline and high-performing RAG architectures assume compute most LGUs simply do not have. Furthermore, we posit that we do not need to wait for full digital maturity before we can leverage and benefit with AI. Next slide. The platform runs as 3 layers: a document pipeline, structured and vector storage, a 3-tier retrieval and generation layer. Tiers form a hierarchy, not fallback options. Tier 1, exact match for a document. Tier 2, structured filtering, which mimics the NLP-DB technique. And Tier 3 is the contextual semantic search, fully offline with no external API calls. Documents move through 7 stages: ingestion, OCR extraction, text cleaning, including cleanup for local language text, LLM correction, metadata extraction, dual tagging, vector indexing. Each stage persists independently, so any stage can be reprocessed without a full re-ingest. The platform keeps 2 separate tag tables, keyword extracted and LLM generated, enabling direct comparison of tag quality. 16,488 tag records in total. Metadata comes from 3 parallel methods: the regular expressions for numbers and dates, named entity recognition for people and organizations, and a local LLM for document type, action verbs, and summaries. This tagging technique also has a manual tagging which will serve as input for localization of SDGs, for training for students, for faculty, and for stakeholders. Next slide. Click one more. There. Tier 1 handles exact resolution or ordinance numbers, retrieved directly, never overridden, the dominant LGU query pattern. So if a user asks, summarize record or summarize an ordinance, Tier 2 translates governance terms into structured filters for known categories, such as how many documents belong to SDG 5. Tier 3 handles open-ended natural language questions through vector-based semantic search, calibrated currently at 0.75 cosine threshold. Before anything reaches the LLM, documents pass the 3-level privacy filter, public content. We also have confidential with personal identifiable information to be stripped, and restricted is acknowledged without exposure. Next slide. Deep dive is a feature that performs multi-document synthesis. It is a cross-term analysis, gap identification across administrations, and because ground truth labels do not exist for this corpus, we built a proxy for the 105-point scorer that is trying to mimic the more formal RAGAS evaluation. Next slide. So this is the actual deployment for our prototype as of this moment. Our numbers, next slide, with 1,867 Sangguniang Bayan resolutions and ordinances coming from our partner Midsayap Cotabato. The numbers, the resolutions and ordinances cover from 2021 up to partial of 2025. That is 3 administrative transitions. In total, we covered 2.1 million words of legislative text. Next slide. The pipeline status confirms the state at a glance, so document ingested, summarization and tagging complete, structured facts extracted, and the retrieval and index ready. Next slide. Opening a single record, we can show what pipeline actually produces. A clean, readable summary generated from raw filing with governance tags already attached. Next slide. For the same document, we break down the structured facts. It's a simple subject, predicate, object, such as sponsor, date, time, pulled out automatically for precise retrieval. Next slide. Every document is tagged across 3 governance lenses, SDG, SGLG, and COA. Next slide. So here is a summary. So we have, for 17 SDGs, 10 SGLG areas, coverage clusters heavily on few categories. So for example, SDG 7 through 9, social protection, financial administration, but for climate, land, youth development, they sit near 0. Next slide. So we have here the chat query interface for user control. Next slide. And this is the demo for the chat interface. In conclusion, what the platform contributes and what's next, the platform's contribution for now is architectural with a 7-stage pipeline, the tagging, 3-tier retrieval, and the Data Privacy Act aligned privacy filtering, working cohesively on commodity hardware. No GPU, no cloud subscription. This is not a technical compromise, it's a governance stance. Records stay under the authority of their legally accountable custodians. Ladies and gentlemen, talaan.
Thank you very much for your well-grounded study. And I believe our Board of Judges are now ready to ask the question.
Would you like to come closer? Okay, so you could hear better. So, so you have a multi-tier system here, right? Come closer. Yes. Oh, yeah, yes. Oh. Lapit ka pa. Oh, so why is it multi-tier? I mean, for example, you have a tier 1, it has to be a match, perfect match, right? Then exact match, right? So why is there a need for that? Why not just have one flat framework where you let the large language model take care of everything? So what is the motivation, the rationale?
Thank you, sir, for that question. So from a practitioner perspective, we wanted an approach that is going to be teachable. And so as the resident trainer for Grow Up, for records officers and archivists, we wanted to show that in a large collection, if we randomly select a particular document, we would be able to provide them an evidence and proof that the model does not hallucinate. That's number 1, sir. So we wanted a way for them to check because they know the material better than I do as the builder or the developer. So that one, sir.
Yeah. Now regarding that, did you compare that multi-tier framework that you have against a flat one? Which one is better? So that's your claim, right? So now, did you compare the two to check whether the multi-tier framework is better?
Not yet, sir, because right now, the current state of the framework is to show first that it is accurate. What we wanted to show then is to compare the frameworks in the context of the more technical pulling of the record. So the more formal RAGAS infrastructure for checking, for example, whether it will still be robust with one combined technique. We have not yet checked that particular complex area, sir.
So how do you evaluate the performance of your system?
We have not yet reached that particular stage because we will plan to pull the working paper into 3 directions. 1 for information science, 2 for policy for the transition analysis of the SDG, SGLG, and COA. For the third one, the RAGAS infrastructure is still pending because we wanted to see because the 0.75 baseline for cosine similarity is a set default. We have not yet checked the different settings for it, sir. So we wanted to show which particular setting is good as is for multiple situations. So we have not yet pursued that particular check, which would be in the CS or the complex, the AI technical side, sir.
Yeah, so since you haven't actually done that yet, no, so regarding your choice of large language model, which models, which LLMs did you use?
I used Gemma 4. I used Olama Gemma 4 because there was a motivation for the chat to answer Cebuano or Hiligaynon. So I found Gemma 4 is good with that, with no additional training.
Yeah, okay, so be aware also that there might be substantial differences in performance across the different the different models. So that's one, since this is a continuing study, one thing that you might want to look into is the token efficiency.
Yes.
So how many tokens will it generate? Because of course you want less tokens. Eventually we start deploying this. Fewer tokens is still the best. No? So across the different models, how efficient is the generation of the tokens?
That is considered, sir. So I began with Llama, but it's not performing well with the translation. So I moved to Gemma 4, that 9.6 gigabyte size. Then I also considered Quen. So those 3 first, then we can move on to the other models. One barrier would be the unit, because our claim is that it should work in a commodity hardware. So 16 gigabytes is truly limiting for the RAM. 32 gigabytes, which should be an investment later on through the OST, would be most welcome. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shim. There's Elijah B. Sandig. For our next presenter, he is from West Visayas State University, and he will be presenting his paper with the title, Monocular Dip-Based Thoracic Morphology Analysis for Non-Invasive Pectus Excavatum Assessment. Please welcome Mr. Nicky Joe E. De Ocampo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to introduce to you our research entitled Monocular Depth-Based Thoracic Morphology Analysis for Non-Invasive Pectus Excavatum Assessment. I am Dr. Nicky Joe E. De Ocampo, and together with me are my co-researchers, Dr. Regine A. Cavacas and Ms. Angelica Grace P. Simbran. Pectus excavatum, commonly known as funnel chest, is the most common congenital chest wall deformity, characterized by an inward depression of the sternum that gives the chest a sunken appearance. It accounts for approximately 90% of all congenital chest wall deformities and affects an estimated of 1 in every 300 live births, with higher prevalence among males. Historically, pectus excavatum was considered largely as a cosmetic condition. However, advances in medical imaging have shown that sunken chest deformity can affect the heart and lungs in moderate to severe cases, highlighting the importance of early screening and objective assessment for timely clinical intervention. Although considered to be a common congenital chest wall deformity, its assessment often relies on visual examination, clinical expertise, and computer topography scans for objective evaluation. While CT is considered the gold standard for assessing deformity severity, repeated CT examination exposes patients to ionizing radiation and not be practical for routine screening. In the Philippines, access to CT imaging is also limited by cost and availability, particularly outside major hospitals. These challenges highlights the need for an accessible, low-cost, and a non-invasive screening approach that can support early detection and appropriate referral for further clinical assessment. Next, please. This study aims to develop a non-invasive screening system that uses monocular depth estimation to analyze a single frontal chest image for the early assessment of pectus excavatum. By estimating the depth of the chest from an ordinary RGB image, the system measures the degree of chest depression and determines an individual's risk level. The goal is to provide a simple, affordable, and radiation-free screening tool that can support early detection and help identify individuals who may need further medical evaluation. Next, please. The proposed framework consists of 5 main stages. First, a frontal image, chest image is captured as the input. Since the framework only requires a single RGB image, it eliminates the need for CT scans or specialized imaging equipment during screening process. The image undergoes pre-processing where it is resized, enhanced using clahe, and normalized. These steps improve image quality and ensures consistent input for the depth estimation model. The pre-processed image is then passed through the depth anything model, which estimates the relative depth of the chest surface from a single RGB image. The generated depth map highlights variations in chest depth and serves as the foundation for the succeeding analysis. Using the generated depth map, the framework performs thoracic depth analysis by extracting the region of interest, identifying the reference line, and locating the deepest point of the chest depression. Finally, these measurements are used to compute the proposed severity index, which provides an objective measure of chest depression and serve as the final output for the preliminary assessment. Next, please. One important step in the process was quality control. Since our framework relies on molecular depth estimation, image quality directly affects the accuracy of the generated depth maps. Images that were blurred, poorly illuminated, or captured from non-frontal angles were therefore excluded to ensure consistent analysis. Although removing 108 images reduced the size of the dataset, it improved the overall quality of the evaluation by minimizing noise and preventing unreliable depth measurement. This allowed the framework to be tested using images that better represents the intended screening scenarios. For this study, we used depth anything model because it can estimate depth from a single RGB image without requiring specialized hardware such as stereo cameras or LiDAR sensors. Instead, measuring the exact physical distance, the model predicts the relative depth of different regions in the image. As illustrated on the right, the model can reconstruct the 3-dimensional structure of a scene from an ordinary photograph. Next, please. After generating the depth map, our framework uses the estimated depth information to analyze the shape of the chest. Instead of relying on a pixel intensity alone, the framework interprets the pseudo-depth map to identify localized chest depressions and estimate the overall thoracic surface geometry. These depth features are then passed to the thoracic traversal analysis, where anatomical landmarks are identified and the severity index is computed. In this way, depth anything serves as the foundation that enables objective, image-based assessment using only a frontal photograph. Next, please. Once the depth map is generated, we perform thoracic traversal analysis to quantify the chest depression. The analysis begins by locating the deepest point of the sternum, which represents the maximum depth depression. Next, the framework identifies the left and right rib peaks, which serve as anatomical reference points. Using this landmark, a horizontal traversal profile is generated to measure the variation in chest depth across the thorax. From this profile, the proposed severity index is computed to quantify the extent of the chest depression. Next, please. To evaluate the proposed framework, we perform statistical analysis and binary classification using the computed severity index. The box plot shows a clear separation between the low-risk and high-risk groups, indicating the severity index can distinguish different level of chest depression. Next, please. The confusion matrix also achieve an overall accuracy of 78%, correctly classifying most of the samples. Next, please. The proposed framework also utilized traversal-derived descriptors from the pseudo-depth maps to classify thoracic morphology. The model demonstrates a balanced performance with a recall of 80.6%. Next, please. It's important to note that this framework is intended as a screening tool and not as a replacement for clinical diagnosis. In future work, we plan to incorporate automated landmark detection and use more clinically validated data sets to further improve its accuracy and reliability. Next, please. The study showed that the monocular depth estimation can effectively estimate the shape and depth of the chest using a single RGB image. The extracted depth information was able to distinguish between different levels of chest depression, demonstrating its potential as a non-invasive, affordable, and accessible screening tool for pectus excavatum. Although additional clinical validation is required, the proposed framework establishes a promising foundation for computer-based assisted chest screening. Next, please. Before I end, I would like to say that as an IT professional, I believe that it is our responsibility to give the public access to better health technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicky Joe E. De Ocampo. I believe our panel of judges is now ready to ask the question.
All right. First of all, congratulations for a good presentation. I'd like to make a clarification on severity index calculation. Whether the age of the subjects had been considered. For example, what I mean is that relative to your data, to the data set that had been utilized, age had not been considered for this, right?
Yes, sir. As of the moment, we are limited to the available data set that we have. The data sets are from ages 17 to 28, wherein pectus excavatum most probably grows out of your from your teenage years.
Yeah, that's the point that I'd like to suggest in this paper, that maybe you could have certain classes of severity index calculation relative to age range of your subject. But since you used a data set obtained from a certain source or repository, then maybe the future work may consider this variation. Now, had you actually used actual data and then perform validation?
Although the research is still in its infancy, sir, we did do some actual testing. I contacted some doctors within the Philippines and outside the Philippines to do initial testing, and some of the results are promising.
All right, that's very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Nicky Joe E. De Ocampo. And last but certainly not the least, our next presenter is from the University of the Philippines, Visayas. He will be presenting a research paper with the title, Readiness Audit of Public Shrimp Aquaculture Microbiome Records Using Human-in-the-Loop Metadata Verification. Please welcome Dr. Carmelo S. Del Castillo.
Fisheries kid kuya. And I'm sure Sir Bobby would be saying, no nga, what is this kalbo doing there? Fisheries na siya. Well, someone told me that the AI wave is coming. You could either swim in it or you're gonna drown. And me, I wanna surf on it. So, we actually have a startup company. You can visit us tomorrow, no, or the next day. And we are working on several domains. But for this AIFest, I wanted to go back to my roots. I wanted to go back to fisheries. Next slide, please. So, shrimp is, by value, the biggest aquaculture commodity. And it's very complex. Okay? We're thinking that AI can help define, to help predict disease especially. Shrimp is can always have problems with disease. Next slide, please. And this disease are being affected by the microbiome. The microbiome meaning the bacteria that consists of the gut or the water, and then this microbiome can be defined by the metagenome. Oh, going the wrong way. Sorry, now I found out. Okay, so, but the shrimp pond is very complex. Aside from the microbes that make up the pond, there are also other metadata. We have the water, the pH, the oxygen, the salinity, the farm context, and other values that can help us describe and predict whether there could potentially be diseases or not. However, these data, it relies on the metadata that can be available on public resources. So what we did, we wanted to make a health risk assessment, if it is possible, to get this data, or just the pond condition monitoring from public data that is available in NCBI. So what we were only working on metadata-centered AI readiness audit. We were only using rule-based preliminary classification and later reclassification on before and after change based on a human-in-the-loop interaction. We did not do any raw read reprocessing. We did not do predictive modeling. And we only focused on the upstream data readiness. So what we first did was we did a search of the public repository, NCBI. And then we did initial record capture and a rapid targeted audit. And from this, we extracted metadata and an initial AI readiness scoring. After which, human in the loop. That's basically me. I went into the data that the AI output, and then I checked for the accuracy of what it did. So I did a manual review of the NCBI SRA and then made metadata correction and contextual recovery. And then after that, we made the final output, which was the final verified AI readiness classification. A more detailed summary is here in the algorithm that we used. Don't worry, sir. I have not yet become an engineer. I have someone who's doing that for me. I'm just the brains, the scientific brains behind it. He's the technical brains. So we got, it's just a small metadata that we got. It is a rapid targeted audit. So we only used 228 public records and 17 bio projects. And here we only use these categories. Is it ready for early warning? Is it ready for health risk? Is it ready for just upon condition? Is it ready after curation? Or is it not yet ready for AI? Well, the first result was interesting. Before validation, before verification, that's the red. Okay? A lot of the data was supposedly not AI ready. But after human-in-the-loop verification, all of that went into something else. Okay? So the data was a bit hidden in the bio projects and other metadata. It was not clear. So we were able to recover 100% of the not AI-ready data, and it all became usable for curation or on condition useful mostly. These not AI ready was mostly became on condition useful, about that's 80%. And then some of these became health risk useful, which is a more useful classification. And some of these just became usable after curation. We were also able to resolve some sample class ambiguity. Is this still on? Oh, sorry, because I cannot hear myself echo. So before verification, a lot of the sample class were host-associated, and a lot of this were unclear. But after a human-in-the-loop verification, the unclear data sets became mostly into environmental data sets. But however, this recovered relevance does not necessarily mean that it is early warning ready. So most of the problems were that cultured systems were usually partial or unclear. A lot of the health disease labels were absent or again, unclear. Then the water quality metadata was absent in most of the data set. So we could use this data, and I guess that is the conclusion that we could draw from this. A lot of this public data has latent AI value, but the human-in-the-loop curation is important as of now. So maybe in the future, maybe 2 weeks from now, the AI would be so intelligent it can already get all of that. However, these metadata gaps are still a limiting factor for early warning. These metadata gaps, there's no AI that can make this up. So the practical implication is that the accession capture is only the first step. AI-ready aquaculture data sets require metadata verification. And lacking this metadata verification, this gap assessment is there. The gap is there. So if ever we want to have a good AI-ready data set for aquaculture, we might still have to make a lot of them. These are bio projects, some sample bio projects that we accessed for the metadata recovery, and some of the sample problems, and then the recovery or correction of the metadata. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Dr. Carmelo S. Del Castillo. I believe our Board of Judges are now ready to ask the question.
Okay, so thank you, sir, for your informative presentation. Okay, so I'm not into aquaculture, but in the computer science perspective, sir, no, can we go back to your framework, yung slide? Okay, if I understand it correctly, the study is about assessing and improving, tama ba, sir? The data for public shrimp aquaculture microbiome records. Okay, is that correct? For AI use in the future.
Yes.
That's the paper.
What we wanted was to be able to use the currently available microbiome records, which comes in the form of a metagenomic data. We wanted to see if it can be used for predicting disease, the potential for a disease to come out.
Okay.
But I think as of now, it might not really be possible.
Okay, so in your workflow, as you mentioned also, it relies in the human in the loop.
Yes.
Metadata verification. Okay, so my question is this. If this system will be implemented into a multiple repositories with multiple data,
yes.
So how could the system assure while maintaining its accuracy and minimizing the human verification, how would you assure to us that this study can also provide a very high accuracy in terms of data quality?
I guess, first of all, from how I was the human in the loop. So how I identified I was just looking for keywords. Maybe the data was not trained to search for these keywords. So maybe these keywords can be amplified, or the AI can be taught that these keywords have this meaning. That is a technical thing that I am not. I'm the scientist, Mom. So my techie guy, maybe he can answer that, or maybe you can help me answer that, Sir Bobby. So,
actually, sir, that's my follow-up question kasi, because I was thinking, how could you automate the process itself? Kasi it was never mentioned in the paper. So, ayun. So siguro sa engineers ba?
Maybe, Ma'am, I could work with Sir Bobby to make something that is publishable from this.
Okay, sir. No more questions.
Or
thank you.
There's a UP, sir, sa UP Diliman, sir. Maybe we can work on something on this. Because I think, Ma'am, this domain was not, they did not think that it can be probably used for AI. Right now, I think most of the time, if you're ready for AI, so you design it to be machine readable, understandable. This didn't care about that. When they were making it, they didn't know that there would be such a thing.
Thank you very much to all our researchers who presented to us this afternoon. All our 7 researchers who, of course, spent their time, their resources, and share their expertise to making all of their researches, something that will really contribute to the AI community in the Philippines. And right now, we will be giving our certificates of appreciation to our judges, our distinguished Board of Judges, and to our moderator for our research paper competition. Once again, we'd like to call on stage our respective judges for the research paper competition. We have Dr. Prospero C. Naval Jr., Professor Jonalyn G. Ebron, and Dr. Bobby Gerardo. to kindly receive your certificate of appreciation. Also, we would also like to call on stage our moderator, Dr. Olive Joy Abing.
To give the awards, may we call on once again Dr. May Rose O. Suerte, Assistant Regional Director for Finance and Administrative Services, Department of Science and Technology, Western Visayas, together with Dr. Maureen Neti and Linan, Co-Chair of AI Technical Conference, Iloilo Science and Technology University.
Thank you very much to our distinguished Board of Judges and to our moderator. Thank you for making our afternoon even more information-filled. Madaming nga salamat. And right now, as a token of our gratitude, we now proceed to the awarding of certificates of appreciation to our 7 participants. May we ask our presenters to come to the stage when your name is called to receive your respective certificates. We have Miss Caitlin Sarah B. Bernardino, Dr. Helen D. Daya, Mr. Dexter Dandan, Mr. Michael Marvin Cruz, Mr. Shem Durst Elijah Sandig, Mr. Nikki Joe De Ocampo, and Dr. Carmelo Del Castillo. To all our researchers, thank you for sharing to us, of course, your respective researches for the improvement of the AI community in the Philippines and, of course, in Western Visayas. Now, congratulations once again to everyone. With that, we come to the close of day 1 of AIFest 2026. Thank you for spending the day with us, for your curiosity, your questions, and your energy. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for another day of insight and innovation as we hold more plenary sessions and the Innovation Colloquium. Have a wonderful rest of the day and see you tomorrow for the second day of AIFest 2026.